Hello. It's me again. We weren't here yesterday, unfortunately. Got a new job and I'm acclimating to its arbitrary schedule. So I was tired and Rookie's really hankering to watch Tenacious D. And so we watched Tenacious D.
Baby.
It was awesome.
I love it.
This is kind of a makeup stream for missing All American Beef yesterday. I'm sorry, but I knew I didn't have it in me.
We had to do Tenacious D, man. School of Rock and stuff was great from a long time ago, and I never saw Tenacious D. Been anchoring to get some Jack Black stuff. We can go in there and it's like, dude, hilarious. Love it.
Yeah. We will be getting into the drama, blood sports, the newest thing in the epic saga of the Rippaverse. Because I have not seen the whole stream. I've seen about a third, so we'll be reacting to this. But I've seen clips, and they do not look good. Hence the meme that is the thumbnail. Because it's like, whoa, yikes! Like that's just waking up to Twitter, getting ready for it. I'm like, wow, what did I miss? What is going on? Got about an hour listening. And now we're going to just follow up where I left off and give a commentary. But whoa, did you hear Rekieta got his channel back? Well, how do you mean? Because I didn't know he lost.
I think a while ago he didn't have his channel for a while, and that's when
he's been streaming.
He's been involved for a while, I think.
He's been involved with the gay hops. For a couple months at least on YouTube specifically. I don't go on Rumble because alternative platforms, like, they are necessary. It's good to have competition, but the guise in which these competitors have arisen is, we'll make our own free speech platform called Gab. And it's like, free speech, so porn is allowed. Nope, can't do that. And it's like, well, that really, Tumblr fell off because they got rid of that. It's a necessary evil, especially if you're going to be free speech. So it's funny because these people on the right will say free speech, and then, no, not porn. It's like, no, you don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to be a Christian nationalist platform and have your censorship and then say you're free speech. There's been a lot of free speech cases based on pornography and defining it, etc. So, bad move, Gab. And it would be in your best interest. Maybe you could start weaning it or like turning the knobs afterward to like shut them down if that's like all that they do. Hinder them, make them have to, work better. Ban sports. Is Gab these retards that think bread and circuses about sports? They not see like the spiritual and tribal value of sports. I really hate people like that diss sports as some people
think it's toxic or whatever, I think. But
I don't know, man. It's a great release for warfare. I mean, we can have world wars.
It's something I know, but I'm saying that they could see it as that's where the violence comes from or something.
Yeah, video games. Yep, there you go. Books have been pretty violent. There's a book called Mein Kampf that has a lot of rhetoric that people buy into, still do. Karl Marx. How many hundreds of millions have died because of Karl Marx's rhetoric being applied to government? How many people read the Anarchist Cookbook and get ideas to do shit like Columbine? I don't know, man. The pen is mightier than the sword. And I would say gaming is an extension of that, of the storytelling. So, just let it, I don't know. Anyway, the alternative platforms are fucking cringe because it's either we want to be racist or whatever online, which I support. I support that. But that's really the guise of it. Or it's like, oh no, the Yahtzee Elon Musk bought Twitter, so we're going to make Locals or Mastodon or Threads from Facebook that's like getting it went away after like a week on top of the legal disputes.
And then dropped its traction entirely.
Whoa, we got Death Witch. Haven't seen her in a while, but she's been showed her little baby face on Twitter. How you doing?
What's up? Yeah, she's writing that book, writing her story.
Free speech until your family gets docked, and then it's wrong. Absolutionists, my ass. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't know if you're saying that mockingly, but I agree with that idea of free speech for pretty much anything until it like there's a line you cross where it's like you're jeopardizing people's safety, or I would say things to like harassment campaigns. Unfortunately, we've seen this in the guise of like Brie Larson and Kelly Marie Tran. There's like agenda based creators or artists in gender based or politically motivated media. So it's all like smoke and mirrors. You don't know what's true, and so you just kind of have to take the bad guy side of, oh, that's fake, or that's what's the word? I don't want to say gay ops. It's so easy to just say that stupid term, but it's all ruse, it's made up. Yeah. So we got Stony McIntroduced saying, anyway, it's fine if you want a service to be a free speech platform and just say you don't want porn. That's fine. What is it? What isn't is moral flagging. Oh, I said flagging about it. I don't know. I just think it should be purely free speech. That stuff does apply. You don't get to arbitrarily say, well, that doesn't apply, even though there's been laws and stuff about argued in the Supreme Court.
Definitely this kind of thing where it's like, we're for free speech, but
why don't you just put a button, a feature says, I don't want adult content in my feed. You can literally just censor your own page.
That's almost what YouTube does with their algorithm. It's like, oh, you clicked on this thing. Well, as long as you don't click on that kind of stuff, we won't recommend that to you.
Well, no, you could like, you can't help necessarily if you see something in your feed and you like it, or you happen to look at it, because like that's the whole feature of the system. But if you, have actual like censorship dials for the user to dictate their own feed. Like certain people, they won't see a tweet or they have to like click show because it's like sensitive.
They can self-censorship the things they don't want to.
Yeah, yeah. I'm all for self-censorship,
but I won't prevent you from putting it on there. But
I really hate what I still like Mad Max, even though I don't know what has transpired for him to face reveal all the time now.
Mad Max, not the movie, the person.
Yeah, fuck Mad Max. The movies.
Yeah, that was interchangeable. Like, like you could be talking about either.
You're right. Yeah, but because like besides Fury Road, which feels completely removed from that series, it's not a thing in my life. Mad Max sucks. But yeah, I remember people in his chat, or it's like I was arguing about something being in a debate, and of course he's taking like the libtard side against like takes of Jeremy and whoever quartering, etc. Which sometimes I agree with Max, about like their grift. But I was saying about free speech, and someone's like, "Oh, if you're really about free speech, you'll delete your channel and go to another platform." I'm like, no. You're not going to dictate what free speech is to me. It's like, I think the platform should be free speech. Now, if I block you on my channel's chat, this is my area where it's like, I don't want to hear your fucking opinion in my channel, but I'm not hindering you seeing me or going on the platform. That's the difference.
It's the difference from the platform.
But if I say the wrong things, if I talk about, who might be implicated in the USS Liberty, for instance, or if certain numbers in a European conflict in the 40s might be iffy. Whoa! Get them off. Get them off. Can't do that. No. The arbitrary nature.
There's some video games that are like extremely gruesome and violent that a lot of people want off. And I think there's a couple of Nazi ones or something, possibly. And it's like, I think.
Wait, do I get to play as Nazis?
I don't know the specifics. I'm just saying, well, you can in some video games. Call of Duty, pretty much, I think you can. But like, there's some that want that type of thing removed all the time, so that you can't play as it. But the point is that it should be allowed to be up there. And if you don't want to do that, then don't do it. Like, you don't want to play it, don't play it.
Ooh, good one. I'm not gonna read it just so hopefully they don't like. Yeah, that's hilarious though. It's like I've made a joke where I'm like, oh, it's so horrible. We did not do enough. But we also got a little something in the chat, a little something I like to call Karen.
Shut up, silly woman.
We see you. Hello. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about some gay hops. I'm missing the biggest problem in the universe for this. I'm gonna have to watch I think it's their live show. I don't know why exactly it's special. I think this is like them jumping the number that he did with Maddox, his co-host. I'm not sure, but I'm missing whatever they're doing special today. And with all this goodies we're gonna see today. The worst thing that Hitler did was lose. Oh, dab. I was thinking like dabbing your eyes, like a tear.
No, put your face in your elbow.
Yeah, that gay pose that the loser Cam Newton did in the Super Bowl, and then he lost. That's what dabbers deserve. But yeah, let me pull up this streamity here. I'm not sure.
Do you have any timestamps on anything, or
no? We're just gonna be going raw.
Well, because the first 10 minutes, there's really nothing to comment on. So,
well,
because he doesn't even invite him in until after a little bit.
It's not copyright. The Germans need to be genocited to correct their mistake. Woohoo! Curtis Z. Hello, friend. Howdy doody to you.
My dumb brain was like, is genocited? It took me a sec. Is that a term for some type of dissection? Is what my head went to.
Yeah, but let me pull this up. Fuck, no, that's the StreamYard. There we go. Present.
Okay. Anyway, the subject of a black man
this right here. Ooh, Eric Jula and Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law. Yeah, I don't know what exactly. I guess so he gives this preface. Okay, starts this by himself. I want to say this happened at like 3 a.m. because like when I woke up at 5 and started looking at Twitter, I think it was like a couple hours old.
Rekieta tends to stream like around 11 a.m. my time, so about 2 a.m. your time.
No, there's only 3 hours difference between us.
I that's what I just said. 11 a.m. my time. Or did I say 2 a.m.?
Yeah, I'm like, dude, do you live in England?
You know what I mean. PM. Okay.
Yeah. It seems like it was a early like before the sun rises stream.
That's when he tends to go live.
Yeah. So I was like, whoa, what the hell? I'm seeing all this stuff. And then I come back from work and look at my phone, like, wow, more clips. Man, I got to watch the rest of the stream. I'm so excited. I'm like, Rookie, let's just react to it. It's easy content.
I think everyone's doing it. I think you're a little bit further ahead than where I got to. I don't always like to watch people argue all the time because it's
this is the clips I've seen. I don't know how much
I've seen a couple of the clips too, and I'm like, oh gosh, okay.
Let me see how the chat's doing before we start playing. Anyway, the subject of the day: black men versus law. Whoa, good one, Stoney, with the zingers. That is good, man. You're great, Stoney. I love you. Yeah, I'll start playing some of this. So, at some point, well, I guess
should we say the context of the Riley thing, or
right? I meant to have that prepped to show y'all. So let me stop sharing this, and I'll bring up the Riley clip that has spawned all this. So it's funny as hell. You wait, clip verse. Here it is. This is pretty good, honestly. I don't see how you can't see the humor in it, even if you're like, all right, that's funny, but I'm still going to stay strapped. That would be like, I would be fine with that. But the reaction by Rippa Shills, I think, is really over the line. I normally don't like to like demonize you, like, wow, you're just so bloodthirsty. Like that sounds really beta and soy, that kind of rhetoric. But honestly, it's kind of warranted to start questioning with this incident. Where did it go? Oh, so let me share it. And so you don't know, Riley, who I guess has been a producer or maybe still is for the Dick Show, Dick Master from The Biggest Problem. He did a parody called the Clippaverse, which is a joke about how hairy Eric July's arms are. And the joke is, oh yeah, you know, you always talk about fat people, whatever. So it's like, I'm going to keep walking uphill until I get fit enough to shave your arms. And so he made the Clippaverse, which would fall under parody. I don't know if you remember how long you've been in the Phantom Menace, but there's a thing called the Phantom Menace. Like the logo was based off of, I think, what, Cobra from G.I. Joe? Or like Skeletor head on, no, it's based on the 501st. Yeah, they did like a few little things like Transformers and Skeletor reference.
What's up, Zombie Box? Chat.
And there was a weirdo in the 501st that tried to like do a targeted harassment campaign to like try to destroy the Phantom Menace logo and shit, and Stephen Wayne art. And it totally backfired because everyone's like, F you, lady. And then she did this like arguably fake pity move of like, I'm so stressed, I'm in the hospital. It wasn't like, look at me in my bed. It was, oh my god, look at this like IV bag, you know. So there's no proof that she showed that she's in the hospital for the stress, but it was all brought on her by targeting a guy for a parody, which is completely legal. Maybe she doesn't understand because she's European, but in America, parody is great. And they're trying to go on this guy's like, how could you attack a charity that helps cancer people? And then you go on to Saturday Night Live and see all these different memes that they made of fucking Feed the Children, St. Jude, whatever the case. Anything is open to be made fun of, especially in America. Maybe not now, but this is like how our laws work.
You know how many OJ skits there have been? Or like,
God,
you know,
Norm Macdonald lost his job for doing one too many OJ jokes. After the verdict, he's like, well, in breaking news, murder is legal. And
exactly.
God. But yeah, so here's the clip. Given that context,
Sony says, feed the children to the children.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so Riley got his store on, I guess, Teespring taken down for copyright. Of course, if you're a company and you instigate a copyright claim on someone's store, they're just going to take your word for it because they don't want to have to deal with the legal process of mincing out whether or not they were platforming and profiting off of copyright. So they just instantly are going to like ding everybody. And you have to do an uphill battle to ever get your shit back, you know. That's what happened to Riley with a satire or parody. He should be totally protected because the context is like, yeah, it's based on Eric July's thing, but it's unique and a joke. It's a running gag. And he did this whole series of like, I'm going to walk uphill every day until I'm fit enough to pull up and shave Eric July. And he would do these like madman super chats, like drunk 3PO and other people to make Eric July have to like read his super chats.
Which to me, that just says he's like a really dedicated fan in a way.
Yeah, like, it's like if you really
them money,
you're not going to give them hundreds of dollars,
making his parody on them, and it's like, you know, I'm going to go shave, I'm going to get in shape and shave you. So he's getting in shape, which is something that Eric encourages that people do, and it's an obviously non-serious goal of like, I'm going to shave your arm hair.
Given everything he's given to us,
like a wrestling thing, you know.
Given everything that Riley has given us. The this whole like I gotta like take this serious. Like, yeah, you should take it serious that he's going to get some cordless clippers and grab you and shave your arm hair.
Well, it's like, again, like, could he actually do that? I don't think so. Like, Eric looks like he could probably take him on, but so it's just,
well, you never know. Big guy like Riley.
My point is, it's not a literal threat of action at all.
It would be legally an assault.
Yeah,
but it would be like, do you really want to like get this on the internet that you charge a guy with assault because he clipped your arm hair? you sound really bitch made if you went that course.
It's
like I'm making a point that you don't do. It's like I get that, just like Ben Shapiro did with that tranny, where he filed an assault charge on the tranny that like grabbed him and made like a kind of intimidation on the news with him. I get making a point, but that was a bigger context because like Ben Shapiro's making a claim about like the blackface of women's gender, you know. So it had big ramifications than like no one is living in fear that they're gonna get their arm hair shaved by a portly man from Kentucky.
No, that's kind of like my point, is that like they don't like a lot of the jokes that get said toward the Rippaverse stuff, but it's like this is like I don't know how this can be taken that seriously, but just want to play the clip so we can get the context of that for them, because some people might disagree in the chat with it, but let's.
Well, that's fine. We can talk about that. But yeah, here's the clip. All right. So he went, he was, as far as I know, he was at like a Rekieta thing or a Dick and Rekieta thing in Tennessee. So he just drove out to Dallas area and found Rippa's, one of his warehouses, and did this.
All right, Eric, ignore those super chats, you son of a bitch.
Oh, I never noticed what he did. He drew bunnies on the presidents. Oh. That's even funnier.
Eric keeps ignoring my super chats, so I brought him $50. I also vandalized his building with these stickers. We'll see what he has to say about that.
He taped money to my warehouse. I'm in fear for my employees. Oh no, they might be getting untaxed revenue from a guy from Kentucky. It's too funny. How does this happen? So the whole thing, and you'll see in this Rekieta stream, is he's talking about like, this is a private property, and it's like, well, like he took a picture because he the next day he like scheduled a detailing for his car next door to the warehouse, so it's like it's not private.
Well, and he has his logo on the outside, which is like, in terms of discoverability, most warehouses don't have those on their thing,
right?
It's just a warehouse. Like,
so yeah, Stoney, yeah, maybe it's not smart, especially given clearly how Eric interprets the loosey-goosey nature of gun laws in Texas, which they're a lot less strict than everywhere else, but they still have laws. You still have to have like a due process thought pattern to pull your weapon on someone, even in Texas. People really think it's the Wild West, and it's not. It's just they believe in the law of the Second Amendment.
The question really goes from is what he did illegal, and would it be okay if he were shot if this happened, and then somewhat
legal and somewhat not so illegal.
I think the main takeaway is I don't think he did anything illegal there, and it would not be justified to be shot or anything. But it is kind of stupid to do that. It'd be annoying. It'd be like if you worked there and this guy could just come around and stuff. Like, I don't know if there's a threat, but I'm just saying that would be weird and ill-advised.
Well, let me find this other picture to kind of help land my point about this. Let me go to his media. But yeah, he also had his Twitter taken down. I'm assuming they probably struck him on Twitter for harassment or threat to life with his series of daily video tweets of day 55 walking uphill so I can shave Eric July's arm hair.
Well, so Stoney, like as far as trespassing, like he said that he went to the building next door as well. Like it's like assumed to be a parking lot that has other businesses there, meaning like
it's a business.
When you're outside of the parking, when you're outside of the building, there's nothing illegal about being out there or even filming the building or anything. Like there has to be different actions or type of there's all these other things that have to happen before there's any concerns, I would say. And Riley didn't even dox the warehouse location, which he could have easily done, but it seems like he chose to not dox the location, which that shows some level of good faith, I would say. But I don't think that anybody would really want to say that it's good faith on that side with stuff. But considering what else could happen. He stuck money on the wall and didn't dox the location and went when nobody was there. Like, I don't know.
Well,
like,
apparently
I feel like he was
location.
literally not intending to do any actual harm. So
yeah, from what I understand from his tweet stuff, he's got this screenshot of the DMCA, whatever he got, which I guess doing this, it's all like legal stuff basically when you're filing it. So you have to have like, well, I'm in business, I'm located here to file it. So, oh, here it is. Here it is. Let me share this. Share screen. And yeah, be sure to leave a like. Help me in the algorithm. I'd appreciate it. Yeah, so this is a picture he took in Texas. He's got comically sized scissors.
Yeah, I didn't see that before, but when I saw that, I'm like, oh, that's even funnier. Like that's him. Like that image says he's not actually going to cause harm. He's being funny.
Well, it's funny because he says, I'm in Plano, pussy, at Air July. And then he has a follow-up where he says, can't block or flag me in real life, though. How do you not see this and like, wow, this is a funny progressing meme where it's like, if you would just make your stupid employee or yourself apologize for it's funny too because in like tweets, Eric has argued that about this DMCA strike for the Teespring or whatever, that oh well, like Marvel and DC would do that because you're ripping off, you're copywriting them, you're infringing on their copyright or whatever, the trademarks, which would be like, yeah, they could do that. There's so many artists on Twitter and DeviantArt, etc., that they make a name for themselves selling prints and stuff of sexy versions, not necessarily porn parodies, but just sexy, more erotic versions of their characters with no real like contextual change, just accentuating their characters in an erotic light. It's like Marvel would have every right to DMCA every artist that sells any merch that they have done with their characters. It's infringing on their IP rights, but they don't. Unless you do something egregious or you made like Spider-Man by Universal, like that would be obvious. You would kill that. But no, it's funny because Eric is dealing with this possible, we don't know the stakes so far, but he had the initial legal document served to him in regards to a trademark dispute. So, International School Ministry is like memed as ISOM. All right. So even if it's like a comic and it's totally outside the realm of their thing, I don't know, man. It seems kind of two-faced to like say this about Riley's obvious meme parody Clippaverse. The context is completely different, even though he was part of your logo, versus you're actually in a legal dispute with a church organization for the acronym ISOM. I don't see how like you don't put those two together and be like, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't do that to other people if it's such a problem for me.
Yeah.
Catch up on the chat. Phantom Menace originally had a different name until EBS christened the movie as the Phantom Menace.
I don't think it had an original name. It was just I think there wasn't a name, and that's why when he did it, it was just there. It was people, the people that don't like The Last Jedi can talk to each other, and then it became the Phantom Menace. That's as far as I could tell what it was.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to start playing actually as past that, but Rekieta actually talks about that, where it's like, well, if he was like actually defacing your property, like graffiti or something, or making like a giant sticker that would, take manpower or expenditure to remove, that would be
something that more vandalizes the property, or something that costs Eric money to deal with or time to remove, really.
Well, thank you, Ancient One.
Yeah. Like removing something from the premises as well, just some stuff like that. And again, so the point also is, again, so like in terms of legal stuff, because a lot of people that were responding to it were saying, shoot him, basically, or something if he comes by again, or this is what would have happened if somebody was there. And so this is where the conversation pretty much came out from, where it's like, well, would that even be because these are people that work there, and and Eric and stuff. It's like, if they actually thought that they could shoot them, would that be a good idea? Yes or no? And it's probably like that's just caused this whole discussion here of like, yeah, most people agree that what Riley did probably wasn't the smartest thing to do, but it's not. I don't think he broke any actual laws. But if he repeatedly does this, then I think he could be going to that territory. If he does leave some more damage or leaves more like actual threats of some kind, sure, then there's things to argue. But for now, it's just really nothing, I'd say. But I don't know.
Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna play this message. All right.
Zombie says Eric should have just ignored the guy. He comes across as someone who is very thin-skinned.
Oh, yeah, especially when he's like, I used to gang bang, and then this is like, I'm being stalked. I'm scared. I have to be scared for my employees.
It's like, the way that we kind of see it is like, this is so easy for, like, we look at somebody like EVS who he gets made fun of or trashed and tarnished all the time. That's what his life has been since he has been out of DC and Marvel and stuff. And he makes it funny usually, or like people to this day will super chat about how fat he is, or about how much he eats, or how lazy he is, or whatever. And that's he's made that fun. And then, but it's like, it just seems like that would not really happen with Erica. You mentioned a warehouse, or you mentioned just Clippers or something, and it seems like he gets actually angry about it. And it's like, dude, just have fun, play with it. Even if you don't like it, play with it, and then that becomes something to utilize as a reason people give you super chats, or that you can take a joke, or you can take something, or you take something that isn't a joke and make it a joke. Like that. That's what a lot of people do around here on the internet, right? Like,
yeah.
But I think he comes from it, and I think in the stream he says that he comes from
I
it
like that. That's a good one. Dude, this is my thing, is like, in Minecraft, ventilate this person, and whether it's actually lethal or just damaging, and see how dumb you look. Even if you get off because of the ease of Texas all compared to other states, you're gonna have to go to court and testify on defense if it got to that point, and be like, and the prosecutor would be showing evidence of like, all right, here is how this all transpired. All right, so day one, or before day one with Riley, Eric July has this clip where he's like, pull up, come, I'll be here, pull up, to I think Dick and or Vito. And so Riley gets involved and makes the meme out, I'm gonna pull up and shave your arm hair. And so then he makes the gag in this whole series of videos every day, walking up the hill, and he starts doing these very, starting to really edit the stuff really funny. And then he gets taken down, I'm assuming, I don't know why, but his Twitter got taken down, I'm assuming for harassment reporting. He probably got mass reported by Rippatards. Because these people love targeting people. Like, they're all about free speech and listen to Eric and stuff. But then you talk about them, and they're always trying to find a way to fucking get you, even though that's what SJWs do. Yeah. Black Nasser, autism off the charts. Whoa. Hey, what's up, Kekistani goddess? Wow. Wait, do you have an actual channel? Do you have content on here? I'll have to look.
Sometimes it's just for commenting on stuff.
No, but we follow each other on Twitter. She's a funny gal. Don't always agree, but I love her persona on Twitter. So thanks for joining. Yeah, we're laughing about this. It's funny because this is like comics, but we're talking more about, does the book suck if we even talk about the book? And then it's like warehouse. Look, literally, I made a stupid joke, and I'm like, let's talk about warehouses and warehouse related things. That was like a troll super chat he got on a big channel. And then literally 30 minutes later, Riley tweets that video.
Exactly. But so I think in the stream with Rekieta, I think that Eric mentions that he's trying to, I don't know if he's trying to, but he says that as a business owner with employees and stuff, he must take this seriously. Do you agree from that perspective? Because I mean,
no,
especially if I guess if let's say that he wasn't concerned, but that his employees were concerned for the stuff. What do you think would be a proper reaction to that to like an employee?
I don't know. I'd be like,
concerned about it.
Hey, you were hired by me. The reason I have made $3 million on the first comic and $2 million on the next one, I have, raised $6 million just for his comic campaigns on top of whatever revenue he's got streaming and channels and his music and the Blaze. I am an internet celebrity. This adds more exposure versus just a normal run-of-the-mill business selling comics. Even people like Todd McFarlane do not get this kind of attention daily. They have not. McFarlane more or less has not made himself his art is in front of his persona. However much he has been in the spotlight as a character on camera or making, being a producer or whatever on like the Spawn cartoons. So Eric's in like a unique position, and there's the whole parasocial stuff. Maybe he's got this idea that he's like a John Lennon, that he could get sniped or something because of his celebrity, so he's just kind of overly paranoid.
They're out to get me, literally. They're gonna try.
Maybe it's like he says I used to bang, so maybe this is like the root of everything, is he's internalizing this stuff. I don't know, because like I'm actually trying to be fair in assessing. Like I have like my take or my view. I'm like, dude, this is so silly. Just fucking apologize.
That might make some kind of sense, because like in ISOM, like the whole conflict starts because Avery felt disrespected and then caused a huge scene in the
he goes there for something
place.
Totally different, right. And then he blows it out of proportion when he has nothing to go on, and it becomes about him. That's funny because it's very womanly, and like the BLM shit and stuff. I don't know about any father figures in his life. What I've gathered a little snip, I don't think his dad specifically was in his life, but I think he had some role models. But he got into gangbanging, however, whatever criminality he actually did, I don't know. But he talks about like, I used to do some hard shit. So I'm going off what I've seen, and no, I don't watch every fucking second of this guy. But like when you see like the BLM rights and shit, and you see all these videos, whether it's a real narrative or not, you see these videos of like constantly of blacks unprovoked harassing white people. And it's definitely to a degree targeting people that are going to respond to it and be like, oh my God, get your kids out of public schools because blacks, But I think there's a reality of like, well, 70-80% of black homes don't have fathers. This is a systemic problem for decades. And so more or less kind of catch-all, you should just expect this kind of womanly nature from the average black male, because more than likely 7 out of 10 times he's not going to have a dad in his life. So I can empathize that. Like, I try to understand. So I'm like being objective on this point where it's like, yeah, it looks kind of bitch made, honestly, this overreaction. But given his background, what he has delineated to the public, maybe this is like a subconscious thing, or this is he's truly interpreting this shit. And it's not just for like internet clout or to win people in his favor, not some Machiavellian shit.
Was Riley a part of a rival gang of Eric's or something?
No, Riley's from Kentucky, as far as I know. He's a producer for Dick, or has been.
I'm thinking in terms of a movie. What would be the twist that could be revealed in season 2 or something, or in the next film?
Yeah, Colonel Morgan says, I like the book, but not because I found it to be good. Dude, legitimately, I'm excited for more ISOM.
Yeah, no,
because it's so bad. It's hilarious.
It says it's fun bad. That's how we think. That's how we see it too. We don't think it's written well, and we don't think it's a very good story, but it's funny bad. We love saying, some of it legally, some of it not so much. So legally. Or, you showed I came with respect, and then I left with disrespect, and that cannot be tolerated. That's hilarious.
Dude, he repeats it in another character unrelated.
And I saw him too. He says something.
Yeah, he says like the same kind of line, almost verbatim, where it's like, you're a respectful person, sir, but that doesn't matter to the disrespectful.
A good truck is a good truck.
A good truck is a good truck. That is like, so fucking
funny.
cringe.
There's funny bits of dialogue here and there. It's like, oh, that's funny.
ISOM is such a headache to try to like figure out, because sometimes he'll like say these little like kind of, you would say, meme black things like a right word, like stuff like that, or it'll be in someone else's dialogue related to him. But then he'll like say things so precise it sounds like a like overly nerdy white guy. So like his dialogue is all over the place sometimes.
Yeah,
or his narrations.
it confused me with one line. I was reading it just normally, and then he's like something, you're on one, and I was like, I think he's missing words in the sentence.
Oh my
He's
god,
like, no,
black man acts black. More at 11.
That's a good one, zombie.
Oh wait, Kirk patty cake. I'm gonna write that down.
Kirk patty cake. That sounds funny.
I'll look into that later. If you find me on Twitter at Angus Reviews, DM me that.
Colonel Morg said, yes, Riley is part of the West Coast Shaver posse.
Wait, where is it? Oh, I just go down. West Coast Shaver posse. Eric doesn't like constructive criticism. No, and I've been having so much fun memeing.
Yeah, so far
like the thumbnail. The thumbnail was a meme from
Ryan
earlier.
Johnson, where it's like no criticism has been valid. It's just like
yeah.
Hey,
Ryan Johnson literally had an interview with Mark Hamill on like CNN, like pop culture, whatever. Where it's like, do you think any of the like criticism in movie is like legitimate? You know, and he's like, no. Wow, it's that easy. You know, like I think if you sat James Cameron down, like, hey. I know you're building like at least 3 more movies, but this, you know, you went from unobtainium to, also there's whale oil from their brains that makes you immortal. And it's like,
yeah, some of that stuff's
that's what? And this is just like a little throwaway thing. Like, yeah, you could do more later, but it's like, I think you need, especially with like Earth is so decimated from what we understand, where it's like, Earth is in a desperation point, you know. We've like destroyed the Earth with industrialization. That's like the implication in the first 2 movies. So you can't really bypass that after you've already tried to make like unobtainium. That's what's running all this operation. Like I think the whale oil is like a way bigger thing than ores from another planet. Whatever you could
point being,
out of
there's
ores.
There's some criticism that can go even to that stuff too. People that are really good at what they do. And
yeah, I've seen.
Humble.
We were supposed to have Autistic Boobs Mint Salad on, and it was funny because I scheduled this before she blew up with that Twitter, the clip that she put on Twitter of her video. It was weird that like no, I actually just organically saw her out, given like the veto sphere and biggest problem, and then she like has this blow up. But it's funny because she's like, you know, has stated like, oh, I do these like movie reviews every day, and I'm trying to make them fresh and unique and personalize them and stuff on top of her like her OnlyFans or whatever she does. And like it's already at 100 views, but then she just has this stupid rant with her tits out about obvious problems of Star Wars. And then it's like, I think I last checked, her video's got like 19 million views on Twitter. So it's been a big. I think she had a couple thousand followers. Now she's got 20,000. You know. So I'm glad it's, you know, but yeah, it's funny because I sought her out organically. I'm not even into comics beyond my own, but I love drama. Yeah. What is Avery's superpower? It's ISOM, bruh.
It's
right.
typically the candidate response.
Oh, good one. All right, let's watch some of this and we'll start commenting. Here we go.
I'm sure they did after the fact. Our security team, we had to as a CYA.
Are you sure they did? Or
no, I'm
did?
positive. I'm positive they did. Yeah.
So okay.
They had to as a CYA. You could surely understand that, Nick.
I mean, I don't know that they had to. There's no
well,
legal
no.
requirement
I'm
for them
saying
to do
that you understand why, as a CYA, you gotta call the law boys.
I understand it would be reasonable.
Oh, I had to Google this. This might have been one of the black things because, like, I'm half black, but I didn't grow up black. If that makes sense. Clearly, if you watch
CUYA.
CYA. All right. So I looked it up. If I'm not mistaken, cover your ass. Cover your ass.
Oh, because in my head, I thought that was like a business term, maybe.
Right, like CPA. I'm like, wait. Do you mean you have like a license? Like this is a requirement because your security's licensed CYA? And so I looked it up and I'm like, oh, it's just an acronym for like I wouldn't even say a ghetto term. It's just a colloquial like cover your ass, like, well, we do this just in case. It's, yeah, it's tedious or it's a headache, but do it because you're gonna hate if you didn't. So I just had to quantify that.
Okay.
Well, did the
That
police
helps the
follow up?
context
Is there an
now.
incident
I don't know,
report?
but-
Yes, correct. Yes.
Cool. Like that's
Yeah.
a good thing. I'm
Yeah,
glad
no, it
that
is. It
happened.
again, that's as a CYA, I have to do that. I have to do
Wait,
that.
so see,
to
hold on,
really
see
understand
that context as a CYA, I have to do that. What?
Yeah, that's why I looked it up.
I'm confused.
You kept
I'm
saying it like that.
Is that like a CEO of a business? But he says as a CYA. What?
Yeah, the terminology
as
just
they
throws
cover
you
your
off.
ass. But does it mean
Huh.
something else in different context? It's like the word bet, but bet is easier to understand. But it's like it's just like why does everybody use words that don't mean shit? They cover your ass, but it Stony Mick says
You can just literally
means,
say for my own protection.
Stony Mick says CYA means cover your ass. It's a business term.
Of course.
That's the solution. You got it for us, Stony.
Yeah, of course. So, are the police going to pursue a trespass against him?
Oh, we'll see about that.
We'll see. They didn't indicate anything to you?
No, they have, but we'll see. Let's let them do their thing. Obviously, you
Okay.
understand why I wouldn't want to talk about all of that.
No, but that's fine.
Okay.
Like,
wait, hold on. Yeah. No. Hold on. Yeah. So hold on. I feel like what Eric is saying is like, okay, I think there are specific legal situations where you're not supposed to discuss it. But yeah, why wouldn't this be able to be discussed? Like
it's like you've already talked to the cops. Apparently you're already pursuing or
what needs to be secret?
I could elucidate from the way you're saying this.
It's not going well.
I'm not even dictating that. I could just the way you stated it, I would assume you're pursuing some sort of legal charge if you can on Riley. Now with like his trademark case or something, you're like the case is active, and so I can't talk about it. Like Andy Signore had something on The Biggest Problem where it's like he's actively in a suit against Netflix for the documentary about Amber Heard. I guess they slandered him, or like you said, they sniped some of his fucking video content. And
there's situations where you could be caught saying things that damage your case in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
You just tend to not talk about.
But
it
this is like the Riley put this shit on Twitter himself, so there's nothing to like hurt your case with the charge or the pursuit of the charge.
Anything said about the thing shouldn't affect the thing.
You've already reported it. There's
all
that would happen is a charge or not. It's not gonna you stating what your opinion or whatever extra details are not going to influence, or at least should not influence, letter of the law if they're pursuing something on your behalf from you reporting this. The fact that Rekieta, the lawyer, is like, no.
He didn't even hesitate. He didn't even hesitate. He was just like, I'm actually not sure why you wouldn't talk about this. Like, you know what I mean? Like as the law guy, he's like, yeah, I mean, this isn't a situation where this should be secret. I don't get it.
Yeah. So what might hurt you if you're just coming to this and you don't know the previous stuff? Rekieta goes on for like, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. He's kind of like stating like, I don't like drama, but like I am kind of roped into this. I got to like get, the discourse about, was this a joke or should Riley be ventilated for trespassing? It's like, I'm a lawyer, so let me I gotta put my 2 cents on this stuff. Since it's kind of more coming into my field versus comics or whatever. And he's friends with Dick and with Eric. And so with this, I feel like what I've seen, he's been very charitable, but he's trying to be objective. He's actually, because I saw some clips from Eric's stream, like a 13-minute clip of him ranting about Nick from a stream I guess he prior did today. And he's saying like, oh, he's trying to be neutral, but he's clearly just on Dick's side and stuff. And it's like, I don't know, man. I watched this stream and it felt like he's being very charitable as much as possible while still trying to be in like kind of lawyer mode for this drama stream. Like you're playing with the lawyer. He's in lawyer mode. He's not in like, oh yeah, I'm on the internet and let me like, dumb it down for the normies. It felt like he's kind of interrogating him on the stand, but I don't think Eric perceived that.
He's trying to actually like understand the situation and like give his honest opinion based on what he knows and how laws work and stuff. So it's like I don't know. I don't see what he would gain for being more on Dick's side or anything. Like that doesn't. I don't see what the gain would be.
Yeah. Difference between EVS and Eric is that EVS wants people to give him constructive criticism so he can prove his craft. Yeah. When have pompous as EVS can be, it's kind of populist, Trumpian kind of pitchman,
human
disc jockey,
sunbeam.
all that stuff, self-aggrandizing. At the end of the day, when he's like, I see strangers like, hey, like, I put a lot of work in this. I know I'm late and shit, but like, I really put a lot of work and I'm trying every day to learn to be a better writer. It sounds like he's very, on his toes, like, oh God, like, I don't want people to hate this. Like, I really, really want this to mean something. For me, my perspective was like, well, the first book was so great, and then the narrative shift of Cyberpunk just deadens it for me. Why I was interested. I'm still going to back this stuff. I back number 3, but I'm kind of reserving like this is just going to be a run-of-the-mill comic series of stupid sci-fi stuff with a wacky frogman with robotics. I'm fine with that. I think he's trying to put like a real effort of legacy into his work. I don't see that really standing. I think people are like, wow, like this is one of the best artists of all time. He's controversial, but you can't deny the skill he put into the artistry. That's what I think the legacy of EVS will be if leftists aren't able to like erase him, in the future for not being in the narrative, thus to be preserved in the annals objectively. But it remains to be seen. But yeah, it's like there's a real humility I see from EVS and real criticism, and he takes it. He can dish it out, but he can take it. And with Eric, it's very clear he can't.
Well, humility goes a long way. Like especially with all the stuff and flack on Islam, if he showed some humility to it, I think there would have been a lot less in general with the stuff. Yeah.
It's like, oh, you understand why I don't want to talk about this? Like, no. That was great. Oh, Rekieta, you're a funny man.
I'm not.
That's fine.
I don't determine what people should and shouldn't do. So, like, I'm not.
Okay, well, just in case some shit hits the fan, I'm good on that. But yeah, they obviously are aware of it. They have.
See, but Dalman, so when he says just in case shit hits the fan, what does Eric think could happen in terms of this? Other than
that sounds like I'm a CYA-ing for myself. So it's like
the only thing that could happen is either Riley is charged or not, like officially with whatever.
Yeah, and
like,
if he's charged, it's probably going to be a stupid misdemeanor. Maybe he has to pay a fine.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe the fine is direct damage to Eric for a couple $100.
The fine of like $150 of super chat money that he put on the wall.
Well, yeah, that makes it funny too. Because it's like I'm calling the cops because this guy came to my warehouse and left me money.
It's like we've had homeless people outside of my work puke and like sleep out there trying to like that. That's more of a disruption of business. I would think that is like more annoying. Like I've been shot at gunpoints at my store and robbed. Like and I didn't even pursue that hard. Like I was just like he's a dumb kid. Like that's kind of how I took it. But
yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say anything either way. I just I don't put words in people's mouths. I just don't do it. So okay, so they call the police. Riley's gone before police show up. Did the police show up or did they just talk on the phone?
No, they went there. They went to the building.
No, I didn't hear about that.
Wait.
I didn't hear about the police are showing up to the place.
No, earlier, just like a minute ago, Nick asked him, like, did they call the cops? And he's like, I don't know. I think they did. He's like, oh, yeah, they did. And so it's like, your story's so shifty. And then it's like, oh, yeah, the cops went there. And it's like, you just said a minute ago, I don't know. See what I mean? Like, what is going on?
Yeah, we're all there. Yeah.
Okay, again, I don't know this, so I'm just asking for clarity because it's not online. So, or I haven't seen it if it is. But so then the next question though is, you mentioned like some writings and stuff like that, and you said actionable threat, and You've used a couple things, and this is a frustrating part.
This is what I'm getting. Like, actually watch this. Just listen in my car. Is the way he's interviewing him is like, all right, I've been assigned a case, and so I'm interviewing my client, but I don't know if my client is a criminal or not. This is like how he's walking
he's
into
like,
this.
I don't know. Well,
and so he's trying to like, Eric's just saying like, oh, like take my word for it. That's how he's like talking to him. But Nick is trying to be objective and get all the details that you may think are something to dismiss as like, it's like these little details could like make or break the rule of law for your case. And so I don't think Eric understands how how Nick is questioning him. And this is one of the many problems on top of how Eric talks to people. Like, his wires are crossed.
he seems to always take it as you're trying to manipulate the direction or something, or say something. You're trying to put words in my mouth, and no, he's trying to understand what happened. I think he's trying to make it clear.
Also,
and not,
he's
not
doing this.
vague.
He's being detailed, not just for himself, but he's being detailed so to help Eric have none of his story be misconstrued.
That's what I'm. He's trying to make sure if there's any vagaries or things that are misunderstood, this is clarifying what it is, and that's how Rekieta is talking to him, trying to get not a vague answer, not a maybe answer, trying to get a straight answer, and that's for whatever things. And Eric could choose to answer them right or not, but I mean that's what he's trying to do.
Talking law, because you've said a couple of things that are terms of art in law that have specific definitions and specific.
Okay.
The way that Eric's responding,
the
way that Eric's body language, he thinks that everything that Rekieta is saying is bullshit. The way that
he's very like defensive and combative.
He's not taking anything that, even if Rekieta said, "I think you're one of the best people ever," he wouldn't care. It's just like, it's bullshit. He thinks that Rekieta's on the opposite team entirely. His body language, his body language is saying that this
goes hand in fucking hand.
He's like, here we go again.
My back and forth with Eric about why his book is trash. All right, he's like, why does it pain you people like my universe? And I'm like, well, for one, the main thing, what the fuck are his powers? And here's why I asked that, because I have no idea. In this 100-page book that is like 4.5 issues worth of a normal comic run, I have no idea in this dense book, as far as page count for one issue, what he's at risk of, because he does these crazy feats of strength or resistance or durability, and then he runs from cops. And so I have no idea if he's if the decision is an ethical one to avoid innocent cops being damaged with his strength, or if the cops are part of the state and they're bad guys, and so they could or maybe they have accept damaging weapons, or if bullets hurt him in general. This is why this matters, is like I need some definition of vulnerability to like buy into it. You don't, maybe he's interpreting, well, this is the first issue, so you gotta give me time, but it's like no. When you're putting your character in jeopardy, I need to have a sense of if this hurts him or not. And that helps me invest. It's like Superman. Well, he can pick up a car, so he's really strong. So if he gets like punched by a dweeb, like Winston from Dodgeball, and falls down from it, and then I'm going to be like, wait, he picked up a car though. Like what is the resistance of this guy?
The biggest thing I had for comparison was he got beat up by one of Darren's excepts, essentially, and then he gets damaged by one of the demon monkeys, but then he goes and fights a whole bunch of like dozens of demon monkeys at once. And so it's like, wait, so
yeah, I mentioned that too.
So how strong? So what is the damage level for him? And he got knocked out when he got landed on the car. So it's just like, I don't know. It's just that they're showing he can take damage, but it's kind of inconsistent on what is even really a threat to him. And when they show something that damages him, it doesn't damage him later. So I don't. It's just a small thing. It's just like, hey, but it means a lot in the long run with 200 pages worth of stuff.
Yeah, like you've given me 200 pages of a character. I have no concept of what he's at risk of. So like, what's the hook? Like Luke Skywalker, even though we find out he's got a legacy of Anakin, a Jedi that was with Obi-Wan in the Clone Wars, which is vague at that point in the series when we first saw it. You have an idea like, well, this kid, he's still a human. it's like, hey, run, Luke, get out of here. The searchers could shoot you and kill you. Obi-Wan, a Jedi, seasoned, gets killed by the bad guy. So Luke Skywalker's just now found out he even has this inheritance of power. And so he's vulnerable. And then episode 5 gets his fucking hand cut off. And so like that's a progression where it's like I'm understanding a risk and then you're building on it and expanding his power or his risk. I don't need it all at once, but like, just with episode 4, ignore everything else. You can understand this kid's at risk given someone more powerful in his realm is killed.
Right. Well, and
so
then
it doesn't have to be directly the character. It's just the environment and other characters related.
Just going based on what we are presented with, it's like he says that he trained his body to be more than a human essentially can do. And so it's like, so based on that, I would just assume you're really durable and then you have some super strength. But I don't know. That's
good one, Stoney. And then Zombie Box Review says, Jesus, look at Eric's arm hairs. You could use him as a Brillo pad. Yeah, but like how are you seeing him in this interview with debate, whatever, with Rekieta? It's like, yeah, like you see, everyone can see how frustrating this shit is. People in his own chat are like, you need to shut the fuck up, dude. You're hurting your own case with everything, with every instance, your book. If you're committed charity fraud, if this is trespassing and you right to shoot a guy. All of this, you sound stupid. Shut the fuck up.
Rekieta's not even digging for any of this information, really. He's just trying to get the story straight about the Riley thing, about what the cops think about that, essentially.
And if you say anything, he's like, oh, yeah, whatever. No, this is how it is. Well, and so it's like, seeing this helps more encapsulate my, like, hitting my head on a wall, trying to, like, because I say like, oh, here's a litany of where I'm proving I've read your book. These are things I've seen. This is why your book is trash, because this is like the key of my interpretation. Please clarify if I'm wrong.
Well, it's like that's the thing.
And he's like, you're just venting personal problems.
It's like that's
you're moving the goalposts. I'm like, no, this is directly tied to why your shit's trash.
If it was other creators, they would just answer the question. And not condescend you about it.
They would either answer or they'd have a non-answer like, well, you're gonna have to see the next book, which has been his whole thing. Well, you'll have to find out. It's it's calculated. And it's like that only goes so far, dude, especially with the page count you're giving people. You don't have the leeway, given how you chose to present your series, you don't have the leeway that Todd McFarlane does with Spawn, where it's a progression, it's a mystery you're learning with the character. Spider-Man, also I don't think it's fair to use the old startup comics like Spider-Man or Fantastic Four, which even them they give explanation like, well, here's how they got their powers, so they can do some crazy feats respectively. Each person, they have their role, they have their weaknesses. When you look at Reed Richards, he's a stretchy man. So he can make himself weird, stupid shapes and stuff and reach places, but you don't think he's immune to bullets.
Well, there'd probably be
makes sense if he runs from a cop.
Like 7 issues until maybe that happens, but that'd still be within like the terms of I saw him 1 or 2 by that point. Like
it's like wise. I only know he can't fly. That's all I know.
Well, it's like in the length that he's super strong. I don't know how that makes as much sense. He says he trained himself to do it, so.
So he's one punch man.
So like I can imagine his top strength probably being as strong as like a gorilla. So like I don't know.
Whoa.
Like, no, I'm not being offensive. I'm sorry. I have to explain that. I think of like strong lifting. They're usually described as 4 times stronger than the average, like a strong
than the average ISOM.
Than the average guy. So would say gorilla 4 times stronger than that. That's what I'm referring to compared to human strength. That's what I would think that he means, that he could like take. That's too funny. Yeah,
I had to. You left it there.
I accidentally walked into the door. That was right there.
All right, let's continue.
What it exactly is that I mean.
Yeah, thank you.
The weirdo has made it abundantly clear that he absolutely plans to continue to appear, right, wherever I'm at. And yeah, he's talked about this old gay shit of trying to shave someone's body and all that other gay shit, which is, again, that's fucking weird. But nonetheless.
Do you think he's going to shave you?
Do I? Huh?
Do you think he's going to?
I don't know what the guy would attempt to do. I would hope.
The fact that he sounds so straight faced.
The lawyer is like, "Do you think this man will shave you?"
I gotta clip that. That was priceless. You think he's gonna shave you?
What did he do to you, Timmy? Sorry, that sounded funny because he's so straight about it. Just like,
hope like hell nobody would come up to me with a fucking razor because I'm gonna have to act accordingly. That'd be fucking goofy.
Stupid, right?
Yeah, that'd be stupid. But you just admitted that he's a fucking idiot earlier. So
All right.
So,
he's like, I'd have to act accordingly. He's insinuating he'd pull his gun because you have clippers to clip my arm hair. And it's
the
like
intent isn't even to harm you; it's to shave you.
I don't. It's like, that would count as assault.
You would have the
that
right
would count as assault,
yes.
But like the way he talks, especially when he's like, "Oh, I carry even when I'm not supposed to. It's why I wear baggy clothes." He like bragging about like illegally carrying in certain places, whatever that means. I don't know. I don't know where. I guess if you went to Walmart, they have a sign posting no weapons, but he's still carrying. I don't know how concealed carry license works with a store stating no carry.
You've got to carry guns with you because somebody might try and shave you.
Yeah, it's just like this. I don't. Maybe legally that would pan out and you'd be fine, but no one will let you hear the end of you killed a guy because he tried to clip your arm hair. It's like it doesn't feel like eye for an eye.
I feel like the context. I mean, if somebody's coming at you with razors or scissors, though, I mean, I can see the interpretation of it, but yeah.
If it was actual scissors, like just personal scissors, and then it's like, oh, you might try to stab me. Yeah, okay, but if it's clippers, that could be, if he actually has clippers and then you shoot him because he's going to shave you, that I feel that's excessive. Even if it was legal, it's like, and yeah, you would never hear the end of it from haters, and you'd probably make new haters that did support you. Where it's like, wow, look at the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. We saw the video a year before the trial, and it was pretty clear, unless you bought into rhetoric of the left and their spin on things, or trying to bring technicalities of state line shit, which doesn't really apply when the kid lives in both areas.
Well, it's the kind of thing where how justified are you to end somebody else's life, essentially? And like, if somebody were to step on your yard compared to try to break into your house, like, there's differences in lethal force outside.
Imagine going to trial and you get a liberal. He's in the Dallas area, so I'm sure there's liberal process. Doesn't matter, like Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Austin. Even though you're in Texas and you got these laws for the state, these are liberal cities. These are the blue areas that are battleground areas for a red state. That it's like, for a while, it looked like Texas might have went to Biden for a while during the vote in 2020. So don't assume because you're in Texas that a liberal prosecutor is not or assistant DA is not working in Texas and trying with their career to go against the grain of Texas law and push the boundary back blue. So that's the other factor in this. Like, you're not in Sherman, Texas, or close to where I'm from. You're not in like Texarkana. You're in Dallas area. So
yeah.
You're not just gonna have good old boys being prosecutors. You're gonna have some, it's also like a college town, same as Austin. Joe Rogan's in Austin, Tech's moving to Austin. So you get these more collegiate jobs. They tend to be liberal bent people, There's a lot of people leaving California, coming to Texas and Florida, and they're going to the cities. And so Be aware of that too.
Stoney says, "We have never seen a gorilla at peak performance. They don't have steroids or bench pressing." And then Karen says, "Show me where he touched you." Zombie box says, "I saw him 3.
Show me on the stall where the razor touched you."
I saw him 3 villain should be Gillette razor.
Oh. Hey, what's up, Tina? Bad take, Bajan. That's cool. No, we're just reviewing this.
There's more comedy in this than I thought there would be. Honestly,
yeah,
unplanned. He's like, do you think he will shave you? As a lawyer, that's gotta. I'm surprised Rekieta didn't burst out laughing.
Hold on, let's play it
again. That's fucking weird. But nonetheless,
do you think he's gonna shave you?
What, huh?
Do you think he's going to?
I don't know what the guy would attempt to do. I would hope like hell nobody would come up to me with a fucking razor because I'm gonna have to act accordingly. That'd be fucking goofy.
Stupid, right?
Yeah, that'd be stupid. But you just admitted that he's a fucking idiot earlier. So All right. So yeah, 100%. we can't pull it past him that he would try to actually do some old stupid shit like that.
Well, so hold on. Okay, so he just said because he thinks Riley's stupid that he could try to kill me.
Yeah, I think this is also a thing. Whoa. You being an internet personality, someone is going to make sure if it went this way, they saw all these clips where it's like, all right, this isn't just a stranger. You know this guy on the internet. He's made himself known. He's trolled you in person at your business. And his whole gag this whole time has been shaving you. So that would also come into account of like premeditated for an argument if to charge. So that is, I feel like that's just rational line of thinking that like that could be a perspective of an attorney, of a prosecutor.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to see him do
because you see how he's like, oh yeah, this guy is silly.
so like I would so if I were to try to be a devil's advocate for Eric here with that, I would say that having like the escalation, I guess, of it being parody on the internet of Twitter and then going in person to his place would be a little concerning, but I say a little and not illegal. So it like that would personally if at my job, like if there's some troll on Twitter, whatever, and then they went to my work and they didn't do anything illegal, but they went there, I'd be like, okay, well, will they dox my location? Will they try to follow me somewhere when I'm not noticing them? Like, but I feel like that's just a paranoia you have when you're online in general, right? Like
this feels like SpongeBob
in general.
It's Eric is like, he's gonna shave my arms. And they're like, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, Riley?
Premeditated shaver. Ancient One's back. What's up, Ancient One? What's up, Curtis? Tina, everybody in the chat. What's up, guys? I'm sorry, we're having more fun with this than we thought. But yeah, I'm trying to see it from his view at the most like level, and it's like, yeah, that would be weird, but I feel like him and his whatever his background is, probably this would be such a minor thing. I would think like it sounds like he's had worse in his past. Like you said, he was. When you say banging, I assume just gang banging.
Yeah, I assume maybe he's in a gang. Maybe he had guns or whatever illegal,
or not, or even if it was other groups of people that are
maybe
not gangs,
maybe he
or whatever
intimidated people or had
like,
some kind of gang turf warfare stuff, and maybe slung some crack rocks or something. And he's always talking about crack smokers. I think that's such a like a meme that he says, not just to diss people, but like. That was like he's internalized that from his life, you know, where it's like, oh man, crack smoker, you know. It's too often a thing. I don't think it's just a like, oh yeah, like Chappelle. It's like, no, I think he's experienced this, and this is like an insult for him personally,
right,
from life, you know. And it's not me dissing or advocating for his perspective. I think it's just what I can put together. You know, this is an assumption.
Yeah,
there might be.
Again, clarifying, because I'm just trying to have all the facts here. So the threats have entailed showing up where you are and presumably in public places. Like, for example, if you're going to go to a convention, he'd show up at a convention.
Well, that I don't know. I don't know exactly all of where because obviously the line that he's willing to cross is going to a place where we have my employees. So maybe he would show up to me somewhere else or something of that nature. But really, that's not the issue. I can handle myself and I can protect myself if some weirdo wanted to run up on me. In fact, I invite that if there was something that a conversation.
I'm curious if he's paranoid that somebody's trying to get him. Like, is this what he thinks? Like, does he think that people are really trying to get him? I mean, they might. I don't know. Like other people, just in general, like people we don't know about that aren't internet folk. I don't know.
Again, yeah, like with the
I feel like I wouldn't want to approach him at a convention. He might try to get you. I don't know. I don't know what he'll interpret as anything. I don't know.
You said my comic's bad, and that's like in Texas warrants me to draw my weapon.
If putting stickers on your property equal, it's all good if I shoot you. Like I don't know what is the
well, it's like, all right, where does this go? Like, because like I buy some, and then I'm like, hey, will you sign this? The book sucks. I need your signature. It's so great. I hate it.
And that's actually
and he's like, that's my property. Blam, blam, blam.
Would he be? I feel like if you're confident enough with it, you'd be like, all right, yeah, you didn't like it. Okay, I'll sign it. Whatever. That's all good, man. That's fun. Like, but I think he would get offended.
Well, like because like that's been the thing in Comicsgate and the parallel sphere, the congruent sphere that Eric's in, and it's like, oh man, like hey. You want to say stupid shit and pay me for it? Like, cool, keep the super chats coming. Like, you're a fucking weirdo. I've seen the clip Riley had before when he had his old account, and he kind of angled it. It's like, look, these people will say anything if you pay them. It's all they care about. So I was like, he was having commentary by making them, paying them to dance.
Yeah.
He's like, these people are whores. With the super chats. But now it's like, oh, you're not even going to read my super chats, and I gave you the money, and this is kind of like the social trust we have on this platform.
Right.
So I get the affront there. But yeah, let's continue.
Fear. I'm all for that. Like, if I'm at a con, you want to have a discussion with me, that's fine. Don't show up to my house. And do not show up to a place of like that I got employees. That's the only, I feel like that's a reasonable thing, a reasonable ask.
So you're okay with people coming up to you randomly in public, but not coming up to a place of business?
Correct. Yeah, because that's dealing with other people that aren't me.
I mean, but did he deal with anybody that wasn't you?
Well, I have people that work there, right?
Right. Did he deal with it? You said no one spoke to him.
Right. Well, what it is that I'm saying is that he's appearing at a place that I have other people work at, Nick. So whether he
hear you,
that's the only point it is I'm making. So don't come to my house.
He just kind of like pressed his eyes, like, yeah, I get that.
Rekieta's like, now reveal the information you've been withholding.
It's like, so no one was at risk, is what you're saying,
right? He said where my employees are, and he's like, you mean where they weren't? Because they weren't there. Like he was at a building that was empty. Like.
Yeah, he's it's like Rekieta's playing a fine line here, because some of his, like with this right here, this is kind of like cross-examination of a witness on a stand, versus other stuff he's been trying to guide him as like, I'm taking in a client and I need to get his story straight, all the details that he may have overlooked. And so he's kind of doing both roles to try to stay fair. And so as much as he's trying to
to try to be serious, he's trying to really understand this point. He's trying to not have there be any misconstruing of events. Like he's like, just to be clear, this is this and that. He's like, yeah.
So a thing, depending on your school of thought, a lawyer, they could be someone's like, I don't want to represent criminals. All right. That could be like their ethical boundary. And so they're not going to do criminal defense unless they would take a case because they think this guy is actually innocent. Like Kyle Rittenhouse, he was on the defense. And so criminal lawyers had to defend him as a non-offender of breaking the law. All right. And you could do it just for money because it's a high stakes public, circus court case. Or it could be like, I believe in the Second Amendment and this kid from all the footage is clearly innocent. But other people just do it for money. And so it's like, I don't care if my clients are guilty. I believe in just everyone's right to legal counsel in criminal cases. And so I do it indiscriminate if you are, but regardless, prosecution or defense, whether it's civil or criminal, whoever you're representing, you're trying to put them in the best light. And so you try to get all the facts so you're prepared to spin, like you see in the news. I'm sure there's lots of lawyers behind the scenes at news organizations like, how do we spin this? How do
I feel like that's why
right?
Court dramas are so engaging, because
right,
you can't really just write. You can write them, but you also don't need to write them because
it's the classic. Well, what were you wearing that night? You know, it's like you got to try to poke holes in the if you're defending a guy charged for rape or assault of some kind. This would be like the classic angle. It's what everyone goes to. It's like, well, look at what you're wearing. You're clearly asking for it, you know. And then you actually got, and now you're trying to cry about it after
you walk through the dark alley at 2 a.m. in a bikini. Why?
It's not that fucking simple.
I know,
but it's like the rationale of like.
But if you're a
taking
lawyer,
down,
you need to try to figure out what if you're trying to defend you're trying to defend the guy. You got
to it'd be like, all right,
you can go with. But
if you could prosecute bears, you know, where it's like, all right, Mr. Bear, was this assault or self-defense? And it's like, well, they came on my property. I live by this tree. And how could I not attack him? He was covered in honey. That's part of my main diet. He's literally asking for me to lick him. Like,
well, it's like, I guess like a simpler one is like when people like film people, for example. Like a lot of people don't want to be filmed, and so they get really angry, and they will sometimes claim that like if you're on a certain property, you can't film here. And I think that's extremely rare where you're just not allowed to film people, because like anybody can film pretty much anything. There's nothing really illegal.
So like
there's very specific things that would have to be at play, or if it's a consistent type of stalking, you can be outside of somebody's building and like, you know, and you can just be out there and they can't really do anything about it because they're not breaking the law. They're not, and it depends on the actual actions that they do that would be the problem. Essentially, it's like, and like again, there has to be more to happen, I think, for there to be something to worry about. But
yeah, it's silly. But this is fun.
Don't come to a place of business. That's the only position it is that I have. If you want to
don't come to a place of business,
it is, just don't do any weird shit. I have to act
accordingly. That already sounds weird to me. Don't come to a place of business.
Like, but Riley has some business with you. You didn't read his super chats.
Like he went to get his car detailed and just, hey, there's the Rippaverse. Wow, I didn't even know. Like that could have been how that went. Like just literally, is that a sticker? Wait a minute, what? That could have been a total accident for all I know.
Someone left money on my warehouse. Someone get the cops right now. Also, Mr. ANCAP calling the cops, calling the government. Seems a little two-faced. It's one thing for Eric to have to like register his stuff. Like there's just like, well, I'm a citizen of this country and I'm forced essentially at gunpoint, you know, given, you know, it's like, well, if I don't do these things, they will use force to take away my livelihood or whatever. So I have to comply given my stature versus the government. This is like the chagrin of, you know, a libertarian ANCAP, whatever. So it's like, I'm not going to stickle or what, you know, whatever the right term is, nitpick Eric for having to do legal processes.
Right.
But
of course,
calling the cops when you're Second Amendment ANCAP, you know, and you're calling the government, his thing was like, well, I got to cover my ass or whatever. And it's like, I don't know. It sounds from Nick's asking is like, well, you don't have to, like,
right. I forgot what I was gonna say. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's continue.
If it's any weird shit, but yeah, coming to like a place where I got employees and all that, I feel like
I think he's okay. So about don't come to a place of business. I think he just means like if you're gonna troll, don't go to where my other people are. Is what he means. I took it as like don't come to my business. I was like, that sounds weird to say as a business owner. But,
yeah,
I assumed. So I guess that was a confusing thing too, sort of. Like I've seen like most warehouses, I don't even know if they're active or not because there's usually nothing that advertises what is inside, usually, but he has a sticker outside or a logo that's like, yeah, Rippaverse. It's like, huh. So like, I know that like Geeks and Gamers headquarters, they have like, I think they have like a logo outside too. It's probably not like a publicly stated location, but it's like somebody could see it,
put it together, or look it up,
Like-
and like, oh, that's them, and
or
they're
literally
Nazis.
accidentally stumble upon it and just be like, oh, that's where that is. Wow, okay, but
Oh, it's like he probably has it there, so if he has deliveries,
they know
they'll see
where to
the
drop it
video.
off at the right place,
Yeah.
which that makes sense too to actually do.
But again, that is inherently an advertisement for your public business.
yeah,
Well, it's a private business, but it's like it's in the public sector, more or less.
that's what gets kind of iffy about it sometimes. Like again with the parking lots or something, it's like, well, I don't know. You've got to have like if he had a fence that was no trespassing, and like obviously it's meant to keep people out, and somebody goes inside of the fence, then that is more of an intent to like trespass onto your property.
I don't know
if it's in a parking lot and you are just around the building. That's not really if the guy was loitering around there, like sleeping outside. At some point he could have a citation, and so the guy can't sleep there anymore. That's like the legal terms that they'd have at best doing with this. But he hasn't done that yet. So like it's got to be there's got to be more time, a consistency, an actual thread. There's got to be more there. And we've had to kick homeless people out of my subway. Like they try to sleep outside of the door. And like the customers were getting deterred by it. He tried to approach them to get money from them. He's like, this is a problem. So yeah, cops like, yeah, that's not cool. So booted him out.
Drawing the line. You have no business being over there.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So getting back to it, the question is the threats are showing up in public, which you now say you invite. So that can't be a threat then, right?
Yeah. Say what?
Where you are,
say what?
You said you're okay with
Well,
it.
I'm okay.
Was he not listening to him?
Well, I think he got caught up.
You just said y'all can approach me. Don't approach that. Okay, so it's not really a threat. If
You're
somebody
saying
says,
this in public on YouTube,
I'm going to meet you. You just said I could meet you, so that's not a threat. If I say I'm going to meet you, that's interesting. Okay, just keep playing. That's wow.
It's
I like his double take. Wait, what? What I say?
Okay with that. I don't know what it is that he wouldn't do, but I would still act accordingly. Make no mistake. Like I have no idea to what
What if you just wanted to shake his hand? Like, what if you just said, "Hey"? How would I don't know what Eric means by act accordingly in all these situations, because the way he's reacting to this, I don't know what he'd react.
Well, it's funny because when this
saw Riley in public, like I
when
don't
the
know what
Vito shit took off with him and the review and everything before the flash stream, he was acting on big, saying like, "Oh, you want to like hash? I'm gonna be at this convention. Pull up," And so that's that. Like it sounded more than just Dick and Vito. It sounded like, "Hey, you got a problem? You come pull up, find me in Dallas. We can hash it out," or whatever he said. Like he's invited this, and whether he wants to remember it or not.
Even if he means he wants to have a discussion, you're not clarifying that. You're implying a confrontation, not
remember that
a conversation.
Remember that magic meme I read to you? I think this between you and me kind of comes into play.
Right.
Well, that guy that said that was a totally different guy.
That wasn't me.
Didn't do nothing.
For anybody that I don't trust, I'm cautious and I'm wary. I'm aware of my surroundings. If it was cordial, all right, bet that. But if I got any sniff that it was anything but that, then I have to of course act accordingly. But that's not what it is that we're dealing with. We don't even need to be speaking in hypothetical situations.
It's like, why did he say
it? At minimum,
why did he say y'all can come at me? Like with that,
it's the way Nick looks here. It's just like, yikes.
Well, it's like because Nick's like, oh no, you're digging. You got the. I didn't even give you a shovel. Where'd you get that shovel from, Eric? What are you doing? Stop digging. Stop digging.
Where'd you get that hole? We're in a store.
The guy's willing to, and he has, because he actually has. It's not that he's willing to show at a place that I have employees and stuff working in. That goes for anybody uninvited that they don't want there. That you can't do that.
So you have lawyers that you talk to about this situation. Like that's when you're saying our guys, you're talking about a legal team, right?
Yes.
Have they advised you to put? I don't say what they've advised you to do. If they have not advised you to put up privacy signs on the open road that you can go into the parking lot with, like, again, you may need some counsel on some of this stuff that is
that's not the point of contention, man. Like him, well, look, I'm not oblivious to the fact that no matter where it is that I'm out, that also appears to my applies to my house. Someone somewhere at some point is going to figure out where our various locations are at, so, and how to get to them if they actually want to. That doesn't matter who it is that you are. That's not the issue. The issue isn't simply that, oh, a guy knew it where it was that we were at. It's the problem is that someone's willing to go out of their way to, whether it be for a long-standing gag or whatever it is, showing up at a place that I have other people working and employees. And again, I can't treat that like he wouldn't do anything else.
Right, pause it. Okay, I get the concern, but the fact that it's just like, was any employee there? No, it was at night where there clearly isn't any employees. Is this a public parking lot? Yes. Is the guy actually threatening? He put stickers of money up there. I just don't understand how this can be hit as
it feels
like
dubious.
I just don't.
It feels like purposely obtuse interpreting Riley, because he is a opposition to some degree to Eric, and he has a internet beef. That's how it reads, and I feel like streams like this, if people collected them and his clips discussing all this stuff, discussing Nick and everything, and Riley, that would hurt him, because if it escalated to ventilation, I feel like this would be pertinent evidence of like, there's no reason this guy should react in this way, given his knowledge of this guy directly at him. It's not just a stranger, pow, 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 I'm scared. It's like, you know this guy is. I feel like that would come into play, or at least it'd be an angle against him.
Yeah, it's not
whether it would stick.
It's not some anonymous person. You have no idea who they are. You have no idea what they're willing to do. This seems like the guy is just having.
It feels very Boogie 2998, where that Frank House guy kept egging him on, and he found where he was, came to his house. And Boogie, if you would have shot him,
he got a pistol out. Oh my god, yeah, he fired at the air, I think.
He's like, I'm gonna fire a warning shot. He's like, I'm gonna do it. He's like, do it. He's like, I'm going to, and then pow, and it's like, oh damn! If you just shot him, you would have been safe. But no, you shot a warning shot in the air,
and now
you hit anybody.
Well, and you're in more trouble with that.
You actually had complete control.
Yeah,
of the situation, you would have no problem.
Once you fire the gun, now the situation is different than what it was before.
He fired the warning shot. You don't fire warning shots. Maybe if you're out in country, no one's gonna get you on that. But like in town, just no. If you pull a gun and you fire a shot,
that's what I'm saying.
Self-defense.
That's what I'm saying. As soon as a bullet is out of the gun, in terms of you shot it, the situation is not as it was before, and now it is escalated to different. Escalated.
Well, that's the thing, is like Boogie had full reign to shoot him, but again, the warning shot is what got him. Well, whatever penalty.
Personal thing. When I got robbed at gunpoint at my store, it would have been one thing if they just had the gun out and then I gave them the money, but they shot it at the ceiling and then pointed it at me. That is what got them more time in jail. Like
because they're already doing a crime, but then the shot escalates it.
Yeah, that makes it more of a threat as well in general when they're out, because they fired the weapon, and it's like, ooh, so that changes it. So I feel like Rekieta is concerned that Eric might be like that. He might be trigger happy. Who knows? Like, I don't know. It's hard to tell, because the way that Eric responds to these things is like to DEFCON highest level with all these things. It's like, okay, I don't know. Like, if he showed some sense of humor or something, then I think people wouldn't. I feel like there'd be less people that try to egg him, and then tired of all these jokes. Then just turn the jokes around. Like, but he takes it all with the full serious approach, and then it's like I don't know, like what I don't know what to take from that.
Yeah, even brandishing. Like, I just saw this clip yesterday or today. There's this I guess this YouTube channel or TikTok or something called like Trademarks. And so they just go around like grocery store parking lots and try to catch people not putting their carts away. and he goes
Like
up to
the
this
ice cream
he goes up
cart
he goes up
place.
to this work van, like electrician or something like that, plumber van. He's like, "Hey sir, your car's gonna go there, right?" And he's like, "Well, I'm here with Trademarks, and I'm gonna give you a citation. You're getting this thing on your car as a magnet. Does no harm to the car, or whatever, but technically that'd be like graffiti or whatever, defacing the vehicle. It's not your property. You have some home laws, if I'm not mistaken, applied to your car. So that's where it gets shaky of like, well, I'm in my car and if you like slept in like a Kroger parking lot, well, Kroger could say, get the fuck off. And then they can call the cops if you don't, even though it's your personal vehicle, that you're on their space. So they can haul your personal property off of theirs. Cause you kind of, they have the precedent essentially, even though it's like, but technically it's both your properties. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like the parking lot's theirs. It's there for customers. You stay over an allotted time. They can be like, "Hey, you're loitering. Get the fuck out." And then the cops get involved because it's like their rights supersede yours in your POV. But yeah. Anyway, the guy's like, "Hey, get the fuck away! Don't do it." And he's like, "I'm going to do it." And then he like pulls out a pistol and racks it, and then he like takes off like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Oh man, it's like I've had people threaten a weapon, but that's the first time one's been pulled on me. And then like he's like looking around, and then he like chases down a cop. He's like, "Yeah, we got him." He's like, and then it's like, "Yeah, so I talked to my supervisor, and he's like, given the law here, I don't know if it's in Texas or not, but he's like, given the law, it's like, even though he like pulled a weapon, given the circumstance, video show me, there'd be no charge on him." Like if he shot that guy for putting the magnet on his car, he would have been justified. It sounds like from the cop talking to him, what his supervisor said, his chain of command about the law. So it's like, yeah, he could have just shot you and he would have been fine. So so it's like you see that stuff and you think of Texas, where it's like, oh, they're pretty lenient on all their gun laws and stuff and protecting the citizens' right with defense more so than trying to charge people for pulling weapons. So it's like, I don't know. This is really the whole debate is like, would he be justified or what is security? Eric has security, which honestly, it's a comic company. You got a warehouse of comics.
Wait, so he has security at the warehouse?
Yeah, he's stated.
Oh, well then, so the employees are taken care of a little bit,
right? If your non-security employees are actually under duress because of this guy, it's like, oh, your security's not doing their job. No one was fucking there. I feel it's not really necessary to have. I mean, maybe like I don't know. There's like international or national or international businesses I've been, a guard at before, and we're unarmed. Like we're there just to call the cops, pretty much, and like just be like eyes on, But
it all depends.
People with like
happens,
actual, not that Eric doesn't have like an industries building or whatever, but like people with actual, years and millions of dollars of multiple locations, international business, even they are just like, it's not worth hiring gunned men for our merchandise. And these are companies that have like anti-terror clearance ratings, so they have like more checks they have to like tick off on the box for whatever standards they have or business they do, and they were hiring unarmed security. So it feels excessive that a comic warehouse has fucking armed security. I don't think people are out to like, oh, we're gonna raid the Rippa warehouse. We're gonna.
I mean, I'd say at best probably have security cameras, maybe. In general, probably good.
It just feels like a wasted expenditure. You could probably, because it's a business park, I'm sure there's probably a roving about, security for that complex. Like maybe one business has it. You could probably just like chip in and jump in on the same contract or start your own contract for that same.
I think you can call 311 or something and have like a cop patrol the area if it's at night and you're going home and you're.
Well, yeah, you can do that, but actual people devoted to like your area.
Well, no, you're right.
Mall security.
I think that some places will have them patrol the parking lots because some people will like be trying to sleep in the parking lot for days, or technically loitering around or using up a space for like a long time, so squatter, like sort of squatting, but not, I don't know if that's the right term for that. Yeah, you gotta boot him out. Exactly. But no, now you got me thinking about he's got to have warehouse defense systems, like have trapdoors, have lasers, have like false entrances or something.
Yeah, it's like I've worked in some warehouses as security or as a worker, or now I'm like in the sort of contractor business where warehouses and production sites hire us, and so we come in, sign in the gate, let us in, whatever. It's already an established business deal. So it's like, oh, this is those guys. Okay, yeah, let them in, sign in, do your job, get out. I don't know, just having armed security sounds like he has multiple guys. It just sounds excessive, honestly, for a small comic company. He's successful, apparently. I don't know what his overhead is. If he's with all the expenditure, I don't know how much money he actually has because he's invested so much back into it. So that also, I don't know if they ever talk about this in this stream, but I know they talk about charity stuff, and that is questionable to say the least. We'll get to that whenever it comes up. I don't know where it comes up at, but yeah, I feel like it seems like maybe he's taking in way more overhead, especially with this $5 fire sale for Ice on One. Get it for $5 in shipping. It's like, whoa. Imagine if you're someone that backed it for $35.
Let's get. I want to get to the part where he mentions the charity thing and the pricing on that.
That's just weird.
Which is why I'm suggesting that you should talk to your counsel about the reasonable aspect of putting up signs indicating it's not publicly accessible.
With which we can do that, but that's not really the point. That's not the point of contention here. That was never anything that was argued at any point.
Probably will be on that trespass.
I don't know what he doesn't understand with this. I don't know what he doesn't understand with that. So when he keeps on saying like that's not what anybody has ever mentioned and has been. It's like no, dude, Eric. The point is you said that you have private property, but it's like but you don't have anything.
Your warehouse is private, but it's in a public business park. You don't own the park.
You keep on like saying that you would have the right to defend it, but like not based on what Riley has done. No, so it is important to have the trespassing thing there to like so that you can have more on your side. Rekieta's throwing you bones to help you with that, is what it seems to be. Like,
it's funny.
Make sure there's no way that this can be misconstrued to where you're in the wrong, like for the future. Like, so you have all your things taken care of like that. Having that.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier.
That would make sense.
It's funny because I was trying to think, and I got on this tangent about Better Call Saul. I was trying to think of like an example of a bad lawyer, and it's like I don't know of a bad lawyer in cinema, shows or film. There's like the bad guy,
She-Hulk.
Well, that's not even a law show.
They don't even know law.
Well, we were wanting to do a law show, but then we realized we don't know anything about the law.
That doesn't even count because they don't even know anything about the law to do that. So, that's a asterisk at best. But yeah.
Straight law shows or anything law related. So I've never seen a like bad lawyer in a show, because you gotta think just the effort you gotta do just to get the bar exam passed before you even go for your state bar for a firm or whatever, be a public defense, whatever the case. So that's like, it's actually a funny thing is I've never seen just like quack lawyers in cinema. It's always just they're the loser of a case because your hero, like Legally Blonde, she had just a strange insight from her life that a conventional lawyer wouldn't have.
I assume Cousin Vinny had something similar, right? He's kind of like
Cousin Vinny. Oh, that's so. I don't love that movie, but I do kind of appreciate it now that I've seen it. He's not a bad lawyer, but he had trouble passing the bar. So he after his 8th time he passed, and so he's actually illegally practicing because he's not like sanctioned for a state yet, from what I understand watching the film. Or maybe he just passed in like New York, or maybe he passed the national, but he's not actually clear. So he's bullshitting everywhere he goes. And he's like on the fly having to learn a different state's law. So it's like, is he actually even clear to practice? I think they have a point because like it's considered like one of the best law films for it gets so much stuff right, according to lawyers. And if I'm not mistaken, he has to like interview in chamber with the judge, who is Herman Munster from the Monsters, for him to accept him as like unconventional or out of state, representation for his cousin and his cousin's friend, who are charged with murder. And so they're like arrested in a state like Alabama, I think. And so he does like some shenanigans, then he's like learning on the fly specific state law regarding this, and not presidential, but like cases that set precedents for his stuff. And his girlfriend ends up helping him because she remembers something he says and helps him find, so it's like it's a collective effort. But yeah, like that's like that's probably the worst case, because he's like just starting, or like Rainmaker, where it's like he literally just passed the bar, and then the opposing counsel, hotshot lawyer for insurance company, stands in as his like for him to take the oath to start practicing, and then he thinks he's going to like bulldoze him, but this kid's actually fucking smart, and he underestimated his opposition.
It's about knowing as much as possible about the entire type of scenario and preventing it in the future if you can, learning off.
Well, yeah, it's funny because like I was trying to think of an example to be like, whoa, it sounds like Eric's got quack lawyers that are just telling what he wants to hear, and thus practicing bad law. It's like they're just making money off this guy. It sounds like it's not that they're properly representing him. Because again, regardless of what your intent is as a lawyer, your ethics or your pursuit of money or whatever, or just upholding the principles of the Constitution for clients, regardless of their guilt, you should be trying to give them fair outcomes. Like you're kind of ethically bound, like a doctor's ethically bound to preserve life. More or less, lawyer, whoever he's representing, he's already agreed to the contract. If something comes up, they can break and tell you, like, you need to find someone else to represent you. I don't feel comfortable doing this, or whatever.
There could be biases in the way sometimes.
But yeah, you have that confidentiality with them. I don't know if you even can. It'd be like very slim things you could even break that confidentiality if you were called it to testify. I think that's been a petition for Trump. Is like they've like tried to get his lawyers to it's like, I can't do that. It's my client.
Right.
Like if it'd only be if you were like some Better Call Saul shit, where it's like you are part of a criminal enterprise for your client, so that gets shit because like you're an active agent in conspiracy. So
they go down.
That would be like where, from what I understand, that would be like where that would be, I guess, a gray area. But yeah. Anyway.
The point on the trespass.
Well, again,
like if I was his lawyer, I would say,
right, okay, yeah.
There's a publicly accessible road and an open driveway that you can drive into.
That's not all the issue it is that I have here, Nick. The issue is not that he was able to even get over there. That's not the point of contention by any means. So while I understand what it is that you're saying, as far as, I would advise you to do all this and that.
I mean, it's a point to prevent it in the future from ever having any.
The way he's like, oh yeah, you like, I would advise you, blah, blah, blah. He's like just dismissing like, he's not a Texas lawyer, but like he's covered national cases of other states. He's invested learning other states' laws to
well, he makes that
argue
clear
his interpretation.
He makes that clear at the beginning of his streams that he if he doesn't know something, he's going to try to understand it as best he can. This is as much that he knows and what he's dug into. He seems to enjoy learning about specifics in law, essentially.
Yeah, he's kind of unconventional compared to like other YouTube lawyers, like Legal Eagle.
The advice he's giving could prevent the same situation from happening in the future. That's what Rekieta is saying. Like, if you didn't have it before, you should get it now. So the next person that comes up and wants to stick money on your things has now there are visible signs that you are trespassing. You have
done the correct things to warrant escalating.
You are
to trespassing charges and other things.
I don't know the term but it's somewhat like working backward. You're discovering these problems so that
he's reverse engineering.
You've got to reverse engineering. You've got to think of what happened and what can happen and try to prevent things from happening by taking steps to prevent that. And if the answer is just I'll shoot him, if they come near me, it's probably not, if they come on that property. And I'm not
it's like the bad man where he's like,
but he implies it heavily that they would be in the right for it.
I will kill them.
Because he's saying, and with him saying that Riley's broken laws by doing this and whatever, like, and if Eric is not saying or heavily implying that he's broken laws doing all that, he's implying it explicitly. Like, I don't know how else to say it. He believes that Riley has done like very, very bad, and that the law needs to be involved and deal with him with it, right?
This ANCAP man needs to involve the law in this matter. This is the thing everyone should really take away from all this, is like all this big anarcho-capitalist crap he talks. Look where he's at. He's shaking in his space boots, as Dr. Evil would put it.
It's like I'm not. So that's the thing too. I'm not trying to be against Eric. I bought ISOM 1 and 2. I'm probably going to buy ISOM 3. I'm probably going to check out Yara and Core. But I can't just give him passes on stupid things that are said. It's like,
even if you're a super fan, like whatever your commentary is on this is irrespective of his fucking comic.
Yeah,
I mean, we're interested in talking about this because this is all rooted in him being a comic personality.
Yeah, in general, it doesn't even have to specifically do with Eric. I mean, the topic of if somebody comes onto your property, what are you allowed to do? That's that topic right there that that's open with this. So it's like, okay,
EVS.
What is going too far in terms of a troll? This is a great example because we all live on the internet essentially and in real life. So
it's like, look at EVS. Look at all the years he has of actively being an indie comic creator since like 2017. He's been working this path to where he is now, and all of his like trolling and shit. And he has not dealt with this. And I don't think
he's had it worse, actually. A worse case where he went to some restaurant. He said he was going to go to some restaurant and he had dinner with his family. And then I think either later that day or the next day, somebody threw a brick in it. And then I think somebody
they vandalized it because he was there.
Something like that. That's more of an act of aggression toward EVS in that type of manner. Like that.
And he's in Jersey, so he pretty much has to live with New York law. Which, I don't know where it went, but they had a Supreme Court case, at least in the books, regarding New York City law that was more restrictive than the state law to get licensed to have a gun or to own a gun. And it's like, no. City law does not supersede state law. All right. And that was the area of contention because they've been running this way for so long. No one's ever challenged it, at least successfully, but it escalated to Supreme Court or being possibly going to Supreme Court. I don't know what happened with that. I'll look into that. But
with the EVS thing, he I don't know if it was around that time that happened with that aggressive move essentially by somebody. But then they also somebody got his docs on his house as well, like around that time. I think as Curtis says in the chat, that might have been why he moved in the first place, was because something like that. But whoever that person was, let's say that was a troll, and let's say that they knew who the troll was that threw the brick. Like that action is far, but like that's an egregious action. That's taking it very far, going to somewhere that he just was and doing that. And like that goes way beyond trolling. And now you have broken laws and are causing a lot of problems, and you dock somebody on top of it like that. Like that's a lot of things. What Riley's done so far is not, as far as I can tell, not illegal so far.
I don't think Rekieta could be any more unimpressed.
I love the look on his face. He's just like, I'm trying. He looks like he's like, I'm trying to give you all this hope and these ropes, but you keep on digging in that hole and stop it. I'm trying to help you, boy.
So I guess you're citing Always Sunny. I never liked that show. I some of the
never watched that one.
Plots are fine, but I hate everyone in that show. Like their characters are awful. It's like a comedy. It's like an explicit comedy.
One with Danny DeVito.
Like Shameless. I watched 7 seasons of Shameless, and then I was like, it dawned on me like this show has no fucking stakes, because it's like, oh no, we're gonna get evicted because our alcoholic father. And it's like, oh, never mind. We just alluded to our cousin that owns a house that will say he's a pedophile if he doesn't let us stay here. And it's like, every season's like, oh no, we're gonna lose it. We're gonna get evicted. I got these kids. I'm essentially the matriarch, big sister of the family that has to run everything, take care of these kids with their shitty dad, no mom. But I'll just get off scot-free, whatever. Like that's how Always Sunny feels. Or it's like everyone's fucking awful. Danny DeVito's a funny guy, and there's funny things from that show, but I can't watch it. It's not. Maybe if someone holds my hand to watch it, I'll start appreciating. But I hate that show. Even though I can admit there's funny things to talk about from it, but fuck no. But no, when you say bird law, Charlie or Curtis, I think of it sounds like something that would be in Rick and Morty with a bird person, not according to bird law. Screw you, Hoff. You're wrong. Continuing.
Has been taken care of, but that's not the thing that I take exception to. Yeah, of course, man. People can get to a warehouse or wherever it is that you're at. Again, that can also apply to my house. You know what I mean? People eventually will find
wait. Just really quick. He's like, oh, they can get to my house. He's trying to equate his publicly accessible business area to his house. And
he's like,
I feel
connected to the same.
Yeah, he's equating them. And it's like, no, these are different venues. You have way more protections.
You got security at your warehouse. That's
you have
crazy.
more
protections. I would never even expect that.
You have more protections at your house than business. Even if it's your business and it's private, whatever, you're still in public's like city, domain with a publicly accessible parking lot. You don't own the whole area. There's other businesses. So I feel like that's a real disconnect he doesn't understand in arguing this. And Rekieta's trying to kind of state what I'm saying there, but continue.
Other stuff, but that's not what it is that I'm contending. I'm contending no matter if you know where it is or not. I feel like I'm at least owed the courtesy of someone not showing up uninvited to do kind of weird stuff. It definitely once you made it abundantly clear that you don't really got it all upstairs.
And I agree with you. But you just said it's the same as your house. It's actually not the same as your house.
Yeah.
In the sense of what it is that I'm saying, Nick, I get that.
I'm trying to help you make it the same as your house.
Nick, I get that a house and a business is different.
He's trying to help him build a case. Like if something were to go bad,
you're thinking I'm trying to tell you that you're in the wrong. I'm trying to tell
you.
No,
I'm not saying that you're trying to tell me I'm in the
you
wrong.
do,
Nick.
though.
All I'm saying is what I'm referring to when I say that it doesn't matter. And the point of contention it is that I have with why I take exception to it has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not it is my house, whether or not it is building A, B, or C it is that we have. You surely understand it. I'm not foolish enough to think that there's not a difference between my business and a house. I know there very well is. I know that even from a legal perspective, there can be some differentiation there. I am totally aware of that, but that's not the point of contention. That's not what it is that I'm saying.
I feel like the idea would be then to not, when you're talking to a lawyer, even if it's a friend lawyer or something, try to not use things in terms of what you think that they are. Try to do them as best as what is people will recognize it as. Like saying the word bet in conversation probably not as clear.
Again, like my dispute with him.
I don't. Just be clear. Just be clear. Be clear.
There's this goalpost shit where it's like, no. This is what I mean when, clearly he's saying things that can be misconstrued, if not just he's objectively saying different things than the words he's saying.
He thinks he is. Yeah, he thinks that's what.
But then when you do that, you got to state specifically within these guidelines for me to interpret it exactly the way you want, and it's like, do you not understand? Just like. You're literally doing what I was frustrated with, where it's like, you understand, just fucking generalities and stuff. Like people talk in generalities. This whole specification thing, it's like either do as a lawyer or an SJW, where you have to define every little fucking thing exactly.
Yeah.
All right, I'm trying to help, but that's fine.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate you trying to help.
Having such a headache now.
Okay, so are there any other threats? So the one threat I've heard is that he was going to hold you down, shave your arms, which I think is ridiculous. But you have no reason to believe, and I have no reason to believe he's not serious. I don't know. So that I've heard that, and then it was a public thing. But you just said that if it is in a public place, you welcome that, so long as people are cool. So then, what was there another threat? Is there something else?
That's good enough. That's good enough. Yeah,
I think he's realizing.
And even doing
I've
all that weird
said
stuff
too
online,
much.
guys are free to say that. Only place I draw the line is just don't show up to person's house, be it myself, employees, and don't show up to.
Well, hold on. Okay, God, he just did. You're right. He's like, you don't show up to somebody's house, be it employees, this and that. Yeah, which aren't warehouses. What? Then when he did show up to your house, so why are you saying it if that's not what has happened? I don't.
Yeah, it's a headache.
Yep.
Mr. Yanafui, 1 + 1 = 2. Truth or lie? Eric, you're trying to play gymnastics with your magic lawyer tricks.
I love how you said magic.
Magic has a little connotation between me and Rookie in this context. I won't delineate that, but that's why it's extra funny, Mr.
Yanafui. An extra layer of fun for us.
Let me see. Polygon says the puppets are done. I'm back. This is awesome. I don't give a fuck about either of these people. Eric July
extra fun for him. Objectively, you just watch me. Oh, okay.
Eric July can barely speak. He once tried to read my comment. The word antagonist totally tripped him up. 3 attempts, total failure. Whoa, that's actually crazy because like that's kind of a key word when you write plots of villainy. Back and forth, hero and villain, and then it's like. Even if it's not, actual fisticuffs or whatever, or magic power, it's like you need a protagonist and an antagonist. They don't have to be good or bad necessarily, but they're at odds with each other. So it's like kind of a foundational word. That's crazy.
Derek offers Isam a job and then he doesn't take it. So he asks him to leave. And then Isam fights everybody and tries to beat everyone up. Like
Isam's like, I'm drawing unemployment, motherfucker. Oh, there was a funny tweet. It was funny. It was like ISOM is about a guy who shows up unannounced at a business and then and he's the good guy. Damn. Nailed it. Wait, I'll have to dig. I'll continue playing this for a second while I dig.
All right. Let's see. Okay, so aside from that, I think we've hammered out the Riley situation. I agree with you. He should not go. I said that. I haven't changed that position. I'm answering questions from people online talking about ventilating someone for showing up. And I'm like, there's a lot of questions here that are not so straightforward legally, even in Texas with property defense. And I would not put my money on a 12-person jury, doing that. But you weren't there. You don't have to worry about that at all. Not a big deal. So aside from the Riley thing, is there... I want to address something that you said I don't know if it was from a stream or a clip for something today. I don't know. But you said something about
Eric
how
looks so
you would have been
pissed.
cool 100% if I just said that Dick was my dude and I was going to ride with him no matter what happened, right?
Correct.
So if when all this went down, I said, you know what? I think Dick's trying to fuck over Eric July. And I like Eric July. I want him to make millions of dollars. But Dick's my dude, and I'm going to ride with him forever, whether he's wrong or not. You'd been perfectly okay with that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, because you're being honest. 100%.
So the implication, though, is that I meant that, but I said something else, and therefore I'm being dishonest.
Well, yeah, I just feel like you're not as impartial as you like to think that you are, or that you make it appear. The reason being is because when this whole gay shit popped off, the first thing it is that you did, Nick, you could have acknowledged, right? You chose not to, you chose not to acknowledge that, well, okay, this weirdo started, which is your partner, that's cool, it's all gravy, started high-siding on me. It was not the other way around. This was not a me versus him thing. It's like, oh, you're like, oh, this whole thing is gay. And I'm like, well, you need to be applying. I told you this. You remember I told you this when you first kind of injected, because your chat's asking you about all this. They know that
it happened on my show. So, like this started here, not from me, but it started because Nina, Dick was criticizing the book. Nina says, "Have you read it?" He says no. Then everybody's like, "You got to read it and do the review. How can you know?" And all that shit popped up. That wasn't me. So I don't know how I didn't acknowledge it. I mean, it started.
No. I'm not talking about doing that. What I'm saying is that you didn't, as far as what you didn't acknowledge, that you're presenting it as if this was this guy versus that guy thing, when that's not at all what this was. Your partner started the issue, right? That's and it's all on him. This isn't an Eric versus him thing. This is a thing that he is perpetually online maybe he doesn't have it all upstairs. This may be his shtick. But if you want the shit to end, and you want that, because you find this whole thing gay, and you're genuine about that, right?
100%. I hate
that's a
this
conversation that you got to have with him. It's not the other way
I'm
around.
not his dad, man. What do you want me to do?
All right. So you're not.
You didn't take my side, Nick. You're a bad man. He's pouting.
I know.
He's a little baby hitting the table.
I don't understand what Eric wants from Rekieta, really. I don't really get it.
Nick is friends with both these guys, and so he's like, I can't.
I don't know why do you call Dick his partner? In what way are they partners?
He is. Is his term. What you were saying earlier? That's your buddy.
Where he means friend.
He'll say this in a minute. We're getting close to where I left off.
You're talking to a lawyer guy, and you said partner. To me, that's confusing.
We're talking about business. It's not just. It's not just like, oh, this whole thing is like he's spent 30 minutes with you so far talking about your warehouse and your business and versus house and all this stuff. Then you say partner to him about a stream companion, and so yeah, and they'll clear that up.
Dude, to stop.
Right. Wait, that's exactly what it is that you did.
No, it isn't.
You said you. All right, so let's be more accurate.
I said I'll be 100% accurate. I said Dick is a troll, and if you keep feeding him, he will keep going because that's who he is.
All right, so and I totally understand that is I'm not unaware about that. What I'm more so referencing is that, hey, you were presenting it as if it was a this guy versus that guy thing. You found the whole thing to be gay, but the party that's instigating the shit, you're not saying anything about. You're not addressing him. You're trying to play the middle. You're pretending like you're trying to play the middle of the road when the argument is that I make, you're completely ignoring the context. I guess that is what it is.
Ignoring the context. All he's done is try to get context. What is he? What the fuck? What the fuck is that? It just sounds like you're not on my team. I don't like that.
Oh, by the way, really quick, wow. I found the tweet. All right, so I saw this because it was all caps. Someone replied to all caps, so it showed my feed. And so it's this thread about it's a long thread. Eric July's in it. Vito. It's all rooted in EVS's account retweeting the Riley video. And then Vito's like, was this too far? And it's a clip of Alex Stein trolling Barstool Sports. And then other people bring up this copyright claim shit that got Riley's thing taken down. Eric says something. And then there's this argument. Someone else comes in and EVS's account says, you ain't showing up nowhere. And the guy replies, I know you never read ISOM 1 because no one has, but the entire plot revolves around the good guy showing up to a private business uninvited.
They even asked, like, did you make an appointment? No. No.
The parts at the beginning where I said that Eric isn't engaging this, and that's good, but his fans are stirring this up because they respond.
Eric don't like that. Eric don't like the fan being. So now he has to. Now he has to.
We're not engaging.
Further.
And then eventually it pops up. I know how exactly this shit happens to me all the time.
Yeah.
People bring you in. You got brought in. That sucks, man. Like 100%.
Well, not necessarily. Let's just be honest. The guy that you call your partner.
I've never called him that. You called him that, but
all right. So what is he to you?
I think he's just friend.
All right, so a friend. That's what I mean by partner. Same.
Yeah.
Those
interchangeable. You're talking to a lawyer and you're saying words that you interpret differently than most people interpret them. How can you misinterpret? If you called your wife your friend, that is weird because most people like that. You've got to be specific, right? Like
I love how Rookie gets heated. He's getting heated.
I'm not even
about the wordplay.
See, I'm learning about writing, and so I try to understand people as best I can because I feel like sometimes things go over my head, but I don't know. So I'm trying to understand people, and when people do things like that, it's like, oh, what do you mean? Like I don't know what you mean. That's weird. And the context here, he's talking to a lawyer. It said your partner, and Rekieta's like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's not my partner. Like what? It's like, oh, well, that's what I mean. It's like, well, how do you? How do you expect everyone to know what you mean when you're not being clear and you're using?
I hear you say.
That? I don't get that.
I hear you say, oh, Ricky's your partner. It's like, no, we're not married. Like that would be my first, because like what was it? A lot of states, they didn't fully recognize gay marriage, so they had a kind of second class notoriety of a civil union. All right, so your partner, this would be like wordplay that you'd see in films or something, or discussing about like, oh, this man and his partner Jeffrey, so it's like we're not too far removed from partner being explicitly, and people still use partner talking about man and wife. You and your partner should.
Sometimes I thought like Southern folk use partner as like stranger. How's it going,
partner?
How's it going, partner? Yeah, like that's just
no one really.
Hello,
like,
person.
That's faded from vernacular, but it could hear, like a Sheriff Woody, like, well, hey there, partner. Like, yeah, it's like that's like a bygone phrase.
Well, it's like you could even say partner as in a pairing, like not even two people that are friends or business or anything. You could be paired with somebody else in a project and they are your partner. But that's not even in business, just in school terms. Like that's just like your partner. I don't like that guy at all, and we're forced to do this. We're not even being paid for it. Like there's like
you're doing a assignment for your job or your school. It's like, all right, partner up.
Yeah, it doesn't mean business agreement in that terms either. But like the point is, use words that don't have as many meanings.
Oh
like that.
God, why would you talk like this? Why would you bring this ebonics to my chat? Hey, yo, partner, did you ride with him? Heard? Just like it's like I have to like literally read dumb when I read that. Like if you ever go on my BitChute channel, because I had a very spicy Captain Marvel video. Right before the release, it got dinged almost instantly for racisms or whatever, because I used old racist cartoons to narrate my point. I had to write my script.
Yeah.
The way it said, like I actually tried to.
you showed me the script. I was like, you didn't actually write that. And you did.
Yeah, I like showed y'all. I'm like, yeah, here's my script. I'm like, ooh, Tom's show used to be hard. Awful hard for us colored folk. Like I had to write all that so I would stay in character reading. Because if I wrote it right, I would read it right. I would read it wrong technically for the character I'm portraying.
My brain kind of we correct mistakes that we see if we recognize them.
Yeah, so I'm like, hey yo, partner, did you ride it with him? Heard? And it's like. As soon as I read herd, I'm a cow man. I'm Black Angus. I see herd, I think cattle. You're saying herd, like I hear you.
In general debates or discussions, like oftentimes people spend the first hour defining terms. Like, what do you mean when you are going to
it's
say
funny.
blank?
Right? The point we made about ISOM where his like vocabulary shifts from black to white arbitrarily. It's not a consistent dialogue that he portrays. From ISOM, just like Eric in this chat, he'll do like partner, he's partner. He's like doing this black talk, but then he'll like talk like that is not my contention. My contention is, I know the differentiation. He's like talking all proper, but then he goes into black. He's like, and I get like he used to bang, whatever. He's got his Texas and or black vernacular. I get it. I say y'all, stuff like that, I'm from Oklahoma, so there's certain draws and stuff I got with words. I'll say oil. It probably sounds like I'm saying old to some people. It's like, what?
Yeah, a lot of British folk, when things say they say at the end.
Yeah, or like you read stuff. When you read ass,
they say pizza instead of pizza.
When you read ass in like English or like Old English World or whatever, like whatever book fantasy, they'll write arse. They mean ass.
Yeah,
it's just stupid little things like that. But it's like depending who you're writing to, it needs to be clear, and it's an annoyance. Yeah. But it's funny because like you're kind of seeing behind the curtain where it's like, oh, that like, I don't think he perceives ISOM has like a vocabulary problem of like shifting vernacular from white to black. Off and on.
Well, it's like this is why he probably has so many haters, because he keeps on saying things he doesn't mean in that way. Maybe, I don't know. Because
what really tipped me off to watch this,
everybody thinks everybody knows what he is thinking, and it's like
what really tipped me off to watch this stream was, you'll see it at some point in the stream. He's like, you didn't say Vito and Dick are, behind this thing. And he's like, no, I didn't say that. And he's like, do I need to pull up the video? Like
he literally tweeted like an hour ago. He's like, this video is embarrassing for you. I think it shows that it's like, oh my god, all these things. And again, even if he doesn't explicitly say it, he explicitly implies it.
He literally guides a narrative.
Their name to it.
Why
would their name be on it if that's not what he's doing? He
builds a narrative of like they are behind these suck accounts to target me and start a frivolous trademark dispute. And it's like, well, even if they did, there's nothing legally you can do about like whatever nefarious intent someone has to dog whistle to a company to start legal action against you. That does not matter if it starts or what comes to their attention for them to be like, oh, thanks, I'm going to start a legal suit about this problem. What matters is there is a reasonable dispute to start. It doesn't matter the intent of whoever brought it to that company's attention.
Yeah, I feel like usually it's not.
I'm saying that I'm paraphrasing what I've seen lawyers say about the trademark thing with ISOM.
Right.
Okay, I want to be clear because some people have implied that I have a business relationship with Dick, which I do not.
I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that.
I'm just being clear on that. Okay, gotcha.
But no, that's your partner. That's all that it is that I'm saying. I'm just saying if you, and this is my honest opinion, if you actually wanted the shit to end and you didn't, this is not something that you would have preferred to happen, you would have took that up with the actual initiating party. And that's not what it is to do it. No.
I didn't do that?
No. Not to my knowledge, you didn't do it. You did, however, bring it up like, hey, I don't want you to be, I wish that this wouldn't happen and this is all gay and all that. To my knowledge, you haven't done any of that. But on a serious note, on a more serious note.
Would you have knowledge if I did?
Absolutely. If I know about it, I'd absolutely acknowledge. Like,
well, if you know about it.
Huh?
If you know about it, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I'm saying. That's what, and then
you
what
would
you just
necessarily know?
Say what?
Do you know what I've said to Dick about this?
No, not. I only know what you say in public. Have you? I ask you flat.
Oh, hold on. Oh, he did. He's so confident about it. He's so I don't know how Eric doesn't see this. He goes into things so confident. Like I totally know it. I know what I'm talking about.
He's got too many yes men that just like, suck him off.
And it's just like, do you know what I have said to him? I don't know. Now it changes from what you were so confident 2 seconds ago. Let's do a replay. It's just like I don't. Well, why are you talking so confidently about it? With like, you didn't do this. He was just pointing out, clarifying his problem is that Rekieta didn't do
Tim, no, not the ebonics. No, we lost Tim.
My sources from Disney just text me that Rippa's cooking.
They say, hi, partners.
Hi, partners.
Please replay. All right. I will rewind it, Mr. Curtis YZ.
Okay.
I think this is about good.
And you didn't. This is not something that you would have preferred to happen. You would have took that up with the actual initiating party, and that's not what it is to do it. No,
I didn't do that.
No. Not to my knowledge, you didn't do it. You did, however, bring it up like, hey, I don't want you to be. I wish that this wouldn't happen, and this is all gay and all that. To my knowledge, you haven't done any of that. But on a serious note, on a more serious,
would you have knowledge if I did?
Absolutely. If I know about it, I'd absolutely acknowledge. Like, hey,
well, if you know about it,
huh?
If you know about it, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I'm saying. That's what. And then
you
what
would
you just
necessarily know.
Say what?
Wait, the things I don't know. I know everything. What?
No, not. I only know what you say in public. Have you? I ask you flat out.
Now he's asking.
Maybe.
Right. Is that a yes or a no, though, Nick?
I don't know. Is it a yes or no? You're saying what I haven't had.
Hold on.
You're the one who said what I did.
You can't sit up here and keep asking me these questions.
First of all, you're asking me to be
have you addressed it personally about it? Have you? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Somebody yes or no. Now he's asking about this. Yes.
Okay. Cool. All right. Cool. That's all. Okay. Cool. And so, how did that conversation go?
Exactly as you would expect a conversation with Dick Masterson about what they should do.
I don't know how that is.
You haven't figured that out by now. Like if you tell Dick to do something that he's not going to do it, right?
What did you tell him to do?
Hey, Dick, this shit's gay. I wish you would stop.
You told him to stop?
What am I going to do? Like demand? I'm not.
He wants Rekieta to say, Mister, you need to Go to bed and brush your teeth.
Mr. Dick, you stop that
Stop
now.
picking on Eric. Stop picking on Eric. See, that's something. Okay, I don't think I would ever. If somebody was giving you the worst shit, Angus, I don't know if I'd ever tell them to stop. Like, I don't think you'd expect that either. Like, I don't.
No, like, yeah,
I don't know.
You made a joke yesterday. Like, oh yeah. Clearly, all these years we've been friends, I've definitely said, yeah, don't stream with that person. Fuck them. I don't like them. Don't. No, I've never dictated that with anybody.
I've said
at worst,
with somebody, and he might go, "Oh, I think that's stupid," and then okay.
Yeah, at worst, I'll be like, I think they're a piece of shit, but you go have fun. Like that's even though I don't say go have fun, like that's my implication. Like, well, you go do that. That does not apply to me. I want no part in that. Whatever, and that's never even been a conversation we've had about.
If anything, him at least saying that to me at least says, okay, well maybe I'll at least be on the lookout for if they try to pull some shit on me, kind of a thing. Because of
the worst thing I've ever done in any YouTube drama of behind the scenes shit is new people being like, well, yeah, watch out for this, or yeah, this is a problem, which I more or less say in my commentary on streams about like the state of the fandom menace or whatever the fuck we call ourselves collectively, is it's a lot of grifting. Not that what individuals might produce is disingenuous or unfounded necessarily, but like shit like Bound Comics, where it's like they have a value. I acknowledge their value. I acknowledge their good journalism, or at least even if it's subjective takes, I appreciate their potential. But then they are hamstringing themselves with their fucking homophobic content. I don't say homophobic lightly. I'm not one of these like, oh, you don't like gays because your religion or whatever, you're a homophobe. I don't do that shit. But at some point it does draw a line where it's like, all I can do is call it homophobia because you're just fixated on gay existing as that is bad in secular media. And you invoke Catechism of the Catholic Church in reviews for Last of Us. It's like, this is a big influence in this sphere. You're Catholic, not even Christian, but Catholic agenda. So it's like, I call that shit out. But I would never say, hey, don't talk to Bound Comics people or don't cite them. They have their value, you know? So I can be fair. I don't like Doomcock. He's a fraud. But if he has a good take, I'll acknowledge that. I'll never seek him out. Fuck that guy. But never. There's people I know that love Doomcock. And I'm like, yeah, that guy's a piece of shit.
You told me that for a long time.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, dude, it was clicking years ahead of like his getting caught being a fraud, reporting Reddit lies and shit that were staged to catch him in lies. I'm like, well, you know, it's one thing where like we hate the state of media. So you watch Star Trek season 1, it's woke. All right. You give them a chance, see if they change stuff given the fan commentary, hating it. They don't. All right, at that point, you should just dip out. But no, you keep digging in because you need to make content. So it's disingenuous, you know? And that's like my line in the sand about like integrity or whatever. I kind of I have an implication. I was like, I think you should have some sort of integrity. And if I don't see that in you, I cut ties, you know, and don't seek you out. So yeah, that's kind of my line. I see this where it's like more or less Eric is just having a temper tantrum that Nick didn't take his side.
Yeah, pretty much. I just saw a tweet here that I thought was interesting. So he's been taking some questions, but I saw him today from people, which is probably a good idea to try to shift conversation to something a little more productive.
Away from the charity fraud potential.
So somebody asked, what moment or detail of ISOM1 do you wish you could take another swing at? Eric says, none, other than minor errors. We have a pretty thorough process in vetting everything, and if I don't feel comfortable about the story, it shouldn't be released. I've learned in music that if you ever overanalyze anything to be perfect, it can make for bad product. All right.
Catholics, you say? Oh, Papa, what do you got to say about the Catholics? Catholics are my friends, in a way. No, honestly, that's probably what drives me the most up the wall is Bound Comics' specific blend of Catholicism in their reviews and shit, their commentary disservices the scope of Catholicism. It brings it down to a low Protestant level of discourse. My understanding of Catholicism and say homophobia is like, well, homophobia in and of itself is not sinful, as in, to be specific, your attraction is not sinful. It is your indulgence. So the plight of a gay Catholic is to be abstinent. This is your cross to bear. It's not sinful to acknowledge, I would like to suck a dick and I'm a man. You know, the sin is indulging it. And so that's, you know, and not having willpower to put in blocks in your life to help that abstinence in thought, word, and deed. That's the sin. That's a rational take. And then you see bad in comics where it's like the sodomites. You know, it's like, dude, the fire and brimstone take hurts all of Catholicism. Because people, it might be their first interaction, or they only know memes of like, Catholic Church can't keep their Pope out of my bedroom. You know, it's liberal rhetoric. And then you see that, and it's like, it only reinforces this perspective that permeates political discourse. That is a disservice in my view. And I'm not even in the church anymore, but it's like, I want them to have fair critiques, you know, about dogma, not individuals hurting. Same with like the offending priests. It's such a minute percentage. It's like cops, you know, only a few of these guys are doing these heinous acts like Chauvin, but when one does it, it reflects on the whole profession. And same for the congregants. That's kind of my rationale. You know, it's like whatever criticisms I have, I want it to be fair game. I don't want it to be like, oh, you're defending the pedophile church. It's like, no, I'm not acknowledging that. Fuck you. Not you, Papa Cotton. The idea of a person saying that. Tim says, Doomcock is my Zack Snyder, bro. Blasphemy. Boo. I agree. Doomcock has no integrity. It's only entertainment. If that's the agenda you 100% want to believe in, always feel like those shit magazine tabloids you see in grocery store checkout.
For me, it's like I think that he as like a person's probably fine, but like I don't find any entertainment in the videos anymore, so I just don't really watch. It's like, yeah, it's just that same. It's tabloid news.
Yeah, this is really a temper tantrum Eric's putting out in the atmosphere for all to laugh at.
I just love just going back to it. Just his like, you know, he's so confident. You saw his confidence with it. He's like, you didn't do this, you did this, and
well, I'm just like,
are you sure about that? And then he's like, oh well, now I don't. And then he's like wanting more specifics, trying to.
It's like Chris Berman.
He's trying to have it not be addressed that what he just did.
It's like a Chris Berman highlight, like bubbling, stumbling, fumbling into the end zone.
Yeah,
I'm asking you had a conversation with. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Do you call people up and tell them to stop doing something?
If I have a personal
your friend, like
and I think they're doing something that I think is ill-advised, I 100% will. If it's
you'll tell them,
I will advise them in whatever way. I can't demand as a grown ass man.
Hey man,
that's what Rekieta just did.
No, I'm not saying no. That's the complete opposite of what it is. And I'm saying that's why I'm asking you what it is.
That's the exact thing. What are you saying?
You see, Nick, he's like, dude.
I feel like Eric has this instant reaction to say whatever it is you just said. I will say that was the opposite of everything I just said, or something. Like
well,
he always tries to put it away. Like even in our tweet thread that we had before, he told me, he's like, that's not what's going on here at all. It's something completely different than whatever.
You just hate
like,
in our reverse engineering.
Like, why do you? It's like, no, why do you keep on saying it's like way on this other planet? It's like, no, we're in the same freaking town here. What do you mean? Like,
I saw the dick. You know, I thought about backing it. I saw him blow up the $1 million. I'm like, he doesn't need my help. Maybe I'll get it some other day. He doesn't need my help. I'll back people that need help to break even on a campaign. That's my stance. And then I started watching Biggest Problem, and then Dick does a review of it, and it's so in depth. I'm like, no way it can be this fucking bad. Read, I'm like, oh God, it really is exactly what he said. And then I read the next one, and I'm like, wow, this is just, it makes no fucking sense narratively. And I'm knowledgeable about the fucking story. And then it's like, this is just hate working. It's like, I think part of this is he's conditioned himself. This is part of like the pander problem with Phantom Menace channels is they're so conditioned. I don't even know if they know they're lying or telling half truths with certain angles. they're so ingrained. It's like it's hard to tell what is a pander to your paying audience, and you don't want to just like corporate media. Well, I got to give fans what they want. They want more anti-woke stuff. I got to spin it every time. You see it with Avatar 2. They spun for months, and then, wow, this is a great movie. This is good for families. And it's like they just ignore their months worth of fucking content trying to derail the perception of this film. That feels disingenuous, but at the same time, they're so ingrained. They're just like the media with the lies, where it's like, oh, the Hunter Biden laptop, that was fake. But it's just Russian disinformation. And it's like, well, yeah, it's real. Trump was right.
I mean, yeah, it's like it feels like he's ready to anything that goes against him. He's like ready to he has the instant responses, whether or not he has any idea what he's saying. I think that's the complete opposite of what I just said. But no, it isn't. But that's the reaction response to what he. To like that type of thing, like he has these responses like that. That isn't even what we're talking about here. Like that kind of stuff. It's like that nobody is though. But that's the response that you have to give to try to move it away. Is what it sounds like.
Yeah. The conditioning, Curtis. It's trying to be objective. It's like it's hard to piece out what is disingenuous and what is conditioning. I think it's a mix of both. I think this is the case for Eric. I'm not saying disingenuous necessarily for Eric with this particular discussion of, I think he's so conditioned with monetizing the haters and anyone criticizing his
he made so many shows about doing that.
He's making me a fucking hater with how he acts. It's like, it's hard to root for you, Eric. I'm still fair. I had that fucking debate on Twitter back and forth for hours off and on, but then someone tweeted this thing, like trying to tweet at like, I guess a higher company, or like, oh, do you know this person works for this guy who's a homophobe? Talking about Eric July, he's a trans or whatever. And I tweeted, no one should have their livelihood objectified by Twitter mobbery because of views of their boss or something. That's like some fucking Harry Potter.
It's the kind of thing where Eric
legacy, whatever.
Eric can say things that we'll be on his side for, but right now this is
pretty much so. As much as I'm memeing Eric and having fun with this crap, I try to be actually fair about real shit. He's made a bad book series so far. It could improve. And I will say if it's improved or not. I doubt it will, though, given he's showing a track record, and so it makes him, and then just how he carries himself with like just this shit here, where it's
and how he did that.
You haven't told him to stop, and it's like, I can't tell a grown man, and then he literally says the same fucking thing, and Nick has a right reaction, but I can't. I'm his fucking dad.
He's like you didn't tell him to stop, did you? And then Rekieta turns it back on him. He's like, well, of course I can't do that. And it's like, you just said that's what I have to do because I saying this is gay, we should stop. Yeah, that's not. But you tell him to stop, and then it just like I don't think he saw. It's that 15-second thing you told me is sticking too much with this kind of thing. Now he forgets it. It's like, oh no, okay.
Rookie is becoming
in the tweet from a little bit ago that he did when he said he said that he wouldn't release it unless he thinks that it's as good as it should be. But like, if I don't feel comfortable about the story, it shouldn't be released. But that doesn't mean that there's any potential things to improve. I mean, I don't know. Like, I would probably want to release a product that I think is as good as I can make it. But if in terms of as good as it could ever be, well, no, I expect to be better after I release this. So,
well, dude, perfect example.
It's always improved. Like, I don't know.
We had like an hour debate about the fucking Eagles and Lord of the Rings. And then you brought it. I didn't even bring this up. You brought up The Hobbit. And I'm like, oh yeah. For a lesser instance, they've helped multiple times. And then they're just not a thing. And it's like Tolkien was so fucking smart, literally a PhD in multiple fields. And that directly applied to him writing Lord of the Rings on top of his life experience and his socio-political perspective and religious perspective, all intertwined in making this great work of Middle Earth and its extensive histories and all that until he died. And yet there's that little radio clip where it's like, oh yeah, people ask me about the Eagles. And why didn't they use the Eagles? And
I'll tell you the same thing I told the last guy. Shut up.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, he's so smart about his world, but he like had a total fucking blind spot on this like huge plot hole. And it's like, it can happen. Just acknowledge it.
Well, and it's like it's in terms of the movies. Like I was saying that the movies have it on their merit that they're good, but then if we include the Hobbit, then my argument goes out the window because the Eagles are in the Hobbit, and I totally forgot about them being in the Hobbit. And it's like, why would they be there? There's way less importance being there compared to in the Lord of the Rings story. So yeah, I did concede that he kind of won that one. Okay. Yep.
We've had this debate multiple times actually, and I never thought to bring in the Hobbit, which is hilarious.
But it's funny, we get really heated sometimes about these, but we're not like, when I say heated, I mean we really try to prove the other one. We really want to convince the other one.
We're having some blood sports.
So it's like we're grabbing each other's throats, going, "You agree with me? All right, I'm not agreeing with you yet. All right, let's research and find out how I can get you to agree with me." And we use other examples and everything, and get into it. That's why I think that's why we work really well together, because we seriously. We so often find disagreements.
You know what it is?
Things,
it's the same.
Like we pursue to try to get the other one to see it, and even if we don't walk away with the agreement, we'll pick it up later eventually.
Yeah, it's we work more or less like ISOM, based on respect, and we will not tolerate disrespect.
Yeah.
You said you of course can't demand of a grown ass. You can't control. He's a grown ass man. I'm asking you, did you say as his friend, like, hey, cut the bullshit out? I don't know. I'm asking. I'm not saying you're required to. I'm just
you knew 5 minutes ago, but now you don't. That's
I said all I know is what's public, Nick. That's all I know.
Yeah, but first you said you never said this to Dick.
Public.
You never asked him.
I'm referring to public.
Public came up when I called you out on it, though.
Let me correct it and be more accurate. I'm specifically referring to what you say publicly. That's it.
Okay. Yeah.
Why don't you start with that?
I've told Dick.
Yeah, it's like, okay, now that works.
You haven't talked to me about this shit at all.
Would you want me calling up and saying, "Hey, Eric, I think you should stop this shit with
if
Dick"?
If you thought I was in error, Nick, if you thought we were cool and you thought I was in error, right?
100%. Do I think you're in error?
I would say no. That's all it is that I'm saying.
But do I think you're in error?
I don't think I'm in error. Do you?
No.
Okay, so but all I'm saying is regarding the conversation, which is the question that it is you just asked.
This is literally ISOM.
I don't. Okay, at this point,
he's like, Eric, why are we talking about this? Let's fight.
At this point, Eric should probably just concede that conversation and just move on to something else, because I don't think he has a point anymore with what Rekieta just confirmed and just did here. I don't know what Eric's point is anymore. It's you didn't tell him to
Look
stop.
at this dichotomy. Look at the dichotomy on screen. Eric's like just a happy. He's got his happy meal. Woohoo! And Nick's just like, fucking kill me.
Eric Rekieta looks like he's just like, I'm trying to help. I'm really concerned that things could go bad for you someday.
We can't even progress on like theory of mind.
When I'm saying this, I mean in public. Now I'm saying that it's like you would have avoided all this confusion if you just stop saying partner, stop saying all these different things.
Unfortunately,
that you're trying to say it.
If I'm being generous, Eric seems to work on everyone's on his mental track.
Everybody thinks what is in my head. They all see it too. That's how he thinks of it.
Dude,
like, I don't.
You know what this is? It's there may be more specific terms, but theory of mind. All right, this is like one of the key like developing points of children. All right, and it's limited for years, even into like teenage. It's like it's limited, and then once you get to a certain threshold, like adulthood, roughly. You work on like generally everyone's working on like an understanding like they don't know what I know and vice versa. But Eric's working like a child where it's like you're on my wavelength and everything that I'm saying you completely understand because this is how it is. This is the huge folly of all of his dialogue.
Yeah.
Literally this is childish shit.
Because it's like it's like if you're especially on the internet, the idea is usually to try to say things in ways that can be the least misconstrued as possible, right? Because so many different people would be seeing it and not everybody's going to know what you mean. So you try to be as clear as you can and non-vague by saying terms that are like less harder to misinterpret, and like right, like that's typically what we do. You and I usually don't have too much to clarify, but if I don't understand something you say, I ask you right there so that I'm not confused.
Right. This is why I'm an overly
all the
descriptive
time.
person sometimes, where I give like all these kind of tangents of foundation. Then I'm like, wait, where was I? Oh, yeah. Okay. Here's where I was going with that. It's because I understand, especially when I'm talking about like work stuff. It's like you work at Subway, you haven't worked in like warehouses and industry. So even if it's like too much and it doesn't necessarily apply, like I feel like it might for you to understand the full scope to like actually follow along. Because it's like it's the difference. Like I'm not thinking you're stupid. It's good for anyone.
You're trying to make sure I don't misunderstand what you're saying.
Yeah,
and avoiding me having to ask questions and then stop the conversation. And it makes for a better flow when you each know what you're talking about. Essentially, that's the whole goal for most.
Eric has none of that. Like, he's working on
that's a
child's level of like, especially like babies, like whatever they think, they assume everyone else sees that perspective. And that's like you see it with like jokes.
Yeah, that's why
where they start understanding. They start understanding like, you're joking, you liar. You know, that's like the beginning phase of like Theory of Mind, where it's like you don't mean what you're doing.
Yeah, but Rekieta's face right now is like, you just like Rekieta is knowing what was just said in the last 5 minutes and everything that Eric said, and then what Rekieta's responses were, and then Eric says these things, and Rekieta's like, I don't understand how you can. What do you mean? What are you even trying to say now with all this cleared up? Like what? The problem, he keeps on trying to say, well, the issue wasn't this, the issue is this. Well, actually, it's not that. It's this, and it's well, to be more clear now, and try to be clear. You showed me a clip from something where he decided to only use a few words or something, and then they were like, and taking forever to know what he means. Like he's saying SeaWorld, and
The Office, he's like trying to speak.
What? That's what this sounds like.
Little words
like,
as possible.
Trying to decipher what it is.
Oh my god, yeah! If any of y'all here are Office fans, I introduced Rookie to arguably his first contextual scene of The Office, and it's the cold open with Jim's like, "Hey Kevin, I was running the numbers and like this isn't matching with this." And he's like, "Me do," and he's like, "All right," and then he like walks off. And he's like, "Wait a minute, that's strange even for Kevin." And then he goes back like, "Hey Kevin, so like I was just wondering like what'd you mean there?" And he's like, "Me do. It's fine. Go." And so then they end up going to the office and they end up talking, and he keeps talking this like baby broken talk of like so few words. And he's like, "I'm going to save so much time by saying so little words." And he's like, "Well, like, what do you plan to do with all the time you're saving?" And he's like, Sea World. He's like, "Right, but I don't know if you mean see the world or Sea World." And he's like, "Fish, ocean, China." He's like, "Well, see, that's the problem."
and then you realize that they've been there for an hour trying to figure out what he's saying. And it's like, if he just was direct with what he's saying, then there wouldn't be all this misconstruing of what he's saying. So whenever talking to people,
I'm gonna have to tweet that video tomorrow. Like, this is Eric July.
Well, it's funny. So even like my own mom, like there's conversational things that that I think is so common with my sphere that I think that she understands, but she doesn't. And then I got to explain it, or she'll come across something and ask me what the hell it means because people keep on using the words as if it's that she didn't know what, like the bet was one of them, and then like. And soy was another one. She's like, what are they talking about food for? Like, she didn't understand what they meant by that. And it was like, oh, okay, like somebody's weak or somebody who's, bitching or whatever. She's like, oh, starting to get the thing. But
shut the fuck up, Curtis. You shut the fuck up. The Office is the best comedy. Legitimately, that is like, I hate comedy because, having those conversations, all the kind of funny jokes me and Ricky have watching movies. Our kind of in jokes and stuff. We got like such a kind of meme language with each other. Like SpongeBob has so much memes for us with like big world context. Apply with these like dumb things. And The Office is great because it's just like it's such a strange little tweak on comedy. I feel most comedies, like I've worked in different industries off and on in my life, army, warehouses, factories, and shit, plumbing, and it's like most people just have like this like base level humor. And it's like, oh man, that movie's so funny. I'm just like, yeah, I guess it was okay. Like, and part of it's just like being in this sphere makes you like a film snob compared to normie, because you care about plot and all the behind the scenes shit, everything. But also I feel like most comedy is written for the lowest common denominator. And The Office has like such like smart comedic writing. If you try to tell a plot of The Office to someone that hasn't watched it, it sounds boring as fuck. Then you watch it, and like, oh my god, the conversation we'll have about something never seen it versus someone that has is so drastically different. Versus normal comedies, it's pretty easy to like delineate the joke and the exaggerations. It's such a minimal exaggeration. That's what's like so special about The Office to me, is just it's such a unique delivery. Parks and Rec's good, but it's like trying to be more common in its comedy versus The Office is kind of smart. But anyway, there's supposedly a reboot. Fuck that.
Tim says up here, a lot of people getting stuff repeated and misunderstood. I think Eric's trying to say that you're not as loyal as I want. Here too in the middle about this. Call out your friend Dick. He's wrong.
Yeah, no, it's very clear. And then Rekieta clearly said, I'm not his fucking dad. And it's like this argument of like, oh, you never told him anything. I would know. And it's like, oh, you would know what I've said in private? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, oh, I mean, like you never said anything in public, but have you?
After everything's been misunderstood, now I will clarify.
Do you understand the problems of the inner city schools now? Like,
if I thought a friend was in error, I would say, hey, man, I don't think that's what it is you should do.
Well, to be clear, we may differ on what we think he's in error on, but I have said I wish this shit was over. It's annoying. It fucks up my show, and I hate you for it, you bastard.
Okay, cool. That's fine. Well, again, didn't hear that publicly, which so that's good.
Why
news.
would you?
Dude,
I don't air that shit out in public. Like, why would I do that?
Oh man, you talked a lot about this situation publicly.
Have I ever said that Eric July is wrong?
Well, what you have said, you worded in a way, and I don't know if it's lawyer speak, I wouldn't have done this if I was him. That's essentially how you word things.
I wouldn't have.
All right, cool. Right. So this is.
I've actually never said you're wrong. In fact, even on the places where I disagree with you, because you have a set of evidence that you think leads to the conclusion that Dick and Vito are behind the.
Ooh, we get this.
Well, look at Eric's right?
I'm going by what on the latter. I'm going by what was specifically stated by them.
What was stated on their podcast.
That was specifically stated by them.
And even in that instance, in which I disagree, and I say, I do not find this to be sufficient evidence. One, because Vito is retarded and uses we in an inappropriate way. Two, because that Twitter account and that email address.
What do you know?
So what about
misunderstanding somebody when they say something? That's
okay. What he's getting at, he might clarify, but what he's getting at is on the stream on Biggest Problem Universe. It's probably like 85 or 90. You'll see it's like Eric July as like a burglar in like a burglar suit or something, where they're questioning the charity comic book for kids donations of Eric, not the charity itself. They're questioning Eric's donation to them and if he's pocketing money by overcharging people. And because like printing the numbers, the speculation doesn't add up is the argument. And so someone, a fan, Obtuse Gnome, contacted that charity and had a dialogue with them. And so Dick goes, so we contacted the charity. He's talking about like just the biggest problem fandom. He's using it colloquially. He's using it.
That sounds
generally
just like as when Eric says partner. It's like that could be misunderstood.
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm saying.
Made his
like,
hit piece
he has
video.
A lot, he seems
about,
to have a lot in common with Vito in that regard.
He made an explicit hit piece video on Dick and Vito that they are obtuse snow, and they did a gay ops to concern troll and bring awareness to comic books for kids to doubt dealing with him, and that they, with the sock account, targeted him by bringing ISOM comic to ISOM ministry their attention to start this trademark dispute. And he thinks this is like actionable or something. And what I've seen Rekieta and other lawyers and other commentary of supposed, legal people say is like, it doesn't matter who brought this attention or what, if it was a complete nefarious attempt to derail you or your business. If there's a actionable case that ISOM has against Eric for his ISOM comic for trademark, that the gay ops doesn't matter if that happened or not. And so he doesn't seem to get that.
Yeah.
And so this is kind of what they're talking about.
Retarded when he says I contacted a charity.
Dick contacted the charity about something else. No, I think he clearly contacted the charity. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But he's not the guy who sent the email.
Oh,
the email that's
okay.
right?
So either way, you're saying that you understand that he specifically mentioned that he did the charity, or he contacted the charity.
Sure.
Okay, you're just saying that the email, I guess, as far as what I talked about in that video, wasn't him. That's the point that you're making, or you don't see sufficient evidence that it was.
Right. I haven't seen sufficient evidence. And here's the thing. And I said, however, I don't know if people didn't clip this and send it, or you didn't see it. I don't know. But I said, however, I understand and fully accept why Eric would come to that conclusion. He and I have different relationships with Dick. Cool. I've known him for longer. I talked to him about this. I asked him flat out, are you behind sending that email? No, of course not. I think it's funny. I probably would have, or something like that. And I'm like, well, that shit's gay. I don't like it. But if you didn't send the email, then, that's until I see otherwise, I have no reason to believe your conclusion over his word. And so I said, though, Eric doesn't have that relationship with Dick. He doesn't know him at all. And his conclusions are perfectly reasonable. But I think if you're going to start a court case, and there was talk, I don't know if you accused anybody, you said you're going to sue anybody. I'm not putting that on you. I know there's a lot of talk about a court case, about tortious interference and all this shit. And I said, I wouldn't want to go to court on this evidence, and I'm waiting to see something more. If I see more that is more conclusive, I'll happily say that's bullshit. I hate that shit. I do not like people fucking with other people's business.
All right, so hold on. Let's address that.
One second. And every single time I always finish with, I love Eric. I love what he's doing. And I want that man to make millions and millions of dollars. I want this shit to go away. I think the lawsuit's bogus. I think
he has to clarify so that Eric doesn't think that he's doing that.
But now I wanted to clarify that, but go ahead and say
okay. So you don't think that anybody, you say you don't like that when people try to fuck with other people's business.
No, I don't.
Okay. So is your claim that your partner or your friend, as you put it, so you don't think he's tried to fuck with someone else's business?
It depends on what exactly you mean by that.
No, I want to know what you think. Because you're saying that you don't think that you see it. I want to know how you define fucking with someone's business.
So what I define as fucking with someone's business in this context, because of what I've seen, is in relation to the charity shit, and then the ISOM shit, where someone was contacted like a kind of Karen to get them into action against you. I hate that shit.
Okay, so
calling for people to be canceled and all that shit. I hate it.
So your partner did that with the trademark issue.
He did that with the trademark issue.
Yeah. He specifically messaged. He tweeted at the CEO, and he was like, "I hope you consider, like a little Karen, like you just said. I hope you consider that. He did X, Y, and Z. He specifically did that
after they filed the lawsuit, right?
Yes.
Yeah, after they filed the lawsuit.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. You're in
oh my god.
After
oh my god.
He did it at all, so it's the same thing. This is again the magic, rookie, the magic.
What if somebody else said that the same thing as Dick and did in messages? It's afterward. It's after the thing.
I don't think I feel it's rational. I haven't seen anyone say this, but I feel like that hit piece video, and then I've seen the clip later with this discourse specifically right here. where he's like, "You didn't say Dick and Vito did this," and he's like, "No, I didn't." He's like, huh, "Do I need to pull up the video?" Because he explicitly guides people to conclude Dick and Vito are behind targeting.
So yeah, even if you don't directly say the words that they did it, everything that you are showing in the video is leaving people with the only conclusion that you believe that they did it.
Yeah, and it's like I feel that that could be actionable by Dick and Vito to file a defamation suit.
Yeah,
on Eric. It's like, whoa.
Because if that's not what you're saying, then what is the point of that video?
You really jumped the gun with that video, especially like you're starting this legal process that could go on who knows how long, and cease and desist ISOM, not making your ISOM comics, but you cannot you will not be able to trade it under ISOM. You have to make the Amazing Avery, or what's that guy? Islam?
I wish that was the title. What's that guy? Islam. Get a song. Get a song.
All right. So all right. So you don't look at that like trying to fuck with someone's business, trying to essentially instigate it is what it is. Because we haven't been served or anything like that. Essentially trying to instigate that. You don't see that as that trying to fuck with someone's business.
Dude, if I said that everyone who talked about something in a negative way
that's not what it is that I'm saying.
That is literally it.
We're talking about him specifically, like a Karen, tweeting directly at this CEO of whoever is involved in this trademark dispute, trying to instigate the continuation of the lawsuit.
Instigate the continuation of the lawsuit?
Correct, because we haven't been.
Was the lawsuit ending?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't. Nobody's been served.
So, but like the lawsuit,
it's still in limbo. It's still in limbo. It hasn't. It's still in that limbo phase. Nobody's been served. We haven't gone to court over it. Nothing. None of that has happened.
Good. I hope it costs you.
Right. All right. So back to the point, though. What would you consider that? You wouldn't consider that trying to actively fuck with someone's business.
Had you guys already been fighting for like 2 months at this point?
I'm not. No, I wouldn't consider that. I'm asking you. Can you?
You wouldn't consider that?
No, not at all. I consider it that I would more so accurately putting it is that this guy has an issue with me, and that's all that it is.
And you guys had a fight
wait, so how would that be fucking with his business? I don't understand that. How is that fucking with his business?
I don't know if I've saved that screenshot or if I've seen it. I know I've seen it, but I can't remember. I think Dick did that after Eric did something. Maybe it was that video. I think maybe he tweeted after that video came out where he's like directly slandering Vito and Dick as the culprits.
Yeah, my sketchbook says there's a legal limbo.
I get what he means. It's like, well, it's still in the air where this is going.
Yeah,
which doesn't sound good to me.
So messaging the CEO of ISOM?
International School of Ministry
is fucking with somebody's business after the
suit's already started and it's brought to public attention.
I mean, I'd say it isn't fucking with the business. That's just wanting one side to win over the other, I guess, but not. It doesn't directly F with your business, though.
Well, it's funny because Eric's like, I don't know this cat, and all of a sudden he's like, whoa, I got all these screenshots of pedo Vito with these pedo tweets, his edgy 4chan humor tweets, where it's like, well, if you don't know Vito, then whoa, this guy's sketchy, but like he's already been called a pedo, so then he makes jokes trying to just like, whatever, this doesn't hurt me. Yeah, I'm a pedo. That's like shit he was tweeting where it's like, oh yeah, my 12-year-old girlfriend tweeted that. Shit like that.
Right.
Or like he had a tweet where it's like, I'm not joking. I will literally fuck your kids.
Right.
I'm assuming that's just like he's hitting back at someone that was progressively kept calling him a pedo. So he's just like through humor trying to just like, fuck you, What? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm guilty. Whatever.
Right. Tim in the chat clarifies the fucking with the business thing. I think with more of Dick, not even having to do with the emails, but Dick reviewing it and saying that it's shit. I'm assuming with that he says messing with the image, which could create a lack of support because they went out of their way to troll, like getting canceled. He won the first round. They literally drove over to mess with him.
The timeline's shaky at this point. What was going on back and forth, but really all this started because Dick on that Rekieta stream's like, oh, I bet that book's shit. It's like no one's talking about how good it is. They're just talking about he made money and it's fighting wokeness. And which is funny that everyone got so heated about that because doesn't all these channels, Eric, fucking Geeks and Gamers, Nerdrotic, Yellow Flash, Ryan Kennel, all these channels preemptively go, oh, do wokeness, you know, preemptively for every little fucking thing, or, you know, pray. And it's like, hey, you know, there's arguable in woke infractions, but like everyone really liked that movie because it's, you know, whatever little gender angle fighting the patriarchy, it had a good story despite that angle. And also exactly. She actually eats shit sometimes before she, you know, becomes the victor. So it's not the wokeness we're used to of Captain Marvel and Rey Skywalker and shit. So I think it's disingenuous. Everyone got so triggered by Dick's assumption from seeing trends and being a conservative himself, being a Trump voter, and he sees why people are promoting this fucking book, and clearly no one's fucking read it. And he kind of got Nina on that. I was like, well, okay, I'll read it. Like, you've had it for like 6 months, you bitch. Like, and so this is the root of all this, is like this man dared, you know, slander ISOM by saying it's bad in a review, which is, they do that preemptively before they see shit. Eric says all this stuff about stuff he never partakes in, supposedly.
Yeah.
And then it kept going after that.
Say what?
You guys had already talked on Flashcast prior to that, and then the shit kept going after, right?
Yeah, because he kept talking down.
He kept talking
down.
Down. Oh, down.
Yeah.
They said talking down. Dime.
Yeah. Dude, sometimes I mishear shit. I was just trying to clarify. Dude, is it fucking with someone's business?
Can you answer the question? Yeah,
no, I don't think that's fucking with someone's business.
All right, so
I don't
think
think
trying to instigate someone into a lawsuit is fucking with someone's business.
You're already in a lawsuit.
I understand that, but he's trying to instigate.
Instigate into. I don't. How does Eric how does that happen? He just said
people gave this guy $6 million. Think of that.
He just said they did not instigate the lawsuit, but he instigate. Play that back 10 seconds or something, because that was, he just contradicted himself in the same sentence.
Someone's business. Can you answer the question? Yeah, no, I don't think that's fucking with someone's business.
All right, so
I don't think
trying to instigate someone into a lawsuit is fucking with someone's business.
You're already in the lawsuit.
I understand that, but he's trying to instigate them into continuing it on, because as the specific message that he responded to is the guy saying that, well, we don't want to go to court, yada yada yada.
That's not fucking with your
whatever.
business.
That is what it is. He's specifically saying that he wants him to consider X, Y, and Z. You don't consider your partner, like a Karen, contacting the CEO trying to instigate a lawsuit, trying to fuck with someone's business.
There's already a lawsuit.
Accuse him of starting that lawsuit?
No.
Prior to him tweeting that?
No.
No?
No.
You didn't say that he and Vito were behind that?
No.
See, there's a difference in the confidence when Rekieta's confident about something compared to Eric, because like Rekieta's he's going to pull it up, is what it seems like, or he can find it and show it. Like,
this is like Ron Weasley day one trying to school Professor Snape. It's not going to work.
Man.
You came to a pistol fight with a pop gun.
Dominic in the chat says, "Is this a bunny stream or a retard stream?"
Well, I feel Rookie is trying to be impartial.
I try my best to see both sides as it is, but everything I'm seeing is ridiculous. Unfortunately, I like a lot of Eric's stuff. I bought some of his books. I want to buy some more of them, but a lot of stuff he says is insane. Like what we just saw right there a few seconds ago with, like, in the same sentence, he just said a contradiction. Like, I don't know how he get that. He's like, yeah, you're against. He's like, you're okay with somebody trying to instigate a lawsuit that they didn't start. Like, I don't.
Yeah. Oh my God. Like Eric making videos about Velma. He doesn't have the app, supposedly. Doesn't watch anything. And it's like, but you're hurting their business.
Somebody could interpret it as that, yeah, but they wouldn't literally be, I guess.
It's like, no, well, yeah, you're free to give commentary.
Yeah, you're free to do it, right? There's nothing wrong with what that is.
Because more or less all it is collectively, if a lot of people on YouTube are saying this thing sucks, even if they haven't seen it, they hear their more educated reviews about a thing. And it's like, look, people will clip, I've done it, where it's like, look, even Grace Randolph, wokester, is like, oh man, this is crossing the line. Man, I really hate what they're doing. They're really giving the MCU people fuel. It's like, even she admits it. This is a fucking problem when the wokester feminist is like, you're really pushing this feminism a little too hard. I think we have a point, and collectively when this is, in the ether, the people at top have to be like, wow, they don't want to give us money if we're doing this crap, and then they have to decide, well, we're going to do it because it's an ethical thing about what we want to do. Money be damned. We are insulated. For some time.
That's one of the issues that I sort of have with the CG area of like, how many people are honest about the books that they get that they read from other creators? Like, I understand not wanting to say something that'll possibly get other people to not back their book, but I mean, are we just not supposed to talk about the books that people make? Like, kind of like with ISOM, I feel like this is the first one to really be like widespreadly talked about in that kind of way compared to a lot of smaller ones. But a lot of people had issues with Cyberfrog 1 because the way that it ends, essentially, that it like
it's a cliffhanger. Go fuck yourself.
Has all this great buildup, and then the third act is essentially, well, we'll figure out next time. And it's like, no. But that was like more of a positive criticism in a way, a positive negative, like with that.
But yeah, Dominic, this is a bunny stream. How'd you find me? I don't know if I've seen my chat before, but yeah. Bunny's in the chat. Let's continue.
I think your timeline might be off on that one, brother.
No, I think your timeline might be off on that one because if
your
you
timeline,
video, I didn't make it. All I did was connect that specific email to them, the person that emailed to them. Correct.
Right. So prior to him tweeting the people,
correct,
right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So my timeline's not off.
No, your timeline is off. Then you're saying you're claiming that I said
my name.
No. You're trying to you're making a claim that I explicitly stated that I wouldn't be so foolish as to do that.
So Dick and Vito didn't do this then.
I don't know.
You don't know now.
No, I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, maybe potentially. Nonetheless,
you're gonna sit here and honestly say maybe now.
That's
like you don't know.
He's not been saying maybe this whole time.
You want to watch the video now, Nick? Because I never explicitly say that it is that was what it was that they did. What I will say is that, again, the guy that sent that goofy ass email that tried to, again, gay up his way into kind of a lawsuit, someone took credit for it nonetheless. And that's what specifically happened. That's what it is that I'm saying. I'm connecting them. There was nothing that I said in that regard.
He's connecting Dick as obtuse gnome because he's talking about this charity fraud. And, he says like, well, like, I just love being a dick for no reason. But, if you got like well-being of kids involved, and like, now I got an excuse. And he's like, so we contacted the charity. And so he's banking everything on the fact that Dick just colloquially, I'm assuming, says we, meaning obtuse gnome, on behalf of the biggest problem, as in he's a fan, and so he instigated this contact with comic books for kids.
Well, and I think
he's banking on him saying we as
well, and
gotcha.
regardless, the thing kind of is, I think, I don't know if you said it earlier too. It's like, if what they did is illegal, it doesn't matter who said it, like who pointed it out. Like, if let's say that Dick did that, and then it turns out that taking the name Islam or whatever is like, that's, you can't do that. If that turns out to be illegal, then that's not in the wrong necessarily.
Or somewhat not so legal, as we like to say.
Of course. Like if that were the case, like if you, I don't know. I feel like there's ways to break that down, but
not factual. Nothing.
So you're not accusing Dick and Eric of fucking with your, or Dick and Vito of fucking with your business.
Oh no.
Until the tweet. Oh
no, that's not what it is that I'm saying. The guy has been actively trying to fuck with the business. I mean, he's trying to contact the charity, trying to prove some case of fucking fraud that doesn't exist, like a fucking Karen.
Did he tried to prove a case of fraud? He asked questions to charity and they answered him, right?
Well, so the way that I hate how he's phrased, how Eric's doing this, because it's like it's like he's saying, yeah, I punched that guy in the face, and then they went and Karen'd on me. Like it's kind of how that sounds. Like they trying to mess with the thing that I'm doing that I shouldn't. Like it's somebody. If anything, he should be confident about it. Be like, well, yeah, you go ahead and tell on that. You go ahead and tell on me. Go ahead. They won't find anything wrong because I know that I am right. But the way that he's reacting is like, I can't believe you told on me. I was gonna punch that guy, and you weren't gonna say anything, and now you're gonna be a Karen. That's what this comes off as to me. And I don't know why he's doing it like that. If anything, he should be. Like he's also trying to say that he's confident, but the way he's reacting says he's not. Like I don't get this. Like
don't take my word on this, but I think the tweet he's talking about, Dick going to on Twitter the CEO of ISOM. I think he said like, oh yeah, by the way, he's like doing charity fraud with his comics that have your name that you're disputing. So he's saying like, hey, yeah, you should definitely put
that's what they're saying. Okay.
I think that was the tweet. I think he said that to the CEO of like, we're just trying to give him fuel, like, hey, keep at it, buddy, because fuck this guy. And honestly, from the papers that are out in public about this trademark dispute, it sounds like they're like, oh wow, we had no idea about this thing, and they're using our name. Yeah, there seems to be a history of the Obtuse Gnome that he got suspended or targeted by Rippa people, whether it's Eric's specific people or the fans. Possibly it's for doxing a warehouse or something. But that wasn't seen in the
warehouse hunters.
That from what I know, that wasn't seen by the collective public. That wasn't a noticed thing, and he got taken down. And so the whole interaction is like, hey, I'm a contributor journalist with TBITU, biggest problem in the universe, and TDS, whatever. He makes it sound like he works for these like news outlets when it's biggest problem in the universe in the Dick Show. And he's not a contributor. He's just a fan. And the way it's written, it's like, if you know that this guy has been unpersoned on Twitter by Rippa people, this all makes sense that he's just personally gone out of his way to like get back at Eric. if this is a solo act, Obtuse Gnome.
Right.
So it's like, I saw someone I think it was on the Dick Show. They were like connecting the dots, and like Sean's studio engineer was like putting it together like, oh man, yeah, I get this context about Obtuse Gnome getting unplatformed on his account. And it's like, yeah, people on the internet, like, that's all he got. And then you took it away, and now all the bets are off.
I guess. I mean, what's interesting, so like with as far as the ISOM trademark thing, I don't think that Eric has anything to worry about in terms of like losing a trademark dispute with ISOM. I think that you can't. I
honestly don't know. It depends how good the lawyers are.
Like I said, I would love to see what happens if that is the case. Like, because this is interesting. It's like some people might be like, why are you guys commenting on this, or you're just hating? It's like, this is interesting topics. Like, this is like, this goes into law. This goes into a creative sphere of what is around. Like, even if he acts, let's say it's a comic book character called ISOM and a book called ISOM compared to a ministry church thing that's entirely different, not in the same field. I don't think there's enough there to say that there's like a trademark dispute there. But the way that he's reacting,
Aaron's got it spot on. This stuff he's got this mysterious cross on his crotch. My assumption, having read 2 books so far of ISOM, and the first book the doctors mentioned, like, well, it's crazy he survived this fall, but like his blood tests don't show up as an accept. So they have a blood test to some degree, And they say like, well, that's just preliminary tests. Sometimes you need to do more intensive tests to confirm accept. So it sounds like it's like a mutant
but
type
Avery
thing
also
in the
said
universe.
but he also says he trained himself. So like we know that.
Right. My assumption of Isom, especially you talking about the cross on his crotch, my assumption is that he's going to be some sort of Neo character, that he is a godsend. He's not a normal Except. He is he would be classified an Except because they have no other idea what to call him, but he's really a godsend. That's my assumption. Because the cross, it seems like that's Christian imagery. It doesn't seem like.
I feel like it would still, even if Isom was like went to church in the book and whatnot, like I don't think that there's still enough there to really get him legally on trademark stuff to where he can't use it anymore or has to pay them some sort of amount.
Well, okay, I think the cross matters because
to see what happens if that happens to a court case.
I think the cross would matter because you got this like somewhat mature story about a guy trying to save a girl possibly from being pimped out or drugged or whatever by criminal enterprise, and he's got a cross on his crotch, especially if it turns out he's like a Christian.
It is a weird place to put it, I would admit, though. That is a weird spot to put,
especially if it turns out if he's a Christ-based character in whatever context.
What if it's on backwards? That's meant to be like a tramp stamp on the back.
Then it's like I would say Isom Ministry has a bigger feather in their hat against Eric, because
I'd say that they'd have more technicalities, I think,
because people could think this is a product from us given our acronym for our ministry, and so there's a confusion by association because of the name. I think that would be a lawyer's argument.
I feel like if customers of theirs that actually have gone there for a long time ended up being confused by this Isom thing, hey, I was getting this thing and I thought it was one of your products or something, then I feel like they'd have a more solid case with it, honestly. But this would be interesting to see what happens. That's why court case stuff is kind of fun to watch and see what happens. What becomes the truth? What factors make it enough to cross the line or not? Like that, that's interesting.
Have to contact the charity.
Maybe he thought you were committing a fraud.
Okay, exactly. And obviously there's no evidence of any of that existing, and it doesn't stop him from continuously claiming that's what happened. However, you're claiming that's not trying to what's the point of him doing that? He's just a good Samaritan. Is he just a good Samaritan trying to look out for people being fraud? That's what's happening, Nick?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
Did he say to you that he apologized for calling you a scammer and said he didn't think you were running a fraud?
No, I don't remember him ever saying that he didn't think I was running he didn't think I was running a fraud. I don't remember him ever saying that.
You don't remember that?
No.
Oh,
I remember. I know he continuously tweeted that I was.
He
said it to your face, and you said okay. I mean, he did do that.
I don't think Eric was listening. I don't think Eric listens sometimes. Just like this, I think Eric is sometimes just looking away, or he's not absorbing what's being said, and it's okay. It's like, no, okay means you didn't hear what he just said, and you're just moving on.
Eric's acting like, I think he gets some of these problems of communication. He's really just kind of sulking when you're not agreeing with him. He's just kind of sulking.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's still there, honestly, at this point. At this point, how long had they, so minus like the first 15 minutes, how long has he been on?
40, 50 minutes so far.
Oh my gosh. That's shocked.
Exactly.
I've never met this guy in person. I've never met this guy in person.
On Flashcast. You guys were both on Flashcast.
He said what? He said what on Flashcast?
I'm sorry for calling you a scammer. I don't think you're running a fraud. I'm sorry for saying
I don't remember that latter part. I do remember him apologizing and then right after starting to talk shit. So it didn't seem like it was that genuine.
Well, it probably wasn't genuine.
I didn't think it was either.
So
you don't think, on a serious note, you think that you don't think that that's someone trying to actively fuck with someone's business. You wouldn't consider in contacting these people like Karens. You wouldn't consider any of that defaming, claiming fraud that's not there. You wouldn't consider that trying to fuck with someone's business. He's just up and just out of kindness of his heart, he's just trying to figure out and get to the bottom of this. What do you think that he was attempting to do? What was the end game there?
So, question: How?
I'm asking you a question. Can you answer that?
Sure. Well, restate it quickly.
All
Like,
right, all right, I'll restate it quickly. Restate it
Yeah.
quickly. What do you think, for example, I gave you 2 examples, and we know that it is that he tried to do that. What do you think the point was? And for example, contacting the charity, what was he attempting to do there?
I don't know. Maybe fuck with your business.
Okay.
Or maybe ask questions about a fraud that he perceived.
Okay.
So the question I have for you, though, is are people allowed to investigate a perceived fraud?
Oh, of course.
How would one do that?
Maybe they would, again, maybe they would contact the charity to try to find it.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. Maybe they do exactly what Dick did.
I feel like unironically, this happens with Angus and I sometimes, where because Angus does a lot more.
So you remember.
Angus does a lot more research into things than I do. I mean, I do on specific things that I'm more interested in, but sometimes he'll make a point about something. I disagree with it. And then we do this run around for a bit. And then we get to the end and I'm like, oh shit, you're right. and then I kind of go,
the Eagles are a fucking plot hole.
And I go, okay, well, all right, you got me. I thought I had all the information. It turns out I didn't. What you brought to me makes some sense. And there we go. So like, I feel like
I come in like Sandy Cheeks. I'm Dirty Dan.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, that's what that means. That's what that is. Okay, we've had that kind of thing before, and I feel like we're seeing that happen right here. But instead of owning any of it, or just like, okay, understanding what that is, so like about the fraud thing. Like, yeah, I would say to be on Eric's perspective here. Yeah, I would be annoyed if like people were trying to go and fuck with my business as far as like trying to get other people to instigate anything, whether or not there already was one. That would be annoying. Yes,
dude. The fact that he's like
shit.
The fact that he recontextualizes and throws it back and it's like, so if someone perceives a fraud, how would they investigate that? It's like, I don't know. I guess ask the charity. It's like,
that exact thing is that's happened with Angus and I. Where we talked about something and rephrases it, and then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, wow, okay, yeah. That's how else would they do it? I don't know. That I guess you're right. Never mind. Like that's happened. That happens, and it's like, okay, because in my head I'm thinking of all these different things, and then when it comes down to the application of the things, oh well, so I guess this will happen.
This just keeps getting better and better.
One sees something and they go, this seems like a scam or fraud, and they contact a charity. That's something they could do.
Yeah, they can do that. He did it. He's the one that did it. Of course he could do it.
So that's fucking with someone's business.
Well, he was attempting to fuck with the business, absolutely, because there's nothing there, and it also didn't stop him. Hold on. That it didn't stop him. Yeah, well, yeah, of course he knew that. He's just trying to find smoke where there's no fire. Essentially, there was nothing
problem?
there.
Then what are you worried about? What is Eric worried about then if there's no fire?
Because there's a fire.
So like that kind of thing is what kind of gets me when it comes to all this drama with stuff. Is that like the way that he responds acts as if, I don't have any guns in the closet. I don't have any bodies in there. I don't have anything in there. Don't you look for it? Don't you dare look for it.
Why would you look for whiskey in my whiskey bottle?
It's just like, okay, but what if somebody were to ask about it? Yeah, I don't know. He seems to get mad about all these things, and it's like, oh, man, that's insane.
Where would one go to find cookies in a house? I don't know, maybe a cookie jar. It's like, exactly.
Aaron says, you think it was okay for people to mock Jerry Lewis as he sang for crippled kids? Boy, did you eat breakfast this morning? I don't know if these were connected.
Oh, yeah, I'm waiting to get to this because I've seen this meme. I think it's about how fucking cyclical these fucking arguments get nowhere with fucking Eric. And I don't know if this is a specific thing it said, if I'm trying to do a hypothetical with Eric, or if it's like just a meme about how fucking retarded this conversation gets with Eric. We will find out. This debate is laughable. I'm not sure how anyone takes Eric seriously. Exactly. This is what's laughable about, like, this guy is going to take down Marvel and DC and wokeness in comics. And it's like, I don't know about that. We can't keep like an argument straight about his business.
Well, it's like it's interesting because like today he's tweeting more about like, oh, ask me questions about the Rippaverse specifically, like about the comics, and
please don't ask about the possible charity fraud.
If in the first place that's what you kept the majority of the conversation to as well, then there wouldn't be this He like, I think Rekieta said it perfectly. If you give people stuff, they will run with it. They will keep on going for it. Stop giving them things to run with. Like,
yeah. So okay, here's a tweet. I said a couple. So Eric says, if you purchase more comic books for kids donated books, the price of each book for the customer is cheaper per book, just as it was advertised. Then someone says, that's not the contention, Eric. The contention is that if someone could buy it at $13 per comic and you considered it at cost, then you were making money to sell it at $17.50. The question is, did you operate at a loss when books were purchased in multiples? It says, that's retarded. Contention in a non-point. We operated at a, quote, loss regardless, and nobody other than anybody than another retarded person would assume otherwise. I don't give retarded people the benefit of the doubt.
Okay. Wow.
And someone says, is the $5 pull-up sell profitable per issue sold, or is the sale at a loss as a marketing campaign? As far as I know, he hasn't answered that. Because again, he's selling issue 1 cover C or whatever at $5 plus shipping. So it comes out to like $14, I think I saw. And
wow.
People were buying at 35, and he was selling charity books at $17.50. Maybe it would start decreasing with number purchased. But if you're selling at $5, that's definitely not for profit.
That's interesting because that goes. I remember one of the hater streams brought something like this up, where and I think I forget what Eric specifically said, so I'm not like quoting him or nothing. But he was just like, I could not sell these at like $5, like $10 would be silly. Like $10 would be silly as well. I don't know if he meant specifically by like the initial launch of them, or if he meant in general ever. I think he said the prices could get lower later.
Well, the fact he's selling at $5, I think that says something. When he was selling it $30 more to start, and then like $100 for some special shit.
Why is it being sold at $5 exactly? With other campaigns
for the pull-up sell.
Well, hold on. With other campaigns, I'm just asking for clarification because you've seen more Comicsgate books than I have, as far as like campaigns. Is the price usually the same with it, or does it go up or down for comic prices?
Most people sell the comics anywhere from like physical normal tiers, anywhere from 10 to 25, 35 for shipping. If it's like a collected volume, like I'm assuming like a grade.
Well, I'm sorry, I should clarify. I mean after the campaign is over. I mean like after the campaign is done.
Oh, trying to do like a fire sale.
If they're going to try to sell more books, do they usually go up or down in price after the campaign is over?
I would assume they just keep it the same and it's in demand. That's what I've seen most of the time. Maybe now, if anything, they just promote like this is the closeout. I'm closing the store.
Well, so that's kind of what I'm saying with this. It's like, well, I mean, usually they keep it the same or it goes up on eBay. Like Cyberfrog stuff goes up in price because they're more rare. The idea of the campaign is usually first come.
This is as cheap as you're going to get it, and then afterwards it's going to be more.
You're going to get it. You're going to get the most value and reward for investing now in this. And then if it's low, I mean, he might argue that like, well, cover A and B aren't available for that same thing as cover C is. So there's that. The people that went in first got that first only. I guess that's fair. I'm just trying to see if anybody else has done the same thing or not before.
It just seems like
if I'm right, if anybody
especially with the charity sell, $5 to customers sounds like it would definitely be at a loss. So it sounds like he's trying to do something to gin up more sales, maybe for the number to look better, or it's like, fuck, I need money. I mean, so fuck, please, anybody buy this.
That's the first time I've seen that in our sphere of comic people. So I am curious. Usually the price is the same, or it goes up for the books that are done. And if anything, maybe the next campaign they can sell at a slightly lower price than the first campaign, but that's different at that point, I would say. But anyway.
That I'm making. There was nothing there before. There was nothing there after the fact. It didn't stop him from continuing to do things as such and claim that I was scamming and that I was doing all these various things. In addition to, and I gave you another example of trying to instigate a lawsuit.
A lawsuit that's already
lawsuit that already exists, trying to instigate
the continuation of a lawsuit. Got it.
Continue. Yeah. And you don't find anything. You don't find any issue with that.
Dude, you guys have been fighting for months.
I'm cool. I'm cool with that, Nick. I'm all right.
Like, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that's fucking with your business.
Right.
Like that isn't starting something new.
I disagree.
You're welcome to. The thing I hate,
disagree.
Yeah, you're welcome to. The thing I hate about the charity shit is I have a shit ton of questions that I would love to ask to clarify that stuff. But, and I want to be 1,000,000,000% clear, and I've never faltered from this. I do not in any way think that you have done anything wrongful in regards to any charity. Okay? There are questions I would love to ask to clarify this discussion we're having about why someone might do it. But if I ask those questions and you answer them weirdly, it could compromise you. And I don't want to do that.
Have you, let me ask you this, and I'll answer whatever questions it is that you have. Have you pressed your partner, on these things and had a conversation like this publicly with him? As far as all the claims it is that he's made and all the things it is that he said, have you asked him about any of that stuff and really got to the nitty-gritty on that?
I tried to look over that.
No, he didn't ask me.
Okay, so you've never done that. All right, so go ahead and ask me what question.
Wait, hold on. So already this is
annoying.
So like Eric's making a big deal about it. Eric's making a big deal about it. Dick isn't, and then he's wanting him to do the same thing.
Ghost with the most says too many copies and no demand. Got to recoup some of the loss. Honestly, even if it's just 48 hours to try to gin up more attention, it seems questionable when you've had a charity sell for like 3 times that at $17.50.
Yeah, I just get confused. So, like, I was asking because that's so confusing to me. The $35 one, independent, all these things, and now he's selling at $5 a year later. I want to know how that makes sense.
When he's been very clear, like we can't sell this, that we'd be working at a loss.
He made it sound like doing $17 was like cutting their legs off, like that's a big that they're taking a loss at doing that.
Well, okay, like I make a meme out of this, and I haven't actually made a meme, but like I make a meme of this of very simple with like specifically Christian libertarians. They love the meme, taxation is theft. They love that. And I get the sentiment. No one wants to fucking pay taxes. But, it's a concession we make for society, because we need government. However minimal you want government, you need it. You need government. Just business disputes, monopolies, all this stuff. It's not just that, they're the biggest shop in town. It's like, no, they actively, you see it with Amazon. They squash the competition.
Is it like Walmart or something? Like they get lower prices and then
because they got so much capital, they can operate and buy so much bulk. They can do the Henry Ford method of buying so much and selling it for only a little bit of markup because they're going to sell so much versus the mom and pop has to sell it for like 200-300% markup to actually make any money. Because they don't have chains to minimize the loss, because they're smaller entities. Also, Walmart, for years and still, they don't want any of their workers actually making 40 hours a week or any fucking overtime. So they keep people not earning a full week's wage.
They hire low quality staff, essentially.
Well, yeah, they keep the job simple so they don't have to pay them much, and they don't give them a full 40-hour week. And then, so with that in mind, you generally, as a worker, if you got a family, you got to get welfare of some sort, food stamps or whatever, some sort of government assistance. And then because they hire people that are on assistance because they don't want to give them full wages, they get government kickbacks for having so much of their workforce being on welfare. And then also they take the money from their welfare workers with their food stamps and sell them product. So they get to double dip and keep their expenditure to employees cheap.
They'll typically buy things at Walmart, essentially.
So yeah, they're essentially winning 3 times over. They get a tax break for all the fucking welfare workers.
So to a smaller degree, that's sort of what this is, maybe, like as far as the bulk.
Oh no. I was just okay. So I was just no. Wasn't. Sorry, I'm not. Sorry, not connecting that to Eric. Okay. Give an example of like the dichotomy with business alone, why you need laws and shit to fight monopolies like Walmart and Amazon. All right. They love saying taxation is theft. Now, if you're a Christian, I don't see how you can be a libertarian with this mindset, because Jesus says, whose image is on this coin? And he is explicitly, as the Christ, as the God man, dictating the role of the state and their rule. It's an implicit thing. It's also, with that small meme, implying civic duty. Taxes is part of that. It's your civic duty as a Christian to vote in whatever system you're in, contribute to the society. This is a kind of a secular implication, as well as more so your duty to God. If you pay this heed to the secular bodies of government, you definitely should pay this to God. All right. And so, given that dictation by Christ, taxation of theft is, I would say, inherently an anti-Christian rhetoric. So people like to think Eric's Christian. Maybe he is. I think that's kind of funny that he loves to push this taxation of theft rhetoric. I don't think it gels.
So making it $5. So making ISOM.
Sorry, this is just a fucking aside about the and cat bullshit. If I'm tying all that together with Eric, it's at the end of the day, it's all about money. It's all he really cares about. All of his rhetoric about wokeness really ties into this doesn't make money, so you shouldn't do wokeness because it's money. You're losing money. That's all that fucking matters to him and his collective.
But if you're selling your
money
$35 comic at $5,
yeah, and then it comes back, so then you start thinking, fuck, all you care about is money. Oh, I can't sell this at $17.50 because we'd be operating at a loss. But then you fire selling fucking $5. But then the charity was $17.50 for one book. It maybe would go down more books you bought at bulk, whatever. But even then, it's not adding up if you can sell these books at $5.
Yeah, that's just why I was just really confused with that, because just like I'm trying to.
Yeah, my mind's going these tangents, sort of related, but not specifically.
Like I'm trying to get how people could maybe sell their comic at a lower price, at sell it for $15 maybe, with whatever things maybe. And his wasn't a crowdfunder, so there's different areas of fees that are applied or not there, so that's different. But
it is a crowd fund. You can say it's a pre-order that they already made them, but
I mean, I guess
he made them with the assumption that he can break even crowdfunding it.
Yeah, I guess the usual assumption with crowdfunders, I don't know if it's like a rule or nothing with anything, but it's typically the first campaign is where you get it the cheapest. And then with Cyberfrog, like I said, the prices go up usually, on
They're
eBay.
going down on ISOM. People bought the $100 book and then they're selling it for $80.
Oof. See, I would think it would go up in value, goalposts, right? I thought it would go up in value, right? After
right. Well, these woke people, these woke people that are anti-Rippaverse, Ripper goalposts will share them and be like, "Look at these idiots! They don't understand the free market, the secondary market of eBay." And it's like, how are you not getting that? They're pointing out you sold this book as a collectible, and so there's speculation. People buy it because they think this is worth something for $100 that they can turn a profit in the future. And then you see in the future people are selling that thing for $20 less than they paid for it. Plus, I think they got to pay fees for eBay, so that's 13% plus the tax and then the shipping. So that guy sold it for $80, probably only made $65 when he bought it for $100. Unless barring that the guy that made $80 on a sell of the special ISOM, maybe he snagged it on a deal that people didn't see, so he got say $50. Someone put it up trying to generate attention, but didn't get it, so he snagged a deal. Maybe he actually made profit flipping it. But all we know, seeing the sold items on eBay, is that this thing's tracking lower than it initially sold for, so it's losing value.
See, it's this is what would kind of bug me. It's if I were to ask Eric, genuinely, I'm honestly curious as to how this happens. Okay, so why, how are you able to sell the cover C for $5 now for a sale? I know it's a sale, but how is that happen? Can you walk me through how that happens from him? With him knowing all the numbers and whatever, how that happens. I wonder if I'd get a straight answer, or if he would pretty much ask, assume that I'm not being serious or something and just not answer the question.
Oh, dude, it's fun. There's this one troll, Rippa troll. It's always after me and Eric July's arm hair. And for whatever reason, he like I'm commenting on like a clip from the stream, I think, where it's like a gotcha for Eric. I can't remember what context was, but then he's like, "Oh, just like bunnies dodge. Like, if you think Eric did fraud, why aren't you reporting to the IRS or FBI?" I'm like, I didn't say anything about fraud in this post. No one has in this thread. Why are you bringing it up and trying to say we are at duty to report this to the IRS? Like,
well, so he wants us to be Karens now too. That's what they call that person. They call that,
and then they'll be like, "Oh, look at these Karens reporting IRS."
But it's like, no, if you actually believe that if you think somebody is doing something illegally or wrong or something, mentioning it isn't a problem.
It's
and that's
like,
why I don't understand. It's like you shouldn't be worried about it if you've calculated everything. You know, like
calculated. Yeah, it's like that meme I told you about, where it's like the atheist and Christian are stranded on an island, and the Christian's praying to God, and then the atheist is building a ramp or a raft, and someone replies, "Wow, God sent that atheist to make a boat. God works in mysterious ways." And it's like, oh, dude, they got an answer for everything to suit their narrative. Like, but if there was no atheist, it's like, well, God wanted him to suffer for whatever metaphysical journey to find God in his turmoil. They make up an answer for everything. So, like, there's no logic.
Done it with you until you came into my chat on my show after calling me out in fucking public, lying about what I've said.
What did I lie about? Hold on, wait,
buddy. You don't want to get into this right now.
What did I lie about? What did I lie about?
You've said this entire time that I've been dishonest and non-objective. Well, hold on, man. You don't think I'm objective because what I said was, I think Eric July's on the up and up. I want him to make a fucking fortune. I want him to do everything. But I have not seen sufficient evidence to support that Dick and
Now you're lying. Now you're lying. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're fucking lying because I've never once made that claim. So now you're lying. You're lying, saying that I said you objective because you said those three.
I saw the stream where he said this.
Objective.
I've seen Eric say this. So he's not as objective as he thinks he is. That's what he says.
As I thought.
That's what I said. And that never once did I say it was because of you saying those.
I will humbly suggest you do not know the definition of the word objective.
Okay.
Because what I've said,
and I don't think you know the definition of lying because you're claiming that I did something that I did not. Or matter of fact, maybe to be more accurate, you're a fucking hypocrite in that regard because you're lying on me in a position that I don't have.
You.
Say what?
You have said that I am not honest and not objective.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I said no. Yeah, I've said that I don't think you are as objective as you lead yourself on to believe, or lead maybe your followers and others to believe. That's what it is that I said.
So I'm deceiving my followers. Is that what I'm doing? I'm lying about the situation.
I don't think it's necessarily deception. I think that's just more so a natural
Eric,
response.
You got a
I'm sorry. No, you're a hypocrite. You're lying.
I don't.
No, I didn't say that.
and now we're learning what the definition of lying is as he's talking about this.
Oh, wow, this is crazy. I have not seen this part. This is spicy.
This is educational as fuck.
Wow.
On stuff. Wow.
Having your cake and eating it too.
I didn't think this would be this spicy, man.
Wow, this is good.
That's your boy, and therefore
I'm not rolling with my partner. I'm not doing that.
You're not doing what?
I'm not rolling with Dick because he's my friend. If Dick did this, I'd just call him a fucking idiot. And you know why? Dick wouldn't care. Dick told me to disavow him specifically to make my life easier, Eric.
Okay. All right. And that's cool. Like I'm not telling you to disavow him.
You absolutely
only claim it is that I'm say what?
You absolutely have done that several times.
That is a fucking lie.
Buddy.
What the hell is this conversation?
Maybe you didn't explicitly say it, right? So you just implied that
I just implied that I wanted you to. Nick, you can be friends with whoever the fuck you want to be friends with. That's not a
But I'm not going to believe anything you say if you're friends with
that's never been an issue. So me talking about you being objective is me essentially saying that I don't believe you're playing the middle of the road. And that you don't
play the middle of the road. Explain what that would look like.
All right. So for me, if you were honest with the situation, with your claim that you, and this is the first thing, and I'm going by the first thing it is that you said when you put yourself. Well, we can't say that because the shit happened on your show.
Oh my God!
I said, "Oh fuck, stop this."
Say what?
The first thing I said was, "Oh fuck, we got to stop this shit." Like,
right.
I don't want this shit.
Specifically, what it is that I'm saying is that you, when I first saw you post that, injecting yourself into this whole ordeal, or your position, right? Because you can't say you injected yourself because you were part of the, I guess, the stream that popped all this shit off. The only thing it was that I'm saying is that, and I told you this again, I keep referring back to this. I specifically said, if you have issue and you don't want this whole ordeal to be a thing, your issue isn't with me, and there is no reason publicly to play this as if this is a me versus him fight. This is your partner doesn't like me, and I'm the responding agency. That's it. So
that's been my position the entire time, Eric.
Okay, I will accept that that's your position now.
Okay, so that's what I need to do to be objective.
No.
I'm trying to find out because you're saying I'm not objective. So how do I be objective? What is the outcome that would make me objective?
Because you would be honest with this. You would be honest with what's actually happening.
Implying I'm dishonest. Okay.
Say what?
You just implied again that I was dishonest about
no,
it.
I'm saying you're not honest about what the situation actually was.
I didn't say you were dishonest. I just said specifically you weren't honest about this other thing.
Let me stop saying that.
Oh
your friend didn't like me. That is what it is. You tried to play it as if this was an Eric versus your partner thing. It was never that.
God.
No, I said it was Eric's fans responding to Dick, who clearly instigated
you weren't talking about me when you were talking about that whole ordeal initially. You were saying that was my
what is up after.
It specifically
said.
Okay, all right, misunderstanding.
I said Eric is not responding. I commend him for staying out of it.
Okay. No, not during that. No. During that period of time, I don't. Well, specifically what it was that I was.
You did engage, though, right? Like you did. I'm not, and that's not bad. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not accusing you. You did enter the fray with Dick, right?
Well, I guess by
back and forth with him, by responding, yeah. Like,
yeah, I'll say, yeah, by responding to a review, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, what?
So like, and so am I never allowed to suggest?
No,
that you and Dick...
no, stop. Don't try to set it as if
hold on,
pause, I am demanding.
Okay, like I guess so. Eric literally I don't think he understands what he does when he's talking. Like when he says things,
it's that magic.
I mean, he just there was misinformation. Like they were misunderstanding each other, and then Rekieta gives him the floor to clarify what he means. And then Eric says that Rekieta stepped in and commented on like a Dick Masterson post or something and chose a side is how he's saying it. So that is what Eric is saying when he's saying that he's lying and all this stuff. And Rekieta's like pointing out how that isn't the case at all. Like you're just claiming that is my position when it isn't. And then I don't understand this. What the fuck? Yeah. This is hard to watch. It's insane. I don't want to be against Eric. I've seen more of Eric than I have Rekieta. I've watched way more of Eric than I have Rekieta. Like,
God, like I don't get how people can just blindly defend Eric. Like that's my whole problem. Is that everyone's like a fucking yes man because he's the guy. He's a fucking unicorn. He's this outspoken big channel, black conservative. Yes, I know anarcho-capitalist specify, but he's in the conservative realm. He works for the Blaze. Glenn Beck's a Mormon, ex-Fox News contributor that made his own news media company. He's in the conservative sphere, whether he wants to admit it or not. And he doesn't want to admit it, but he is. That's his whole fucking audience that backs him. I just wish they were objective. There's this whole fear mongering. No one wants to admit the book sucks or even question any of the writing, because if they did that, they think it'll hurt their relationship if they're a peer that streams with him, and it'll blow them with potential audience. Like you see on Twitter and in the comments where people are like unsubbed, and Rekieta just like fuck you. I see one tweet where someone's like, well, it's been months I watched Rekieta, and then it's like, oh, I can't believe it's unsubbed. He's like, thank God.
No, it's I don't know. It's just crazy, man. I didn't want to see. It was funny before the stream. I didn't want to actually talk about this really. Like, we talked about it a little bit or something. It's whatever. Because when I get it, I usually don't watch these that much because I'm trying to do other stuff. But when I have nothing else to do,
this is like some old school comics gate.
When I'm engaged, I'm trying to be fair. I feel like people don't know what the word objective means. Objective doesn't mean the truth. It means knowing, like, you're trying to judge things without your emotions attached. Like, as if pretend you're a robot that don't have feelings. This is the information that is here. This is what you can operate.
Yeah, it's kind of like how our government is set up to be an impartial third party that has no stake in, like personally no stake in the matter. It's fair and uninvolved. I don't see how Nick has not been that. He has commented on the legal aspect of this suit, and in doing so, saying like, well, they might have a case here with certain aspects, but I hope everything works for Eric. I hope he keeps making money and none of this really.
Nope, you're on the opposite side. You're my enemy now. That's what that is. It's just like
he's being Anakin right now. He's being Anakin. You're either with me or you're my enemy.
It's like Eric will just say these things right here and say you're being dishonest, you're lying, whatever, and then Rekieta asks him to point out specifics, and then points out how that's not. And it's like, I don't understand how you set the terms. You set the table of the terms there now, and then you're less clear now with it. It's just, well, not lying about this. No, it's more about this other thing that was about this and that, and just like he tries to go off.
You're a hypocrite. Well, no, like I don't think you're being honest. It's like, oh, so I'm dishonest.
I feel like the reason why this is so interesting is because instead of like Rekieta brushing that off as nothing and moving on, he directly addresses the words that he says, and then Eric has to explain, and then it's like, oh, shit, like now I got to say it.
Manning that Nick Rekieta do X. That's not what it is that I'm saying.
You claimed I wasn't objective. I'm trying to find out how I would have been objective.
So how you would have been objective is you would have went, instead of trying to play that card.
I believe the card. What card?
And I could be wrong. Maybe that's a cultural thing. You would have went directly to the person that was the initiating party that kept this bullshit going on.
How is he adding more to this to make it less clear?
If you really did not want this gay shit to actually be a thing, because I believed you.
Because I didn't do it in public, though.
Yeah, because now news to me. You said that you talked to him. You talked to him privately. That was news to me. I never knew that.
I know you didn't know that. I didn't tell you.
Okay, so I'll accept that that's what it is that you did, and now I have new information.
I'll accept that is what it is.
So am I objective now?
Yeah, you're more objective than I gave you credit for. Then
am I objective or am I more objective?
More objective than you gave yourself.
You're still not entirely objective.
You're not objective.
Somewhat objective, somewhat not objective.
No, I don't. Somewhat not objectively. Dude, this is a peek behind the curtain. This is a peek behind the curtain of the writing of ISOM. This is a guy, again, that wrote ISOM, which has a litany of legitimate criticism. The Dick review is so precise and surgical in its discussion of its shortcomings, and it doesn't do enough. And I don't know how many months we've talked on and off about these two books and all the problems. It's made me, I appreciate it because it's made me like, what is the root of the appeal of comics? Because it's not my forte. I'm a movie guy, but I'm very critical of the stories and their merits, the good and bad, and the interpretations of things. And then, so I look back and I'm like, well, here's a great example. Spider-Man, blankety blank. You do this shit and you can dismiss and say, well, that's not my story. Like, right, but this is a great template. This is like the icon of comics. Spider-Man, Batman, Superman. These are icons, not just because they look cool and have cool powers, but they have in-depth characters. They have obstacles in various ways that have endeared people to them. It's not just, oh, I made a comic and he punches things and it doesn't have to make sense. And you watch this shit, this real world discourse, and it starts to make fucking sense why the comics don't make any sense.
Right.
And this is why I have to hit on this shit so much, because it's like, don't give a pass because it's your guy. This is the problem. This is what we've been fighting for years, since Ghostbusters, The Last Jedi, Gamergate, which I'm not part of because I don't give a fuck about gaming in general, but it applies. Comics, fucking sports, even though it's not necessarily plot. It's all being ruined with narratives and shielding by the media that is also in ownership of the entertainment part. And that's what we've been calling out. And then we collectively back a guy and make him a spotlight, and it's shit. And then no one calls him out for his shortcomings. And so there's this perception or insulation. Oh, you're saying the same talking points as the SJW. I'm like, what? Plot problems? I guess I'm an SJW then.
That's what that means, sure.
Yep. I donated to Planned Parenthood because I think ISOM's poorly written. You got me. Same exact fucking thing. It's like, if you want this stuff to be pure, you have to be self-critical. And this is why EVS has a longevity. And ISOM to ISOM 2, it's The Last Jedi. You see it in the money. And then long term, you see this $5 sell. You can say it's only 48 hours, but like, I think it's indicative of bigger problems. You look at secondary market for the collectible version, made 5,000 copies, and people were selling it for at least 20% loss plus fees. So actually, it's like 30-40% loss.
Yep.
I believe that you're
Okay, so
out. Then to be fair, all right, so let me be.
It's your claim, bro. I'm just trying.
I know.
Figure out
I said that you're not as objective. More so, I said you're not as objective as I think you lead yourself to believe. And
yes, I know you're claiming what I have convinced myself and my audience of, and I'm trying to figure out what things it would be for me.
I just gave you an example. And to be honest, Nick, I just gave you an example. And then when I even give you examples, to me, you can't even concede some. And this is why it's so difficult for me to believe that you're trying your level best, right, to be objective when you can't even acknowledge the fact that this guy is actively and took credit for trying to ruin someone's business.
First things first. Let's get back to that objective thing, and then I'll get to that second thing, because I was trying to finish the statement. But your claim is that I'm not objective. I'm asking for information on how to show I am. And when you gave me the information, I said, hey, I've actually done that thing. Mm-hmm. And then you had to walk that back a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then I said, am I objective now? And you said, no. So I asked, okay.
Well, all right.
So he's walking him right through the conversation.
Okay, man.
So when I asked for more information, it might be because you have another misconception that you wouldn't have any opportunity to know about my position.
And I've already given you two examples, right, of what to me is blatantly obvious, and maybe you disagree, and maybe that's where our disagreement lies, because for you, actively going to fuck with someone's business is not actively going to fuck with someone's business. You just,
we have different definitions of actively fucking with someone's business. I want to know how anything Dick has done would fuck with your business outside of some people might not like you.
So what? All right. So let me ask you this. What do you consider that? What does that look like if someone's actively fucking with someone's business or attempting to ruin, even though they explicitly state that was what it was that they did? Right, even though I would make that argument, that's not necessarily the attempt is there.
Like,
right?
Rekieta asked a simple question with a simple answer,
but
and Eric's asking for a more complex.
No, so here's the thing: I asked you because you brought up contacting the charity, right?
He did the thing he did with you.
Separated that out from this other guy who did the charity and the ISOM people. That was a separate email. And so we're not talking about that.
Well, I don't have. There's no evidence that that's not the contact that the person was referring to. Number one.
Okay. ignore that I said separate people because we're different on that, and that's fine. What I mean is we're not talking about that set of incidents. We're talking about the one that Dick said where he contacted the charity, right? The one he specifically said, I contacted the charity and asked them questions, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when Dick contacts a charity and asks them questions about what he perceives as a fraud, even if he's just being an asshole and thinks you're defrauding because he hates you, I don't know why. But he sees it. He says, I think this is a fraud. Contacts a charity. I asked you, if someone's investigating fraud, what might they do? Would they contact the charity? You said yes. So the follow-up question that wasn't answered was, how is that fucking with your business? Like, what stands to happen if Dick contacts the charity and asks
regarding
questions?
the intention? I'm speaking regarding the intention, because obviously there was no fraud there, Nick.
I agree. I don't see any
so
fraud.
There was never any fraud, but that didn't stop the motherfucker from claiming that he was. And you would agree that kind of claiming someone's doing fucked up things, especially when it's pertaining to children, is kind of fucked up, right?
Unless they believe it.
So it's unless they believe it. So even though they have zero proof of it,
I feel
they
stupid
keep claiming that it is.
Just like I feel like I feel like I'm losing brain cells with this now. It just. Like Rekieta, it is kind of similar to, I guess we're similar to Rekieta in that we try to really clarify and like walk things back, go through what just happened with things all the time, so that we understand each other clearly with whatever. And
Thank
it's
you,
like this,
Stephen Walton.
I just
Rekieta has years of lawyering to ask the question, reword, and ask the same question over and over. And tools like Eric will continue to answer the same question a dozen different ways. Blow Ethan.
It could be a compliment or not. I have no idea.
I mean,
Blow Ethan.
If he asks me, I don't know. I'd get a few drinks in me, maybe. Give me a sneak peek of Cyberfrog 3. I didn't think it'd happen. No, I'm not attracted to EVS. Not in that way. He's I don't know how to describe it. He's just he's definitely an attractive YouTuber. He's funny. He's great. And he's creative.
Dominic got me in the chat. I said I feel stupider. Yes, I feel more stupid is the proper way to say that, but that just proves my point. But that just proves my point, right? That proves my point right now. I'm getting dumber as this goes. I don't know what to comment on anymore with it, honestly. So I want them to get to the specifics of the charity thing.
Yeah.
Because other than
I'm
that,
clearly in love.
I feel like I'll just be repeating myself at this point with our commentary. With the same stuff and just watching it be insane. This is why I hate talking. I spent many years trying to talk to mental midgets. Like
now, some of y'all probably haven't read ISOM or really followed Eric. Now you're getting it. Now you're getting, like, this is the guy that wrote the book that I've been so frustrated with. That Dick brought attention to. So then I'm like, no way could it be this bad.
When Angus read it and then he told me about it, I said, no, I'm sure there's context that makes it make sense. I'm sure that it's pretty good. I had a lot of faith that it was going to be better than he was saying. And then I read the book.
And then we read the sequel. And it's worse, universal wise.
It makes the first one worse with changing some of the things. The first one's better by itself, technically.
Because it's like, oh, well, maybe this is like a bad guy. And it's like, oh, no, he's a good guy.
Trying to be a good guy. Oh, he quit because he saw a person get killed in front of him. Yet, just a day ago, he proceeds to basically kill a whole bunch of security guards doing their job, protecting their boss, doing.
Well, yeah, it's a random citizen.
I'm so confused on what his motive. I don't even care about his powers at this point. It's more, what is his morality level? What is his motivation for doing anything? Does he care to not kill people? Is he totally cool to kill? Because he seems to be cool killing people. Like, I don't know what the line is when it comes to that kind of thing. What we're being shown, but all right,
Oh, you got me, Dominic. You got me.
I mean, he can't write a good book just because he's a black conservative. Are you racist?
I guess so. You got me. Well, it's funny too, because like this one guy's always like, "Oh, you broke ass bitches," blah blah blah. You know, he's having like flip off emojis and laughs and clown and stuff. and it's like he says this almost like, shh, quiet, darky, the whites are talking. And I just let them think I'm racist. Let them think I'm just a white guy that hates a black guy's comic. It's
transitioning. It's kind of funny that you say that you said you have a lot of criticisms for the story.
Oh God, no
issues with Cyberfrog. Well, you're assuming that because I don't think you listened to us talk about anything at all.
Oh boy.
So I think Cyberfrog 1 is pretty darn good. Cyberfrog 2, I have some more criticisms on Cyberfrog 2. I'd say, but you go ahead, man. If you want to bring a few, go ahead.
That is hilarious. I don't know if you're just a ripatard or if you're kind of trolling me and actually, I don't know your stature in regards to Comicsgate, Rippaverse, whatever. But no, I think EVS is probably the only comparable character on the internet with indie comics like Eric July, given the money he's made thus far. And his whatever he does, the attention he'll get in the sphere. He's the only comparable person. So that's why I always bring him in comparison. As far as books, Cyberfrog 1 is fucking amazing. I love it. And that just goes for comics in general that I've read. It really just stands out. It's got such a good narration with Chelsea. Cyberfrog 2, I kind of think is dog shit for what he set up in number 1. And it really reflecting on it, like what's like if I had to say one thing of like why I think it's such a downgrade, it's the narration. It switches to Cyberfrog, and Cyberfrog is just like, extensively, he's a guy who wants to punch stuff and hang out. But, he's actually got this like implicit kind of godsend purpose that's already like his destiny to do. He doesn't know how to go about it yet. He's lost because he doesn't have connection with Chelsea right now. He's found Salamandroid. There's always just random shit. Like, it feels like it's just going to be kind of a run-of-the-mill DC. It feels like a run-of-the-mill DC. And then, there's Scorpione just gets thrown in.
The cat is supposed to, the cat that attacks him, I forget the cat's name, was supposed to, Scorpione tells him to, wait until connect Cyberfrog to the Vespa's language or something, but then the cat just goes to fight Cyberfrog, gets beat, and then accidentally transfers the translating thing to Cyberfrog, which helps us as the readers understand what's going on, which I thought that was kind of sloppy. That was weird. That was like a weird way to do that.
Yeah, it's very I feel Cyberfrog 2, there's just so many problems. Like, I think setting up this if this was like a spin-off about the people, the Walking Dead element of a few numbers struggling, that could be interesting. But being a mainline for Cyberfrog is a misdirect. This whole missing father element to Heather's daughter feels like a random tangent. I think there should, I don't know, there's this witch character.
There's a random witch in the village.
I'm like, what is this? What is the range of this story? Because it's like, all right, there's intergalactic space loss, so you assume there's different alien species because there's fucking Chelsen, bioorganics and shit. But I had no indication this would be any spiritual elements.
In a way, it's kind of like ISOM 2 in that it has all these other elements added to it that kind of take away from what the story was set up to be from the first book. And it's so I think Cyberfrog 2 still has some good features to it, but I have a lot more criticisms for Cyberfrog 2 than Cyberfrog 1. But I don't know, don't just assume that I
am not an EVS shill. I try to be objective.
Blindly love it. We have no issues with other things. I feel like part of the issues with our spheres that not enough people are critical of each other. They don't want to be. They don't want to have bad blood or say something bad about somebody else's thing. But I feel like that would help make the product stronger, maybe, or help. That'd be a more collective kind of. I'm going to scratch your back not by just praising your thing blindly and telling people to buy it, but telling you what I think about it.
Honestly, no one that I know of. That I've backed, not that I follow everyone extensively, but no one I've backed, whether it's been good shit or not, it's been a lot of mediocre or bad shit. There's nothing where I'm like, this is egregious. It's mainly just lackluster, I'd say my second favorite book in Comicsgate thus far is Infinitel Chronicles issue 1 by Chris Fisk, my comic stream co-host on Tuesdays. The reason I fucking hit him up was reading his book, and I chatted with him for like a couple hours before I ever bought his book. He kind of just convinced me to like, I'll give it a try. $8, why not? And I'm like, fuck, dude, this is good. Like, this needs more eyes on it. And then we just get along so well with all of our disagreements, kind of like Rookie in different realms. We get along with our discourse because we have this respect. And yeah, I love Chris Fisk. So I try to be objective. I would say Magic Cop 1 is probably my third favorite. So it's not like the big dogs necessarily that I'm like, yeah, they do good shit. It's like they got a name. So it's, I try to separate that from their works.
Exactly.
Yeah, I am no shill. It's probably why I've not had the success I probably could have had if I like played ball with the like channel politics.
Going back to a long time, years ago with stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm no fucking shill, and that's only hurt me. But like, I don't care anymore. Like, I try to be diplomatic at least and respectful, or I guess what I thought respectful, but now I don't care. I just say exactly what I think now. And
my comic said, yeah, we're not saying that you called him a shell or anything.
No. I've never read old Cyberfrog. I'm talking about Cyberfrog Blood Honey. And
yeah, I have no idea what his old Cyberfrog books were. Just Blood Honey specifically. That was pretty good.
No, that's fine. I really appreciate
that's the thing too. But that's the thing too. Like if you have disagreements on how good Cyberfrog is or not, I mean that's conversations that could be had, and that's fine. That's all we do. We like I said, we bitch randomly. We're talking about something else entirely yesterday, but then we somehow got into like the Eagles conversation with Lord of the Rings, and we debated about that for like an hour for no reason. Did not need to. But we do anyway. That's just what happens sometimes. But
he hasn't even got to the Rippaverse series or the crossbone he's going to do with Beast Wars Transformers comics. I have no idea. Translate to 57 page, probably with bad cliffhanger, no real setup and a struggle, then a small journey and an overcoming part. None of that, which is basic comic structure. Yeah, I don't know. Again, comics are not like my specialty. I like reading comics, but I didn't grow up with them, so it's still a new medium to me. Even though I've been in like Comicsgate for like 5 or 6 years, however long it's been going on. But
said you mentioned you read
always take precedent.
You read old school in a stream.
No. Sorry, I said old school CG. I was saying this stream is like old school CG, like some of the debates and shit.
Going back around 6 years ago, specifically, is what we're talking about.
War Campaign, fucking Edwin Boyette, Mike
Fandom Menace, or like Last Jedi, I guess would be a good time frame for what he's referring to old school.
Yeah, no, I've never read old school Cyberfrog. I probably don't want to. If I have one complaint about Cyberfrog 1 is the stupid robot Rumblebee or whatever. It's like, I don't know. Maybe he's just trying to treat it. Maybe that's like maybe EVS did that as awareness to the old series, and then taking them out quick, and then fuck the Vespis. This is the real threat now.
Yeah, I saw it as like that's just their
Vespis. That's another problem in Cyberfrog 2. The Vespis, it works as like they're kind of just like an instinctual hive mind horde that swarms and decimates, and then it turns into, oh, actually, we understand you and we see you this whole time. We just let you escape us. Yeah, and they have like they have like individual sentience, and I'm like, this is actually this makes way too many problems versus what I think EVS will focus on.
Yeah,
but at least he's trying. So I'm crediting him on but I just think he's totally missing what could be interesting.
Yeah, like we thought it would be better if they were just this is their natural instinct. The Vespis aren't evil. They're not trying to do horrible things. They're just doing what they do.
Oh my god, sketchbook. So I've always left these up to be objective. All right, so I have a review of Lone Star by Mike Ass Miller, and regardless of him being a dickweed.
This was this was when he was still cool in CG, essentially.
No, I never was on the Miller bandwagon, but I was kind of neutral.
That's not what I said. Like cool with the public with CG. He went before he or beef with these.
But Lone Star is trash. The first page is fucking great opening for the narration, the mindset or whatever of Lone Star. Like, ooh, this is like some, I think I said like Dark Knight Returns or something. I gave it like high praise for that first page. And then the rest of the story is just cringe. Like when you make obvious inserts of SJWs are the evil vampire shit, it's cringe, dude. Like have more nuance than the SJWs that make everyone evil. Jordan Peterson is Red Skull. MODOK is Trump and shit like that. It's bad. I would say it's worse when our side does that. Makes real focus on trying to meme the enemy in real life into the that's cringe. But yeah, Doug TenNapel, he turned on CG, but Bigfoot Bill was fucking amazing. So I've left those reviews up to show like my range of objectivity, where it's like, I'm CG, Doug is shit on us and dished us after you made the money. And I will not backtrack on my review of either of those books. Miller's book sucks. It seems that he's a Ponzi schemer. Last I knew, maybe he's rectified that, but it seems like he's been a Ponzi schemer. And Doug TenNapel's a piece of shit for CG, but he did a great book. I'll never take that away. I was open to ISOM, didn't back it because he had such success, and I'm like, I need to back other people, try to get them ahead versus him making all this money. People have already got Eric. And then I read the book and I'm like, this shit sucks. This is the worst thing ever. It's worse than woke shit. I wish he would actually insert political ideology because it would have some teeth.
Have some, right. A little more bones.
As transition as far as CG, I'm not like a strict adherent. I totally open. I go to the comic store often on buy stuff. I'm way behind reading anything, but I'm open to anything. Donnie Cates, I think he's a great writer. He's woke as fuck, but I think he writes good. So I try to be objective. CG started before EVS and all that shit. He is second generation, I guess.
I guess we're referring to when we entered
formalized.
I guess we entered in around second generation CG then too. So that's what we're referring to.
Yeah. But anyway, let's continue the stream.
Fish for something that wasn't there. They didn't even get anything, right? They didn't even get, there was no outside of that specific email that the co-host shared. We have zero evidence of any sort of contact. None. Okay. There's no evidence, but we do have him explicitly stating that he did. Okay. So right, either way,
either way, at his word there, right? Like that he did contact them.
Yeah, I'm taking him at his word. Yeah, I'm taking him at his word that that's what he did.
But you also said it would be reasonable if you thought there would be fraud that you could investigate it by contacting the charity. All I'm asking is if he contacts a charity and he's completely wrong and all of his questions are blown out of the fucking water, how does that hurt your business?
I'm talking about the intention of trying to fuck with our business. That's what it is that I'm saying.
Weird. So if I were to use my magical powers and be like, I want to fuck with Eric's business, that is fucking with his business.
You wanted to fuck with his business, you find his warehouse and burn it. Or you would find his forklift and like rip out like the battery cables or something. Like or fuck up with the hydraulics for the lift component.
If Dick went to like every customer that purchased ISOM and was directly telling them to not buy ISOM because of things that are not true, then I would say that is in a way fucking with your business because you're directly going to the customers and trying to lead them astray with things that aren't true. But if saying things that aren't true, I mean, that's a little different, but seeking them out, that's more intentive, I would say. That would
so, okay, let's put in context. All right. Like, so it's like, oh, here's a new preview for woke Marvel book. They're going to have safe space. And then you're aware of this and you see this trend. And so then you start like focus, it's like, well, I hate that. And then you start like just continuously following their new stuff of wokeness and commenting on it. You have no intention of buying it because they've lost your business or they never had to begin with. You're hurting their business because all your commentary is just to neg on them. All right. So
yeah,
Dick reads this shitty comic and does a review about how shitty it is. And then he has such a bad fit and his fans have such a bad fit because there is cross-pollination. Whether people want to admit it, there's people that are Dick and Eric fans. I'm one of them.
I am now.
I've been subbed to
like,
Eric way longer than I ever knew about fucking Dick and Vito. But
I've watched
this stuff has kept them in mind, and they're fucking funny. But
it makes me
it's the same thing. They don't like this book. They review it. It gets a lot of attention, a lot of hate. And so it's like, wow, I really pissed these people, especially Dick's, internet comedian with his podcast and stuff. And so it's like, wow, I really got some fire here. Let me keep playing with it and see how long I can play this gag up or whatever. And then it's like, oh, here's a new update for the next Eric July crap. And it's like, oh, you can donate charity by buying books at half price. And then it's like, oh, I don't like that guy. And he's doing this. The numbers don't seem to add up. That seems weird. Selling it for a comic book for charity at $17.50. It's charity. Like, why don't you just donate books on your own if you're making all this money? That's what sparked this question.
Right.
So it's like his own logic, given lots of his commentary on his channel. You're actively hurting HBO talking about Velma. You're actively hurting Marvel talking about their comics and movies. You're actively hurting DC. You're actively hurting Star Wars. You're actually hurting Disney, etc. The logic goes both fucking ways.
Jeremy destroyed Brie Larson's career with the 100 videos.
Well, people like to, gin up like, oh, look, more Brie Larson videos. There, it's a 5-year harassment campaign.
Yeah, no, I'm
that's an angle
when I say this, but yeah, that's exactly. But you're right.
Some people think this,
yeah,
and it's like, well, she's a public figure making bad shit that arguably is destroying the legacy of Marvel film series, or is a cog in it. And so she, as the face, is going to get the brunt of it. And she signed up to be this public figure. So that's kind of on her to accept the deal. And any of this commentary is like arguably hurting her business. So like, where's the line?
Exactly. And so Dick just did this. He just did review and did a thing, whatever.
Because like people have been like, oh, look, I've never commented on this guy, Dan Slott, writer for, I know, Marvel, but possibly DC as well. He's blocked me. Is this okay at Marvel Comics? Are you trying to hurt their business? You're trying to hurt Dan Slott. Like, where's the line? This is where the disingenuous question for me comes into play with all of this kind of commentary.
Yeah.
So let's do a hypothetical.
It's like, all right, yeah, you went to try to go whoop someone's ass, and just because you lost the fight didn't mean you attempted to get in the fight, Nick.
No. It's if I think that someone is committing a fraud, and I want to call them out for committing a fraud, and I contact the charity, and then I don't find fraud,
and you don't find fraud. There's no evidence of it. There was nothing presented that showed it. You still claim that it exists.
Well, let me say this way, and I hate being a lawyer on all this shit because I'm delineating between my opinions and other people's opinions. I've clearly stated I didn't see anything that looks like fraud, although there are questions, again, that I would ask if you're open to it, but I don't want to ask those questions because it is in regards to wording, and I hate that shit because I don't want to invite anything. I don't want to be accused of ruining shit because I have no intention to ruin fucking anything. I just want to do my goddamn podcast every fucking day.
I don't knock that for you. I don't knock you for just wanting to do your thing and do your podcast. I'm just saying.
But then you commented.
But if someone is committing a fraud, in your opinion, and you contact to find out, are you, like, if they are committing a fraud, isn't it good to ruin their business?
There was no fraud.
But he
so
believed,
pause.
assuming he thought it was genuine,
like,
he believed
another thing. So I feel like Rekieta's setting this up so perfectly for Eric to be like, and then we're going to celebrate how, like, their failure at trying to get us on fraud when we're fine. Like, we are good. They proved that we are good because they had to look into it and found nothing. Isn't that good?
Sorry, wait, repeat that?
Like, if somebody was trying to get you for fraud, trying to, like, tattle on you for fraud and whatever, like, Meth Gator has done all these sketchy things or something. It's doing all these sketchy things. And then, well, they approach the legal people about it, and then it's proven that you're not doing fraud. Isn't that good that you're proven to not be committing fraud?
Yeah. I mean,
I'm trying to see how that damages you at that point.
It sucks that it gets alleged.
It would suck. So like with Johnny Depp and like Amber Heard, there's a lot of.
No, why are you saying
I'm sorry,
names?
no, because regardless of whatever the truth is or whatever was ascertained by the findings in the courts, there's already a bunch of different opinions going around about whatever, regardless of the evidence. So. Like that's different, I feel, than something like this, where you can just go, yeah, anybody else want to try to get us for fraud? Try, and you will fail. Like I would assume that that's what would be happening, unless when this
if anything, it could be
no. If the worst thing I could see with this is that if people trying to investigate the fraud and means that takes more of your time away from your business. That's where there could be an issue with that. It's like if people are calling you for fraud every week and you have to spend half an hour each week just dealing with that would be annoying. That would be something that would concern me. Like, what the hell is that?
Curtis,
when do you stop? But,
Curtis, you say freedom of speech, free press. You say, but you give him shit for it. Are you talking to me? In what context? I'm not following. He'll say
we said a lot of things and a lot of people are saying stuff. So
Rookie, his reaction is strange that he is upset when he should feel unworried, but it's not unheard of to be angry at a false accusation if that's the case.
I agree, but then he should just be kind of angry about it, not angry at Rekieta for like being okay that he contacted him and then it was false. I don't know. I don't.
It's tortoise interference. Yes, the accusation alone is damaging. Some people are tribal sheep who will keep a lie going for the sake of it.
That's where I'm saying that there could be some issue, I guess. But in terms of legally, I don't think there is. But in terms of
not so legally
or not, in terms of not so legally, exactly. Yeah.
Rekieta was giving him shit for his podcast. You mean Eric?
I'm not sure what you're referring to specifically with that. In the streamer is is that a different stream?
I'm not sure. Tortoise interference. What about the hair? Yeah. Let's continue.
Right?
Okay. All right. So if we assume that, so you're giving him a lot more credit than I am and saying that he did that, right? He genuinely believed there was a fraud. Okay.
I don't know what he believes.
Okay. So what?
If I ask him, he'll probably say, yeah, I thought it was fraudulent. $17 for a fucking comic book's ridiculous.
Okay. So what in the fuck?
Here we go.
There was no proof of it. There's nothing that's come from that. There's nothing that will come from that. It didn't stop him from claiming that it was a scam.
Wait,
and it didn't
really quick. Just interject and we'll comment after more clarification. If he's not doing fraud with his pricing, all you have to do is show, you can blur out whatever contacts and all that. Just show the receipts. Like, this is what it costs to print ISOM and have it shipped to me. Here's what it costs to ship the bulk to the charity. And so you would show break even or loss.
I kind of thought that he was one of his intentions, because he has a channel that is like about his business, I think, that is about the Rippaverse and how that works. I kind of would assume that one of the things that you'd be trying to do with this venture is like show how to properly do a charity, how to properly do whatever, how to calculate whatever numbers, how to get the stuff going. But it sounds like when pressed about these questions or when they're brought up, it's like he doesn't want to answer it.
He accused me of fraud. And
like, I don't know.
At the end of the day, it's like, well, it's kind of on you to prove it's not if we can't get a clear answer.
So I guess
from
that's the thing. So like if
the charity doesn't know, actually, they just get the shit from you.
So I'm trying to understand it is what I'm trying to do. So when I'm asking you, it's so that I know that what I'm thinking isn't stupid here with this. So like him. So what would be? Is there any issue if he just says like the numbers, like you just said, like what is the risk if he shares the numbers accurately, like how much he spent on every,
goes with his
is that a risk of
business?
Like I don't know what's a risk if you share all the expenses,
exposure. I don't know what kind of duck dip he would do with this, but it feels like how people perceive Trump not wanting to show his fucking tax return, where it's like, well, fuck you, I don't have to show you. Fine, but that just leaves you open for us to question if this was fraud or not. If you've pocketed money on the top, if you've skimmed off the top of what you've claimed your expenses, all you have to do is show a couple receipts of your expenditures printing these books and whatever copy that you're sending these kids, what it costs to ship to CB 4K. And that would clear this right up.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused with, because I'm trying to think of like when Flip and I did our when we did our Phantom Collective card set, like he handled a lot of the stuff with it, but I mean the gist was like I think we charged $15 per deck, and the shipping was around like $4 or something for it. I forget specifically. I don't think we probably could have used a more intelligent way to ship, but we didn't know, so we just used like sleeves or something. And I forget what the cost of print, but we had to print a minimum of like 35 to have like the full sets of decks or whatever for each card. And I don't know, we could like tell you what it all was. And so it's like, I don't know what the risk is. Like, is there like a doxing risk, or a, like you could get sued because you did like that's, I don't know. I'm trying
all
to
you have to do is take a picture, blur out whatever info he doesn't want you to see, show you the pertinent information of cost of printing and getting it to his warehouse, and then the cost of so that would show, all right, that's what he spent to print this stuff to go to the kids, and then you see whatever it costs to ship the bulk to the kids, to the charity. Like,
if anything,
and that would show you the loss or not.
Like, what if he showed how he got of like what money he spent on things? Then somebody contacts him and says, "Hey, you know, you could actually save more money by doing this and this and this instead."
Well, okay.
And then
I was thinking about this.
That would be like that could help Eric, right? Like,
right. Okay. Well, even if because I think I saw this clip where it's like, oh, it seems a question. Maybe it was people were paying like 1750, but it's actually like, well, it costs like 13 or 14, which if you do the numbers, it's like if it was like 2,000, I think at $4 profit, that's like $8,000. Now, maybe his rationale is like, well, I also have to pay my workers, and they're moving this and packing it or whatever to go to them. So that is also an expenditure. So that's like more, maybe not directly accounted for to show like that overhang that looks like profit. Because like, well, this is part of like just the salary of my workers. I don't know if that counts or not. Because I know there's like nonprofits where it's like, well, I have a job at a nonprofit. So it's like there is quote unquote profit to pay the workers to run the shit, but they're not pocketing any excess. Does that make sense?
A little bit, yeah.
So if that's the case, then maybe that's why he's just not showing fucking numbers, because he'd have to maybe expose what he's paying his workers, and he doesn't want to show that or something. I don't know.
My instinct
trying to give him benefit of the doubt on this.
My instinct is that there's some sort of sensitive information that would be revealed if you were to give the numbers, but it almost sounds like you don't reveal them because there is something that you don't want, or because you might not even be aware that there's something wrong, but you don't want to have a miscalculation shown or something, right? I guess.
Yeah, it feels like
thing,
Afro Man, where he's like, there was this blind man. He was walking by the fish market, and he takes a big old whiff, says, "Hello, ladies."
I mean, I could see it
smells fishy.
I could see it too, where maybe like if you were in, I'm trying to see it like a grocery store or something, or like a Walmart. Like, you know, if you knew exactly how, if other people knew exactly how they got their product so cheap at first, maybe others would have copied them right away. And then that's like, I'm trying to assume what's the worst case scenario here, and it's really hard for me to see the worst case scenario showing the numbers. Like, I don't know. Let's continue.
Stop him from saying that I'm frauding kids and all that good stuff. Do you believe that going around constantly insisting that, despite it being completely false, fabricated, that someone, especially when you claim to have contacted them, yet were unable to find anything there, right? Do you believe that that is an attempt to try to fuck with someone's business?
If I say yes, you're going to say, "Hi, you tried to fuck with someone's business."
No, I'm not. I just want you to be honest, because
I am being honest.
That's what we're discussing, though, Nick. The whole point of this discussion right here is you don't agree that this person was actively trying to fuck with someone's business. And then when I give you an example of it. All I want you to say is that you believe that, yeah, that absolutely is the case, or it wouldn't. Because I'd imagine that, definitely with you being a lawyer, you would think that it's reasonable that something like that, the attempt is, right, to fuck with. So you just explicitly even said that. You said, well, isn't it good to fuck with someone's business if that's what it is they're doing?
Yeah. So the hard part about this is I'm trying to give the answer to someone whose mind I don't fully know. And that's the second part of the answer that I was trying to give, which is there was a follow-up to that situation, right? The follow-up to that situation was an answer from the charity, a public statement that was really nice. They're very praising of you, correct?
Wait, as far as
the charity, the charity made some post or something. They said how great Rippaverse has been. They're donating all this comics and they've donated money and all that stuff, right? Like that happened.
Yeah, that happened. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is not an accusation. Subsequent to the inquiry by Dick to the charity, did you not donate additional funds to that charity?
I donated funds to the charity before that was a post was even a thing. In fact, they acknowledged that.
Did you make a subsequent post after, or a subsequent donation after the post?
Our agreement was that we were going to keep giving them donations during this whole campaign window.
Right. So I'm not getting into your intent. I've said a million times, you did not commit fraud in any way, in my opinion. Okay. But to get to why this answer gets fucking complicated is the accusation is leveled, right? That you are charging too much and pocketing money. And I don't believe that accusation, but that's what's leveled. Charity makes a post, Rippa donates more funds after that, right? Like, I'm not wrong on the timeline, right? You had an agreement, I understand, but that's what happened, right? That's what the public sees.
The public, as far as that post, yes, the post, they posted about us. And is that what it is that you're referring to?
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They posted about you, and there was a donation that came in.
How is that not clear already?
Before of cash, in addition to books, before that post was made, and then there was an additional donation, or maybe 10. I don't know.
I think Eric does that, so he's more time to think about it.
So I'll explain to you exactly what happened, which is what it is that they've already explained publicly as well. We popped the charity off with we funded an entire initiative it is that they had, right? And then we agreed with them contingent on X amount of books being sold, we're going to keep donating to you guys money. So we gave them money prior to any conflict, any supposed conflict or any claim of fraud or anything like that, and they've acknowledged that.
Yeah, the charities acknowledge that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that agreement about the books and all that stuff, is that public, or is this the first time that's being public?
But they've already they've already stated that. They've stated that in multiple posts. That's public.
Okay. I'd see. I'm not aware of like the full nature of the agreement or any of that. I haven't seen any of that. But let me ask you a question. If you think someone is defrauding something, right? And then you call them out. And then after that call out, there's a post, and then there's another donation. Is it reasonable in any context for the person who thinks you are defrauding someone to think that post was a makeup post? They're scared about being called out on the fraud. Do you think that would be a reasonable conclusion for someone?
Why would they post that if it actually legitimately was a fraud? What would the fraud be?
I have that you were
trying to do a hypothetical.
Books and donating books for less value than what you charge. That's the claim of the fraud, right? You were overcharging for the charity book. That's the claim. I don't believe this claim. I'm just saying that's the claim, right?
We were already, Nick, the thing is, and that's been made public, is that we had already gave them money prior to the post that they made, or prior to the claim that it is that they made, and we gave them multiple, obviously, as the sales came in, that happened. So why on earth would how could someone come to such a conclusion?
So hear me out. I hate X company
this is
because
good.
I'm an asshole, and that's the only reason. And I think that person's scamming kids. They're way overcharging for a book, pocketing money. I contact the charity, I make that accusation, and then the charity makes a post. No, they're a great business partner, and then another donation comes in. You don't see how the person who hates that person would think that maybe that donation was a cover up.
But that doesn't. Again, that doesn't.
I'm not saying it makes it true. I'm just saying, could you see that being a possibility?
I couldn't, unless someone's just trying to make it seem like that's what it is when it's not. They're forcing the issue. We objectively gave them money prior to any sort of before anybody even.
I hear you.
Before anybody even knew about this. So that's the thing the thing that how can someone say that there was a scam that existed when we had already given them money prior to someone?
What was it's probably from The Office again. I don't know. You give me so many references here and there. I don't know. What was the one where he said, "Now explain it to me like I'm 5." What was that one?
Oh yeah, it's The Office. So it's like I think it's like Mike asks Oscar to go over his personal finances or whatever. He's going in the hole, spending all his credit on his girlfriend Jan and his condo and shit. He took a bad deal on a fucking condo he's stuck in. And so Oscar's doing the stuff and he's like, yeah, you're like, you need to file for bankruptcy or something. Or he gets to that later, but he's trying to explain like, yeah, this is like fucked. And he's like, explain it to me like I'm an 8-year-old. And so then he's like trying the simple thing and he doesn't click. So he's like, explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old.
That's what I feel like Rekieta is doing with Eric right now. He explained it one way, and then he's like, okay, no, I wasn't clear enough. All right, I'm gonna do it again. And then okay. One more time.
Dude, it's the fucking
That's what that is.
The wallet. It's the wallet with Patrick. It's like, right, so you're Patrick Star, yeah. And it's like, all right, so I found this wallet with this ID, Patrick Star. You're like, okay. And he's like, this was in the wallet. So this is your wallet. It's like, it's not mine.
It's not my wallet.
He beats the fuck out of him like a pillow. He's not answering the question. Yeah, you see the 5 Ds of Eric July, Eric D. July, Eric Dodge, Duck, Dip, Dive, and Dodge July.
It's like, if he just answered questions, it would make it so much easier on everything. I didn't have breakfast this morning. See, when he says that, I'm assuming that means he's like fatigued. He's not as full energy, so that's why he's.
Could you conceive someone could have breakfast? He gave it
not if we wake up at 11.
If she's going cherry, that's why the book was expensive, right? And Rekieta is trying to say, hey. You get called out for fraud, and then after you get called out, the charity's like, oh, he's so great. We even got more money. And it's like, that sounds like a buy-off.
Rekieta was setting the scenario up from the perspective of somebody who does not like Eric, how they could come to the conclusion that it was fraud. And that's what Rekieta was trying to do there. And with the actions of like, well, there's no public thing about him giving a donation. And then after this accusation's pointed, and then there's the statement afterward about there being stuff that can look like, that's what that can look like, essentially. Yeah, we're neutral on it too. We're just responding to what's being said right here. And like I said, I watch more Eric than I've barely watched Rekieta. Barely. But he's pretty funny right now, so I don't know. I might watch him more.
That there was a fraud. So this was not a case of there was another there was an additional donation, or there not an additional. There was just they got money. They just got money after there was a.
He's
claim
saying
of
things
fraud.
less clearly now.
Was delivering a book to the charity $17?
That was well. Let me say this.
Was delivering a book to the charity $17? I didn't want to ask these questions, Eric. Was delivering a book to the charity $17?
That was the cost, and I'm explaining it to you. That was the cost associated with operating. That included the sales of that included the sale of the actual physical book and all the operations associated with, because we had to pack, we had to bag and board, we had to ship it, we had to palletize all of these orders, and we had to send those out. And it doesn't even fucking matter. You know why, Nick? Because we gave them money.
I agree with you.
So why is that even a question?
Hold on, pause it again.
Because
I'm sorry. Again, I saw. So
He's kind of saying what I was saying, that
okay,
it's probably like 13 or 14 bucks, but then I'm operating at a loss because I'm paying workers to complete the order of charity books to get sent to them. So arguably he didn't make any money off of that. Arguably.
It probably,
but it's still questionable.
Well, it's like if you did whatever thing. This is how these things are criminal sometimes, right? Where it could be seen as it, because it's like, okay, let's say that we raised like $30,000 for charity, but we actually raised more than that. This is what we gave. We gave them money. Like, what do you mean? Like,
it sounds like a buy-off.
The money that the idea is usually when you're donating something that the full profits are going to the charity. That is usually,
it's like charity is like a loss to you, the donator.
Reason why it costs the person donating $17 is to help with the stuff that you have to pay for to deliver the donation, right? The shipping and all that other stuff, right? That's what that's covering. But none of that's supposed to go to the pocket. That's supposed to go to the charity.
Well, given that, like I said, nonprofits, like they employ people, but they're not like building a treasury. They're like running even flat. They're, that's the idea, at least. I don't know how, I'm not sure how to compare, because I don't know enough about, donate 50 cents a day, so like $15 a month to feed hungry kids in Africa. Is it actually all my $15 is buying the food, and then you are taking the hit, paying the workers to do everything, to pack it, ship it, deliver it, cook it for them, whatever? Or is it the 50 cents actually is part of it goes to like pay the workers to do the charity? I don't know. So Eric could be in the clear here with, it's 13 or 14 bucks, and then operating costs to pay workers to like complete the ordeal. I don't know if that's fraud or not.
Right.
But the way he's elongating this, it just feels skeevy, and it gives people fuel.
Yeah, pretty much.
And it's like, I will laugh at like the fraud memes and he's a crook. Like, they're funny memes. I don't know if they're legitimate. That's why I've not ever really commented on the fraud aspect. But this whole thing, the fact that Rekieta just flat out, like, how much did it cost $17 to make your comic? Sounds like, I want to say I seen a clip where he says 13 or 14.
And then he says, no, that's not the point. They got money. It's like, wait a second. Is that what you tell yourself? Because that's not good.
I am not
sounding good.
I'm not putting a pin in it saying yes or no.
Yeah, it's not.
It's still 100%. Questionable to me.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying that it was that either, but that type of answer, it is not good. It's not helping. It's not helping.
You doesn't mean everybody else on earth is.
Just chat real quick. My sketchbook doesn't watch them anymore either, even though English is a second language. He can keep up a conversation. That was funny. Trying to see what Tim's saying here. So also my pushback on this, Rook, is any films need mass backing to get started, then they lower the prices later based on success. It's true, but we're referring to donations with this specifically, I think, as far as like charity donations. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
So bad take boat. Is it Bojan or Bojan? Sorry,
I said Bojan.
I get confused because I read it and I'm trying to compare it to other words like Bothan spy or Bothan spy.
It probably is Bojan or something, but I say Bojan.
No, most charities operate with a small profit, and there's a limit legally to how much can be made and remain a charity. Okay, still doesn't help me clarify for my own understanding, but continuing to see if this is a hole or not that he's digging.
Required to trust you,
That's
right?
Not I'm not saying that everybody is required to trust me by any means. What it is that I am saying is that we gave them, as a company, we gave them money, right?
Yes.
The 17 that we charged them. By the way, it was not just $17, and I wish people would say that. That was not the average cost of the book.
What was the average cost?
The average cost, I think, came out to something closer to like $13 or so because we offered it in bundles. So the more money it is that they got, I don't know. Is there something that was confusing right there, Nick?
I didn't want to ask you these questions, man. Did you solicit a charitable donation for a book for $17 and the actual cost was $13?
That's not what it is that I said. I'm saying that's the average.
What you said.
No.
Maybe you should clarify, because that's why I didn't want to ask these questions.
See, okay, no, I am specifically referencing. It's like you heard nothing. It was that I said. I'm specifically referencing how much on average the customer paid.
Talking about hypocrite.
It was not $17.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure this out. See, does it cost $17 to ship one book to the charity? Yes or no?
We didn't ship just one book to the charity. So no.
Ask if you did.
Oh,
No.
Wait a second.
that sound good.
Pause. How does he misunderstand what that means? What is that? How is that misunderstanding?
Oh my god! I seen all these dick posts. He tweeted the Randy coming all over himself meme.
Well, it's like, okay,
and people are like, for a guy that is like going to get sued for tortoise interference, I would not expect this reaction of a guilty man.
I don't know. So I think Eric's trying to say that they ship things in bulk, right? So that's.
I think he's trying to say that the more you bought for charity, the less it costs. So the average bulk printing, let's say, of everyone's donation actually average out, because of how many some people would buy in bulk for the donation. It actually would like reduce the total cost of what you're buying.
I feel like he could easily clarify that though, and then doesn't.
We will see.
It costs us that
Get new lawyers.
What?
Get new lawyers.
Okay. I'm gonna explain exactly what the cost was, Nick.
Please do.
We calculated the 17. It was like $17.50 that we said that you could buy for a solo book, right? That was what we had calculated on our end. That included the actual book. That included the like again bag, board, all the labor that is in that whole ordeal. We sold and we incentivized our readers, right, to purchase more books. The more books they got, the cheaper that it was in terms of their actual donation. So this isn't some gotcha or anything like that. We specifically had a setup. It was agreed upon by ourselves and our customers to get these books not only out to these to them just bag boarded, palletized, all that good stuff, but we also gave them fucking cash. That was the number that we had associated with that was what for us to feel good when it came to if they ordered one, even though that wasn't the average, and we knew that wasn't going to be the average. That was the cost associated with the labor and everything it was to ship.
I don't want to talk about this
individual book.
You got to stop talking about this right now, dude.
For what? I don't got to stop talking about shit. You're trying to make it seem as if it's something that it is
trying
not,
to
Nick.
hold on, right there. Like, Rekieta's listening to Eric talk. He's not saying anything.
He's like, stop.
See, this is what I don't like when Eric's like,
because he's like, I'm a lawyer, and you are possibly incriminating yourself for a fucking audit.
Well, it's like he's like Eric's talking this whole time, and then Rekieta's saying to just probably stop, and then he's like, no, you're trying to make it seem like you're trying to make it seem like this. Rekieta's trying to prevent Eric from saying more stuff that could go against him in any way, shape, or form. To just
let me look this up. Charity.
I don't.
Fraud.
Tim in the chat, I don't know exactly what it means. So ISOM to it's not unknown. What's the conversation? I don't know what you mean in regards to ISOM 2 there. It's been putting up numbers. What's the cost?
Trojan Bojan. Okay.
I think it was.
If you want to see Dick's review, my sketchbook, go to The Biggest Problem YouTube channel, Biggest Problem in the Universe. It should be one of their top videos. Just look at like most popular, probably you'll find it. Or just like type in Biggest Problem ISOM. I would say go on their Patreon and watch their bonus episode, Biggest Problem in ISOM 2. It's pretty fun. This was something new. He may have overpriced, but he was starting business enough to drop the next product. Well, this whole conversation specifically is about the charity and essentially the claim of fraud. And it seems, especially with Rekieta's Okay, so Rekieta is a Minnesota lawyer, all right, and he might have all sorts of tidbits of other states' laws, especially probably like Wisconsin, all the states surrounding, because of like interstate travel. Some people might like hop states or come into a state, and so he has to be aware of outside states, like for gun laws, state to state, especially with like constitutional carry coming into effect for a lot of states being enacted recently. That complicates shit. You see it with the Kyle Rittenhouse case, how a big thing was, well, he crossed state lines. It's like, right, but he has partial residence in that state because of his parents' divorce, so he hops the border frequently. So that's a complicating circumstance. But yeah, aside from having to be aware of at least his scope of practice, other states' laws for interstate travel, he passed the bar, so he knows key cases that they teach you in law school of federal understanding. And they do teach you state specific laws that will like rank up into the Supreme Court and why they did so. So RICO, it's a big conspiracy case. That's how you can get like criminal enterprises. You can implicate one guy in the group, you can get them all. That's the Dark Knight. So just that simple understanding from basic federal law studies in law school, this is why outside of Texas or whatever, he's like, shut up.
Yeah,
he wanted to stop. He wanted him to stop because he knows it could be harmful for a case dumbass.
He's referring to I think transitioning, said he has him on the show and asked him to stop talking. What a drama queen Nick is.
I think transitioning is a troll. Whatever. Welcome all kinds here.
Nothing there. No. We're not even going there where you're trying to insinuate, acting as if there was some error. When I talk about $17 a book, you're talking about for one book. When I said no, I'm specifically referencing the fact that we went out of our way, Nick, to incentivize our readers, our purchasers, to donate more books. In order for us to do that, we allowed them to get multiple, just as anything else. It's not anything unique to us, so that they, at cost, right, could continue to get more books to this charity. Don't put your head down. I want you to explain to all the people what it is.
New lawyers, and stop talking about this.
I'm not. All right.
I told you I don't want to ask these questions. You said ask me anything. I said I don't want to ask these questions because I believe you did not commit fraud. I 1,001 billion%
so
believe
I
you did not.
I guess everything it is that I said, you somehow think that somehow is maybe proof.
The fact that you don't is why you need different lawyers on this subject, brother.
Okay. All right.
Wait, so hold on. So I'm trying. So I think I'm trying to see Eric's point here. So he's not claiming that
he's saying that he charged people on a sliding scale the more they bought. So if you bought more, you were paying less per book. So the average of the donations
was
start
at
$14.
$17.
If you bought one book at 17, but the more you bought, the cheaper the books were for your bulk price. So
but I guess so. Is the
if
problem,
you bought, let's say you bought 100, then actually you're only donating $13 per book or 14, whatever. That's how I'm interpreting this. But given Nick's reaction, sounds like this could be an actual issue for down the pipeline, like, if someone wanted to
with the context that Eric was saying, with like they publicly incentivize them to do whatever, or that it's this, then so the claim isn't like Eric hasn't said we've donated an average of $17 per book to the charity. I'm assuming there could be a way that it's worded that it makes more sense and why he's in the clear.
Get new lawyers.
But I can easily see how it is coming off as if that is not the case.
You incentivize them to get more books at $17. That's what it sounds like.
Like, to me, it sounds like it should be a simple type of answer, but he has to give all these extra bits of info to make it sound less like that. So it's like, okay, that's clearing up a little, but I'm not sure. I guess I've just never seen that before in that type of way, or at least presented like this. Maybe things have done things like that. I just haven't seen it. Like,
all right, you go to Walmart to buy one steak and it's $15. You go to Sam's Club you buy bulk 10 of them, and it's actually like $10 a steak. That's how I'm interpreting what Eric's trying to say, that he's actually, the average cost is lower than the single advertised.
You're also, but the $15 one is a charity, and you're trying to donate money essentially to it rather than just buy the steak. You're not just buying the steak, you're donating money, right? That's the idea.
No, you're donating books. The money is just for the cost of printing and
I was using
shipping.
steaks. You know what I mean? You're buying steaks, you're buying comics, whatever. You're not trying to buy the lower priced one because you're
forget like competing stores, because even though Sam's Club and Walmart,
that's what I'm saying. And so I'm
say
saying
it's all at
donating.
Sam's Club. You could buy one for $15, or you buy like 10 of them at $10 a pop if they were individual. That's how I'm interpreting this. So trying to be charitable, ironically, trying to be charitable to Eric.
What I'm trying to say for charitable, for playing devil's advocate, is maybe it's never been stated that like the cost that that's charging people is all the money that is counted for going to the charity. This is how much you get to start, and then it goes down to the average or something. I'm not sure, so that it's not lying. So when he says the average number was $13 or $14, that's not him skimming it off the top. It's
bad take. Bojan has a great.
It's
hard.
Hard.
It sounds like there's a potential to make money from the charity purchases. It would help prevent the company from losing money. Eyes on the question likely prompted Eric to don't. Yeah, that's exactly the hypothetical Nick was trying to get him to understand. It's like, do you not see how not knowing about this supposed deal beforehand, before publicizing this charity event on your campaign, that this looks like a way to make more money?
Right. Well, the whole thing was basically asking Rekieta to do a hypothetical of somebody that hates Eric. That's what he was doing.
No, I think you're totally wrong. Whether anyone tips off IRS or if they just naturally look over his books and his filings for his company and see something fishy, I will not report. I will be more ANCAP than Eric, and I will not report to the government a possible infraction. I
mean, I'm hoping,
given a lawyer's reaction to this, and also he's not even impartial. He's a friend to some degree with Eric, and he's like, "Fucking stop." That's concerning.
That would at least raise concern. I'm hoping that Eric and them turn out totally fine with this, and that there's no issue with this sort of thing. But I don't know. It's hard to say now with this information that apparently hasn't been said before, as far as I know. Giving that specific information about the average cost, like that was the first time I think he answered a question directly, like for the most part.
That was probably the clearest we've gotten any dialogue in this.
I would love for you to continue to ask questions, because nothing's there and nothing's going to happen. I don't even know why. Because see, you're trying to dramatize it. You're like, oh,
no, I don't want to dramatize this.
That's exactly what it is that you're doing.
He's trying to clarify
exactly what it is you're doing.
He's trying to understand what is going on, not dramatize. He's trying to understand. If asking questions,
they're not even like, he started to engage the chat a little bit, but this whole Discord, he's not even looked at his chat. Not, and just his body language. I'm taking this as full good faith on Nick. His body language, this isn't some play act or something that he's like rehearsed or has trained himself. It feels pretty fucking genuine given the ebb and flow of this conversation, and this looks concerning for Eric, and the fact he keeps saying get new lawyers. I don't know.
There was no fraud. And you're not pointing to any fraud just by simply saying, was the book 7-1? Was someone got 1750? I just told you how those costs were associated or how those costs were calculated. There's nothing there. There's no smoke there. I don't know why you're even pretending that is the case. I understand that you're a lawyer and you're telling me now to get new lawyers. What do you think is going to happen to us now, Nick?
I hope to God nothing.
And nothing will. And I'll tell you what. How about this?
Please
let
it be.
How about we'll revisit we'll revisit it. We'll revisit it because clearly you're uncomfortable, and I don't want to talk about anything that you're uncomfortable with me talking about.
Because I get accused of drawing the shit out of people, and I tried not to.
You didn't draw. There was nothing that you drew out. There was nothing that you drew out.
Brother,
and nothing's gonna happen.
Ever suggest that you are soliciting donations for $17 and it costs less?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. That is an incorrect assessment. If that's what it is that you picked up, that was incorrect.
That's what everybody has picked up since you said it the first time, and that's why some people believe you commit fraud. And that's why some people, because you solicited a book for $17 or $17.50, whatever it was, for a charitable donation, and then you stated publicly on Twitter that it was less per book on average. I hear you.
I am but you,
no, I hear you.
What do you think it is that I'm saying? That when I say less on average, what do you think it is that I'm saying? What do you think I'm referring to? Seriously,
that it doesn't cost $17 bucks to get a book.
No. But no, Nick. All right. So now I see where the confusion is. That's not what it is that we're saying. What I'm saying when I say it was less than 17, I'm saying that was I'm referring to the average cost to the customers, because when you look at how many books were donated on and you calculate that,
so
or divide
it sounds
that by
like the average that he's
drawing
drawing here is separate from the specifics to the charity.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe he donated off the top from his own funds of ISOM or whatever as extra. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Possibly. So okay, I actually think that he sounds more in the clear than before now, as far as with this specific thing. But I guess I don't understand it enough to really get it. But he sounded like it was more troublesome a minute ago. But this slight clarification make a little more sense to me, a little bit.
Yeah. But the fact to even put that out there the way he did, that opens.
I guess the thing would be, so why didn't you just ever put the numbers out directly in the first place, right? Like, just so that
exactly.
So the whole point goes back to the office thing, like to try to avoid confusion. Just have the things up front. So like you and I often clarify things before we even know if somebody understands us, because we want to avoid the confusion part, and then have to like figure out what the problem was, and then try to figure out what it is to explain it. Like we try to be ahead of, we try to expect where confusion might be, and then like address it first so that we avoid it, you know?
Wait, I gotta share this meme really quick. Let me find it. That I made today. This has nothing even to do with the charity part. Is just because these clips that were already put on Twitter in this stream are it's like you're arguing with a lawyer, all right? Like Garso State, if he's not in your state, whatever. It's like you're arguing with a lawyer. He's had a successful practice, and you're trying to you're talking like you are more knowledgeable. And so I gotta share this meme because I had fun making it. Share. There we go. So here's the meme. Lawhawk, Eric July, attorney at law. And say, do you own a warehouse? Have strange men comically sized scissors tape money to it? Then you may be entitled to financial compensation. Contact Eric July, the Texas Lawhawk. Call Boogie 5998. This is hilarious. He can't heed the advice of a lawyer. Apparently competent lawyer, in my assessment.
Customer individually paid for, it was less than that because there was a discount when you got more books, Nick. That's why it's lesser of $1. That's not a secret. I'm not introducing you new information.
I know that. And I have said, I believe you. It's not about what you did. It's about what people perceive.
And why would that be? What are you saying, that they didn't perceive before that if you bought more books, it meant less?
Because someone who doesn't trust you will suggest that you're pocketing $4 a book.
No, Nick.
I'm not saying you are. I'm telling you that's what people believe, dude.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I'm saying. Well, I don't think people genuinely believe that. I don't think you're understanding.
But Dick Masterson, that's what he. I don't understand what he's.
This has been the whole thing.
It's
like $17.50 to donate a book to charity. It's like, all these comic stores just dump their fucking overbooked, like, you order so many copies, you think Batgirl #1 is going to be a big hit, so you order 100 copies because there's like some sort of exclusive variant incentive to put on your exclusive rack for like 50 or 100 bucks, whatever. And so even if you only sell 50 of those, you'll have that extra one. Someone's going to buy it because it's exclusive. And so you'll make money overall. So you get all these bulk. You'll go to a comic store and you look at their bulk, like dollar bin stuff, and you'll see 20 copies of a fucking Captain Marvel book. And that's usually what they're dumping on these charities, is like overstock of, like, they can't move it after give or take a month or two. If comic hasn't moved, it's not going to, besides weirdos like me that I'll grab a random issue and use that as a bookmark to go on the internet and read the series. So like, yeah, lots of comic stores are doing this. Like, they pay for the shipping, whatever, and here you go. There's a bunch of crap books I can't move. Give it to kids.
Right.
And then here's a guy charging his customers to do this when he's got clearly multi-millions to play with as he sees fit. And yes, he's got a warehouse and employees and all this, but you assume he's got a lot of profit in the treasury to play with for ISOM. You see all these movies, man. You got what's the guy? Chuck Dixon on staff now. He's got Mike Barron now doing Gooding, the Soska twins, and then his staff, his armed security, multiple warehouses, apparently forklifts, whatever certifications you got to have to practice business and have those facilities, all the inspections. You still assume he's doing this at profit still. So it's curious
who tried to say that it was a scam, and really who was the only one that said there was some sort of scam that was existing. But again, I think
I sit on the board of charitable organizations, man. You need different advice on how you word this shit. I'm trying to help. Like, don't believe you did anything wrong. Okay, that's what I've been trying to say, man. Like,
okay, man.
I'm not trying to drown.
All right. Well, I will say this: it is no secret that on average, as far as how much the customers paid for, by basic math, it was less than 17, and we've long made that public because, again, more books meant lesser price per book. So that's not news. But if that somehow incriminates me, okay.
No, it's like the point that Rekieta was making was that somebody that does not like Eric could perceive that as something fraudulent or whatever. Like, that was the point. Not that is fraudulent. He's just he's saying that's how somebody that doesn't like Eric could perceive that. And I'd say without knowing the extras that he gave, it could be more confusing too. Like, I don't know.
I'm not making the accusation, man.
That doesn't make
sense.
But
I've sat on the boards of charitable organizations, dude. Like, if someone asks you if it costs $17 to ship a book, you say yes. That's what you charge because that's what it costs. Period.
But that's not what we charge. That's the point that I made, Nick.
That is what you charge. If someone clicks that button, they pay you $17, right?
No, that's not what happened. If they got most people got multiple books, Nick.
I know, but if the person who clicked on the $17 one book thing, they got
for that individual item, yes.
Oh, I see what he's getting at. Oh my God.
Which is what
Rekieta was even though he's saying that because he's essentially printing this stuff cheaper because of the bulk, the people that only donate one book are getting defrauded $4.
Right, you'll save more money if you buy 2 copies, but you'll be spending that.
But the people that spend 17, they're actually getting shorted how far the money would actually go. This is the gray area if this is fraud or not. I see where Rekieta is coming from now.
It's not as simple as it wasn't. It's just that
it averaged $13. It's like, oh fuck, oh man,
Like, and especially for people that haven't done this specifically, this can just seem like it. Most people that are going to be in this are potential customers or haters. Like that's probably what it's going to be. Like that.
Okay, I get what Eric's saying. This is like the Sam's Club, the bulk purchase. Yeah, I think get that
makes more sense.
But I think the legal gray area, if this is fraud, is for essentially the individual, or that like it's not even priced across the board. It's not just 50 cents feeds a kid a day. It's like, well, it actually averaged like 25. You see the problem? Yeah. This is why Rekieta's like, oh fuck, shut up.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up a reference before of if you know Ralph the Movie Maker, he made like a short film a long time ago called King Candy. Very basic concept. It's like, yeah, there's like a school thing that you do, and you like buy candy or something, and you like give them, or you like sell candy and you give them money or something for it. But they never usually count however much you really give. They just put it into a bin, and that's how much was donated. So he ends up skimming a whole bunch off the top. It's like just simple, just simple things, whatever. Yeah, you're still donating, but you're just donating less than what was there or whatever. There's different ways that can happen. But yeah, so it doesn't mean that he is in trouble, but it can definitely look like he is in trouble with how this is being phrased, especially the one person, the one purchase.
Yikes.
Then that's what you say.
No,
you don't have to explain all that other shit.
All that other stuff is public, so and it's not. I mean, it's not me saying, "Hey guys, apparently it is incriminating. I shouldn't tell you that." When it was live, if you bought more books, that meant that the book cost less.
When you just bought one book.
I appreciate you. I know it's making you uncomfortable. I'll go ahead and I will stop talking on
that. All right. Okay.
And for the record, and I get that you're saying that I needed to get new lawyers. All this whole deal legally was set up with lawyers that are involved. And there was,
I figured.
Yeah, and there was no worry about any of that. So and I get that you're saying because it would be your worry, or I don't know why, but you're saying that it would be your worry. It was not the worry of the lawyers that are involved.
Good.
Okay.
Ignoring any more specific statements on the subject and just going by what was said here, can you understand why someone who hates you might think that when you say it's one thing online and then you say it's something else,
so you just go in a circle,
then you make a donation.
Eric's not going to answer.
That might be trying to cover for what was called out. Like, again, someone who's bad, like they don't like you, bad faith, they're not going to take you at your word. Do you see how they can make that conclusion?
No. I think if
well, then you're fucking dumb.
All right. So when I say no, I can certainly see how a bad actor could reach for something that isn't there.
Wait.
That it doesn't and it doesn't.
What? No, I don't see it. And he's like, I can see how they would do exactly what you've been getting at for 20 minutes.
Angus, he sounds like my customers that come in sometimes. That like I'll ask them if all right, do you want anything else on your sandwich? They say no, but can I get mayo and salt and pepper? Oh, so in other words, yes. Or like, all right, yeah, would you like anything else? Cookies, chips, drinks? No, but I'll take 2 cookies. So what you meant to say was yes, you would like 2 cookies, not the other thing.
Well, maybe when they say no, they benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're like in the state of mind of like veggies.
I mean, no, because that usually we're done with the veggies, and I ask, do you want anything else on here? Any sauces? Anything else? And they say no.
So you've transitioned.
I say,
and then they're like, no, but that. Okay,
yeah. Or like I'll ask, yeah, do you want any cookies, chips, or drinks? The only other sides you can get, and then it's like they'll say no, but then proceed by telling me what they want. It's like that's what that sounded like right there. So it's a funny runaround. It's kind of like when people answer the questions when they say no, but they mean yes, but you're supposed to take the no as a yes or something. Like,
oh my god,
I don't know.
Rookie 6 inch doesn't play. Hey, I don't know how late you're gonna be up, Walton, but this is fun. You want to link? I'll send it to you anyway. Regardless, don't care.
We've been doing this for like 5 hours.
Wait, Vito just tweeted a couple hours ago. When someone trolls you, surely the smartest thing you can do is reward them by making a video about them for your 500,000 subscribers to watch. Wow. God, Vito's funny.
actually that complicated. So I can at least see that, Nick. I'll for sure I can see that. But I will say that there's nothing there. There was never anything there, and I don't see how that.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I've never made
Eric
claim.
doesn't believe that Rekieta agrees with him.
Like
I think
well,
when he says okay,
right, so going back to
when he says okay, that's him not listening. I think because like he said that to Dick and just completely forgot entirely what Dick said with that when he said, I don't think this, and okay. It's like, all right, yeah, because Eric already thinks that Rekieta's just partners with Dick, so like that's all that there is. It seems like that's what he thinks it is. It's like, all right,
yeah.
But
honestly, I think the partner thing, even if you're trying to say, well, this equals friends, like no. Given I used to bang and stuff, I feel like you interpret partner as friend in a very different context than the average person. Like, oh, that's my friend.
Friend is hard to misinterpret. It's more difficult to misinterpret compared to other words.
Well, I would say friend is vague. It's it's like work friend. You could just say friend. Oh, it's friend at work, but really it's just like I talked to him at work.
Well, yeah, but when you use words like partner, that gets more to different definitions.
It's more intimate, even if it's not sexual. It's just a more intimate word. I think it's a misuse.
Back to the point, you don't think that's trying to ruin someone's business?
If they believe it, then no, man.
Okay, but if it's false, is it?
Yeah, if they find out it's false, they don't think it's true, then that's shitty.
Wait, does the truth rest upon what that individual believes? Does that just give them leeway to be able to just claim someone's doing something it is they're not, especially when it's criminal?
I mean,
yeah.
That's how defamation works.
Right. So you would agree that
figures.
So you think, okay, exactly. So do you think that would be defamation?
If they have knowledge of the falsity and believe and the problem with knowledge of the falsity is everybody thinks, oh, well, they know it's false because it is. That's not actually sufficient. Like they have to believe it's false. Like they have to have a reckless disregard for the truth, which is in the face of all evidence that should be reasonably accepted, they still run with the other narrative. But I'm telling you, there's a bunch of
flat earth
people who don't have to accept what you say.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that you don't think that that's an attempt to ruin someone's business.
I feel like we've got
genuinely believe it. No, well, I mean, I guess it would be a justified ruination.
Oh, so it is an attempt to ruin a business.
I'm going to turn my oven on
because he believes it.
Just keep playing it.
Yeah, if there's a business that shoots kids in the head and I want to stop it, I want to ruin that business.
Right. Okay. But you're agreeing that he attempted to ruin the business. Now you're just saying. Now I guess the question now isn't whether or not he believes it. And correct me if I'm wrong, Nick. You're just saying that you think it was justified.
If he
believes it was justified.
So here oh God. If I think a business is doing wrong, like legitimately doing wrong, and I call them out, that's not trying to ruin a business in the sense of being a dick. That's trying to ruin a business that's doing something objectively wrong, right?
And I understand that, but
I don't have a problem with people doing that,
right? But however, regardless. The question isn't really of whether or not he attempted to ruin the business. The question more so is
transitioning
if it was justified.
I mean, yes, if you want to break it down into specific semantics.
Okay. We agree for sure at minimum on that he's attempted to ruin the business. So
but if someone's attempting to ruin a business for a cause they find is great, then I don't have a problem with that.
Right. Well, I don't think that's the argument that I've never made was that whether or not you, I guess, have a problem with it. At least we agree that.
Tim,
that you
Riley is
that the guy tried to ruin a business, and you've previously
I don't think it's shitty to ruin a business that's immoral.
Right, and I understand that. But you agree, and that's the bottom line of what it is that I'm trying to explain here is that, before it was, I didn't see anything of them trying to ruin the business. And now we're breaking it down. And now you're saying that, well, he did try to ruin your business. He just thought that he was justified in doing so.
Dude, I colloquially use ruin your business on, the internet to suggest that someone doesn't have a reason to ruin a business.
Okay, so that's the qualifier.
Well, I mean, I thought that's an implied qualifier, right? Like, again, are you saying that, like, if that my position would be if some guy's out there gassing dogs?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'm not saying that
I'm
I'm not saying that it's unjust to fuck like someone's business that
really quick. Yeah, like I said, the Riley at the warehouse thing is separate. That is about
Riley was where he was physically at the place. What they're referring to is Dick Masterson. It's different ones.
Eric talking about it isn't proof though, and so what? Why does it matter that he traveled? Eric has the SJW mentality and is making him guilty by associating. Again, FNT creators are just a different flavor of SJWs. I agree. Generally speaking, at least. Eric is linked with ISOM. If you destroy his image on bad acts that weren't true, I assume there's a follow-up. But
I think he's saying like that could affect his business if
it could, but like the song Rock and Roll that's in Joker, the media was so hungry for a Dark Knight Rises shooting to happen with Joker because they knew this was going to be like a incel meme that the like Christian Bale's American Psycho, like Drive, or any of the Ryan Gosling characters that are kind of like incel memes that men embrace because there's like a strange truth to their perceptions that is relatable. And they hated that. They hated that there'd be something for men to identify with in some regard in Joker. So they're trying to take it down. So they tried to defame it because they had nothing, no shootings happen. So then they tried to defame it by saying, oh, this has a pedophile song in it. Because Gary Glitter, the song, nah, 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 that song, Gary Glitter got busted in like 2000 for a certain kind of prawn on his computer. And so, I mean, that could hurt Gary Glitter's perception. Some people will never want to listen to Gary Glitter because of that finding, that charge or whatever. I don't know exactly what happened to him. He got a flight, more or less. But I love rock and roll, regardless of that guy. That's just an individual thing. So I think there's lots of people that just don't give a fuck, don't even investigate or know about art creators versus their art. So it's hard to quantify how that will hurt his business.
Here's another thing too, though. So like people often call Vito a pedo all the time when there's like nothing that says that he is, but they do. I don't know, like defamation's a hard thing on the internet to say because a lot of people say a lot of shit to each other. Specifically, him saying like after there was a claim of fraud or whatever, like Dick came on after there was an initial one, and then like I don't know how much you can say that he's defaming it at that point. His first thing that was against Eric was his review of ISOM being negative. And then this other stuff happened later, but I'm not sure.
It's been an interesting saga, clearly, to say the least. It's been fun.
I'll admit that there's a lot of hills and speed bumps along the way on the road. There's probably a lot of things that they've said that they shouldn't. So things have to be proven until guilty.
You're not against reviews. Yeah, I'm not against reviews either, but
no, I'm not saying that you are.
That's my like with the review thing, like I said earlier, that's my whole point is like this effing with someone's business. Like, well, where's the line, Eric? Because you have hurt business. Clearly there's people watch your stuff. Maybe you are the one informing them that maybe they would go to the comic store, but you are telling them it's all woke garbage. And so it's like, oh, I'll just buy ISOM. You have played the populist game that politicians have been doing for at least 60 years. Since like Nixon, Kennedy, more or less, and it's just escalated more and more every year, and we're here now where we're at politically. This is spilled into entertainment, and this is how the indie sphere, for better or worse, generally has marketed CG and any indie stuff that comments on the media, the current media of mainstream. And so like my thing is like, well, yeah, this claim of fraud, whatever. I don't know. Like, there was some ABC guy that got busted with this whole like 200 people for Disney or whatever indictment on trafficking or something. People can use that to bludgeon Disney as a whole. Like, people do this. These people don't just say the movies are bad. They say, oh, all pedo would. But, oh, Johnny Depp's good, though. Oh, Carano's good, though, even though she was coasting, trying to rise in the ranks for, let's say, 10 years or so, off and on with her roles. This is the problem I have, where it's like, oh, it's all wokeness. But then, oh, well, like, this Spider-Man movie's good, though, because white Spider-Man, essentially.
Right. Exactly.
You know, Miles Morales is Miles Morales, that fucking meme from Nerdrotic and company, you know.
Right.
Where's the line?
I think Tim is referring to Riley with the building.
I think he's conflating Riley as Dick with the fraud thing. Those are two separate.
So yeah, we're trying to clarify it, Tim, that like what they're talking about right now, what Nick and Eric are talking about, is not the same guy that went to the warehouse and put the stickers on the building. Those are two different people. That might have been the confusion.
Oh man, Rekieta tweeted earlier today. He retweeted an Eric July video. The title is "Everything Has Changed, Moving Differently, Learning What's at Stake." And Rekieta tweets and says, "This video is embarrassing for you."
I told you that earlier.
No, I didn't. I didn't connect that. I'm gonna have to check that. That's
okay.
hilarious.
Yeah. I got you.
Woo! All right, let's watch a little more and then we'll close out. This has been fun.
Or if they're in the business of doing something that is legitimately criminal, I'm not saying that putting a spotlight on that is the fundamental problem. That's not what it is that I'm arguing. What I'm saying is before, and getting back to the original point, the original dispute was that you didn't see any example of him trying to actively ruin the business. Now that is now switched to, well, yeah, we now have an example of him doing it. It's just not justified. And now I get it. What you were saying, I guess you were prefacing it saying that, well, him attempting to ruin the business, I was more so speaking that, well, it's only when it's unjustified.
I didn't preface it with that. I didn't preface with that because that is the reasonable assumption of what someone's talking about.
Okay.
That's not a weird thing, dude.
No. I will say that I misunderstood you on that because I misunderstood you on that.
You legitimately didn't draw a delineation between like someone being a cunt and trying to disrupt someone's business for no reason, and someone thinking someone's doing wrong and trying to disrupt their business. Like you didn't.
Well,
you didn't think that there's a difference there.
Again, I do recognize that there's a differentiation between someone that is doing nothing wrong and then versus someone that is doing something wrong.
What you define as nothing wrong is
what's up for question. What we brought up is that, well, he's contacting a charity and he's constantly claiming someone as scam, and on top of that, he has specifically reached out to the the CEO and of this whole trademark dispute, actively wanting him to sue people. And he's admitting it. He's flat out admitting it.
Yeah, you guys have called each other a bunch of names for months. He doesn't like you.
And I understand that. But that was the argument. That's the whole point, is that you're saying that, well, I'm not seeing an example of someone trying to ruin your business.
I haven't seen one.
And
here's the thing.
So
I don't think Rekieta has stated this clearly, or maybe it hasn't crossed his mind, but Dick hoping that the trade suit goes through against Eric does not mean necessarily that hurts his business. That just means he loses ISOM as a trademark to sell his book under. He has no reason to not be able to sell ISOM the character in Rippaverse comics. So that kind of hurts. That kind of hurts Eric's angle. It's like that'll be a little headache for him to readjust and have to figure out how to package the ISOM series.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm assuming the biggest issue might be that, like, if all these claims of all these things with Rippaverse, if all that turns out to be false, like after all this time, though, all this discussion about it, like drama ramps up about it, I can see that being somewhat damaging to the thing, because there could be a lot of people that could have been for it, and then now they're against it. Not, even with stuff being proven false, but you know how
it's still not proven. Eric can say whatever, but it's not proven.
I'm saying let's say we skip to the future and it's all proven to be false.
Yeah, like, if it's proven to be false, and then Dick keeps saying it's a scam, it's a fraud, then he has a reason to pursue like defamation and stuff.
Right. Well, no. So
you're hurting me.
Right. I'm not saying that there'd be any legal action that could be taken. I'm saying that there's still an effect, though, in a way. of months of talking about a potential scam is in a way like that muddies the water, I guess, more than because there's no proof yet. But then, and then it proves out that it isn't a scam, but there's all this in the air. Like, it's kind of like if you hear something about a hearsay about some restaurant that has a whole bunch of shit all over the floor from a whole bunch of people because they've been hearing about it, but then you don't get, that's what I'm kind of getting at is like, word of mouth can affect it, but I don't think you can legally pursue that. Is what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, word of mouth has hurt fucking Solo, Last Jedi.
But that's why I'm saying Skywalker, that you can't legally pursue that.
Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel might have made $1.5 billion or more, but it was like, look at this woke feminist trash. Hero, International Women's Day. I'm part of that. I think it's reasonable because it's like, look, they're ruining this like accessible for all franchise and targeting, making this narrative like, man, it's like you deserve to get crapped on. And that's not even like a fraud claim. It's just you have, it's not even like a criminal thing, but that hurts their business when people are like, hey, don't go see this. It's woke trash.
No, I agree. Their business. That's what I feel like the conversation is what they're having now, I think, because I don't know what else. I feel like they've
now,
had this
if people were like, Captain Marvel and Disney fund Pizzagate with Soros and Hillary Clinton, that might be actionable.
Is Pizzagate a thing?
Pizzagate was this fucking conspiracy.
It was a thing.
that there is these weird messages, I guess, discovered of different clientele or something, where it seemed like I want to say they're using like pizza wording as like code or something. So people interpret that as like there's a trafficking ring out of the basement of this pizza parlor in like DC or somewhere around there. And so a guy bought this conspiracy so much that he actually like ran in there with a gun to free the children, the Sound of Freedom, essentially. And it was a big fucking lie. None of it was proven, so that guy's life's probably fucked.
Well, so hold on. Hold on, finish your point. Sorry.
No, that's all I got.
So I guess I'm trying to clarify. I'm reading the chat, but I'm not sure who everybody's responding to because there's a lot of people talking, so I don't know what it is. So, like for defamation specifically is like what is defamation? Like, what would that be in legal terms that you would be in trouble for? Because I feel like there's that difference, and I'm not sure.
Well, it's like I can hurt a business by leaving a 1-star review on Google.
Hurting a business's reputation is not illegal unless it's libel or defamation. So I'm assuming when you say defamation, if somebody, like if I were saying that at this steak restaurant, there's a whole bunch of like flies in the steak or something, and I keep on saying that to people, like I would be in trouble for defamation, right? Like I'm just trying to bare bones.
You'd have to explicitly be lying, and it'd have to be provable by the accusing party that you're directly, purposely lying about a thing. So it's like, it's one thing to say this Pizza Hut down the street sucks, 1-star review. It's another thing to say this pizza parlor sells children out of its basement.
Right, I got you. So I feel like the argument about the defamation thing and everything is like with the charity, I'm assuming, or with the ISOM. I don't think it's with the ISOM trademark issue, right? Because that's like that is a concern that I think in a way if they don't have an issue in the courts where this has been discussed, now they could, where they can this is what it counts or not. That's what I'm thinking.
The reporter that told everyone Pizzagate didn't exist was sentenced to life for certain crimes. Interesting.
Right.
Defamation is false accusations and misquoting someone that they did not say. Also saying this person scammed people, which is proven that they didn't if they double down. Yeah, so if Eric clearly proves with numbers or whatever constitutes like sufficient evidence, and then people continue.
It's after that point. That's when the defamation starts to really come into play, right? Because now that would be my assumption. Because now it's proven to be factual that this is in the clear and this is good. And then
so it's like we were all like, hey, this Captain Marvel charity.
I got you.
This Captain Marvel charity, Black Panther. This is a big scheme to boost the numbers for to con people to fund Disney. You know, it's like you can't get me on defamation because like I'm just looking at the like what's out there.
You're deducing information and
yeah, I'm making a reasonable assumption. But if you clearly prove, and then I'm like selling this lie on YouTube and it arguably influencing, especially if you're like bomb, then it's like, well, this guy led a big campaign to ruin this and or like boost Alita Battle Angel or whatever.
I got you. Okay, that makes more sense to me. I was because I feel like again, especially watching Nick and Eric go at each other, they're saying words and I don't know which ones are using them properly or not. So I'm like, okay, defamation. So I'm like reassessing. Okay, defamation is what? Okay, there we go. Now I got that. That makes more sense.
It's funny. It's funny because one of the big blowups in CG after I was not really paying attention with like the Tim Lim stuff when that was going off, whatever that debacle was. Because it used to be CG, and but I was there for the schemes and scams crap with Edwin Boyette for campaign.
Right.
So it's funny because it's like this is like real schemes and scams accusations.
You're saying that
real quick,
if I understand you correctly,
Dominic says crowdfunding relies on public relations. That's the entire flaw with that system. And then
it's why not kissing the brass ring in certain circles you make no money. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Hell War campaign. Yeah, I miss those days. I had to get out of that because the leaders of it seem to have been compromised with what I believe they were about. So I can't currently I haven't watched them in years. But it's not none of that like stupid shit back then, like what 2019, whatever, where Fall of Rome and all that. That was stupid. But after the fact, I had to dip out of that shit. Not because of any of the brethren, but the questionable ethics of why I was in it in the first place. I don't know, but
you're saying that he's just justified when he attempts to do it.
I think he believes he is. I don't agree with him.
See, I feel like he's not understanding that that's what this is. That all Rekieta is saying is that a person believes this. And can you accept that? And
it's like he's just like, no. Know his brain unless he clearly states this is just a gag I'm pulling. I don't even believe it. Then it'd be like, oh, I know he doesn't believe it.
It's like, so I think that this is where this goes all the way back to the word objective, I think, because Eric thinks that the word objective means facts 100%, as to where objective means
impartial.
Okay, impartial, exactly. But I mean, even then, I'd say that Dick is probably impartial, or he's being partial. Is that how you'd say it? Then he is trying to find something wrong with it.
Yeah, well, it's like,
but Rekieta
he already doesn't like him, so there's no skin off his bones to assume this, even though it's what's the word? It's reasonable to like to see the conclusions he's making.
Yeah. And so like so Rekieta is being impartial. He's being objective in this and saying that it is possible that Dick
it's really theory of mind.
That's all that
he doesn't know
and
Dick's mind.
I feel like Eric's not getting that Rekieta can conceive that somebody else could conclude that there is fraud being done. Not like that's the thing. That it's not Rekieta saying that he believes that there is and whatever. It's just like if it's like at that point, if Eric can't understand that part, then I don't know what else they're going to say.
Nick Sandman, that is a clear case of defamation. He got a lot of money. Probably not as much as he was suing for, but he definitely got a good payday for all the defamation against him. Good example.
Got it?
Okay.
Do you think he's lying about what he believes about the charity? Like you think he's just flat out lying?
Yeah.
So you don't think he believes it at all?
I think that he wants other people to believe that there was something that existed that wasn't there.
But you think that he doesn't believe it. He just wants other people to.
I think that crazy motherfuckers will believe whatever the fuck it is that they want to believe, and they will lead their audience to believe whatever it is that they wanted to believe. I know that there's nothing fucking there.
Yeah,
and I think that he at least understands that, but there's intent there. The intent is I want to fuck with them regardless of that.
So you think? Hold on, I'm trying to.
If I were Rekieta, I'd just probably be like, "All right, we're done."
You think?
All right, gotcha.
I'd be like,
got it.
That's nice. All right.
Like, whether or not he believes it, he's trying to fuck with you. But you think crazy people will believe whatever the fuck they want, but he'll lead his audience to believe whatever it is that he wants.
Like, he's
but he might
repeating
not
him,
believe it.
and so it's like, do you see
I don't
how
know
this
what he
sounds?
believes. No, I'm trying to figure out, does he believe it?
Do I think that he believes that no, I don't think that he genuinely has found any evidence of fraud by any means.
So you don't think he believes that you commit fraud?
This is like, you and I have had this conversation recently about like faith and belief and stuff. Like faith is like in this sense is not based on evidence. That's what the point is. That's
yeah, it's theory of mind. Like you don't know Dick's
proof.
brain.
He believes there's proof. He doesn't know
unless you
proof.
catch him saying, yeah, I'm just fucking with them. And then like you would totally be justified to completely hook, line, sinker think he is just fucking with me.
Yeah.
That'd be reasonable,
Well,
but no, it's like you don't know, and so you have to just take it on faith that this is a legitimate concern.
Well,
and so
it's
now
not
he has
even that,
now he
like,
has legitimate ammunition. He your book sucks, and he said it, and then you got really butthurt about that, and it's really sent your fandom in a tizzy, and so now you got your emotions in it, and so there's this back and forth constantly, and so he's just trying to ruin me, when it's like, well, his thoughts of you and or your book could be completely separate from the belief of your fraud.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like the way that it's put here, just
fraud.
No,
Okay,
not in that context. No,
asking.
I just think that he wants people to think that, and that's the part of the attempting to ruin someone's business is that he wants it to be true.
Well, so again, this would be after things are proven. Like if he were to continue to say stuff, then he would be lying and defaming because he would know the truth. But right now, he doesn't know the truth. He is fishing. He's making assumptions. He doesn't know, and he could just be completely lying. Like I could say there's a giant spaghetti monster over my head, but I could believe that. Or you could believe that or something, but it's like until you prove it and then say whatever, then you're wrong. I don't know. I'm trying to make an analogy and failed.
Right.
I failed
so you
that
have
analogy,
a different
guys.
perspective than him, probably, or I guess I don't know. Maybe he agrees with you, and he doesn't believe it. I'm not sure. But you asked why, you asked for the distinction on all this stuff.
Thing. I get it, man. Like now I more so understand where it is that you're coming from and what your position is.
He's at where he was at the beginning. He's at where he was at the beginning. Eric's gonna say, nope, you're just homes with him. You're cool with your partner, and that's it. That was the takeaway in the beginning. That's takeaway at the end. That's where we're back at. That's where he's at.
Yeah. Okay. No,
I think so. That's
so am I objective?
He said okay. He's not saying okay.
Am I objective now?
Okay. Nope.
Because you said I wasn't objective.
Yeah. You're more objective.
Now there's a qualifier again. More objective. Am I objective?
Well, that was always the qualifier. That was specifically what it was that I stated.
And I've asked you like 10 times now.
And
how do I be objective? What else do I need to do? So both things that you brought up, now said I'm more objective. So you didn't know, and we cleared. So
for me, for me, I think when I see things that are as obvious and blatant as that, as specifically the two examples it is that I gave you, and instead of acknowledging like, yeah, that's the guy's attempting to fuck with your business, you're trying to insist that, well, when you say that. It's only if the guy feels that it's unjustified.
I'd say now all of a sudden, okay, this is an obvious type of thing here. He says that I've pointed all these things that clearly point to them. There's been cases in real life where like innocent people have been found with the murder weapon or with whatever things. So many things that point to them being clearly they're the killer, but then proven that they're not the killer. Like,
yeah,
there's been situations where people
gone to prison for like 25 years.
Of course he's guilty. He has the knife in his hand. But does that mean that they killed him? I don't know. That's what that tends to go
Walton.
To me.
Yeah, what's up, fatties?
Really quick.
Hey man, I can't believe we've been doing this for almost 6 hours. I didn't think we'd actually
really
go
quick.
This long.
Team Bojan says, has Eric responded to any question with a straight answer? He seems more concerned about lost pride than a crime being committed.
Exactly. When he answered was about when he said the average of the price of the charity thing or whatever. That was the first time he just answered it. I was like, whoa, what?
Yeah, this is.
Wait, Eric did give an answer for something at some point? Because I've been watching for 2 hours. I haven't heard one.
There's that one instance. It was an instant answer. I was like, what?
Yeah,
okay.
Nick gets frustrated and he just flat out, he's like, I don't want to ask this shit, but did the book cost $17 to make? And he's like, yes,
well,
it averaged to like 13 or
13
14. And then he's like, stop.
That was the first time he answered directly.
And so I see where, again, if you think like, oh, you're just a hater, it's like, no, ISOM sucks. I'm willing to be objective on anything. I've tweeted in favor for Eric when someone's trying to like target him, like you work for a transphobe, and it's like, yeah, that's stupid, so
yeah, I
feel pretty objective, but he the gray area of this whole fraud thing is like, well, no, it didn't cost 17. It averaged to like 13 or 14 because of all the bulk buying, that the more you bought, the less it cost per book, which is like, all right, cool. Right. But the gray area that I don't know is like, is that defrauding the individual book purchasers
who didn't buy in bulk to make it cheaper?
Yeah,
that's where the question is in the air.
Yeah, and so when he said that, Eric could it clicked that this is the distinction. I think that is the gray area, and okay, like, get new lawyers, and that's why I'm like, I get where Eric's coming from, but now him saying, well, yeah, the individual buyers are still paying 17. It's like, oh, I don't know about that. It sounds like it's probably fine, but that is where it's like, for me, seeing this, like, this is why people can think this is a fraud.
Angus, what do you think the initial genesis is of people coming out against ISOM? I mean, I did take a look at the panels that you suggested I looked at, and I was not impressed. But I'm not a comic book aficionado. Right. But do you think there's some kind of personal grudge against someone outside of, let's say, CG? Trying to make a name for themselves in independent comics, or is this just?
I assume the first one that was more public was either, I want to say, actual fandom or somebody else, maybe, I'm not sure, that started to dedicate making content around it specifically. And then there's organized chaos, and then at some point, Dick and separately to that, I think Dick and Vito reviewed it and were like, "Oh, what?" And then they went on to Flashcast, had a stream there.
And Vito's an automatic lightning rod.
From that point, I think it skyrocketed. From that point, I think it skyrocketed to it being more public that a lot of people don't like ISOM. For one, CLJ review of, like,
I'll tell you one thing that pops off was because, like, Vito's been talking about like a year or so about, on Biggest Problem, me watching replays, not in the moment seeing them. He was building up, mentioning like, yeah, Super Killer, it's a thing in the works. I'm gonna be on Indiegogo, and he was on a stream with Eric on his like hater stream or whatever, and asking like questions about like essentially like artist intent or whatever, and helping other small creators and shit if he really cares about comics or whatever. And at one point, one of the fans made this funny fucking art of Super Killer, Vito's character, kneeling like Chauvin on ISOM's neck, and he has a bag of fentanyl and says, "Don't do drugs."
Oh no.
So that's where Rippa Goalpost really blew up by sharing this, like, this is who they are. And it's like immediately, because Dick's the one that brought it up, and he's like, no, I disavow, but Vito's laughing because it's like, clearly it's funny, especially for a liberal who wants to be in favor of diversity and this and that, but is also aware of like statistics and stereotypes and why the stereotypes are there. Vito's cut pretty even. They even had a gag one time on a stream where it's like Vito's problems, is he racist or not? And it ended up being like maybe +1 not racist out of like 9 of his problems he's brought. Because like in a bonus stream, problem with fast food, one of them was like, there's a certain demographic that you're behind in a drive-through and they like to order very particular items. And his problem was essentially black people in drive-thrus.
Oh my God.
So Vito is pretty even killed with comedy. He's not a big comedy censor. So he sees the humor of making him the liberal with his character Neil on a black guy's comic. Even though he's like, I disavow, this is not official super killer shit. But like, thank you, fans.
But I'm laughing my ass
enthusiasm.
off.
It is funny, regardless if you're Vito's very clearly like in favor of the concept of BLM. He is from streams I've seen, he is aware and won't shy. On my stream, I had him on. He's not shy away from like the problems of this stuff in racial discourse. So he's pretty even kill with these kind of things. And people got so triggered that he dare laugh at this joke, even though Ryan Kindle, everyone loves him. He made a George Floyd joke at fucking Simpsons Hunter statue where guys like standing on a dead bear. You know, so it's like kind of the hypocrisy of this side of fandom showing itself. That was a big thing. And then the Rekieta stream where Dick's saying like, oh, I bet this book sucks. I was like, have you read it? And he's like, oh, well, you know what? I'm going to fucking read it. And then it's like, wow, this is horrible. People got even more mad about him saying this book sucks. And then it's like, you just don't like it because whatever. And it's like, he actually promoted on his streams the fucking Eric July book when this was starting. So people try to make this narrative that he's just after him all the time because he's friends with Vito. No, he was actually like, why do you care so much about this guy's success on his comic? And
have there been any tribal lines drawn? You know,
definitely. But then there's overlap because there is biggest problem fans that are July fans, and lots of people are like, I was in favor of Eric, but man, the way he acts and the quality of this book, like, I don't know, man, I kind of got to dip out.
Angus, I trust your interpretation, sir, because you do not hold back, and you really do look at the. You look at the
if you watch
my
my Eric July tweet video, I go in depth with this exchange, and it's like, Jesus Christ. And now you see this video and you see like why I'm like, dude, do you not get fucking simple shit? I didn't realize he was in the thread or whatever. I don't mind, but he was in the thread earlier or something, or someone tagged him, and I say like, if this book said Marvel, you would shit on every fucking panel. This fandom is not a comic fandom, it's an Eric July fan. I wish people were just fucking honest about it instead of pretending this is a great book. And then he retweets is like, why does it pain you that people like this universe? And I'm like, well, your comic has no fucking stakes defined, because he does this crazy shit. He survives being thrown into a car, but then like he runs from cops, but then he gets attacked by demon monkeys. But then he takes on a horde of them after one of them burnt his fucking shoulder. Like, what are the stakes? Because he just like, there's like a 6-panel sequence in ISOM 2 where he's just taking on like doom hordes of these monkey demons. And that's just like, I'm just talking about his power set. I'm like, what is his basic power level? So I understand if he's at risk or not. Thus, I'm engaged with like the feats he's attempting. Like, this is a key just storytelling problem. And you can't give me a fucking answer. And then you say, you're just venting personal frustrations. You're moving the goalposts. And I'm like, what the fuck? I clearly stated in depth my knowledge, knowledge of your fucking books. I'm not just some SJW weirdo that hates you because you're ANCAP, conservative, libertarian, whatever. I've read your shit and it sucks. If you want to clarify as a creator that I'm misinterpreting something, please go ahead. And all you can do is just like, could you see that maybe he's pretty much trying to say, could you see it? Maybe you're retarded. That's more or less what he's trying to say in his rebuttal. Never actually addresses. He can never state the fucking power set. I don't know if he's too proud to say like, I don't know the definition. I'll tell you up front, I don't know where I'm going to take Meth Gator. More or less, he's like Captain America power level, but he can escalate. It might go into a spiritual fucking realm. If people like where I can take that. I don't know.
Yeah,
I have no problem saying I don't know what the limits of Meth Gator are yet. He can't fly.
Yeah, well, and then based on what Avery in the comic, Isom says that he like trained his body to be like more than what the normal human is, meaning he like trained himself to have powers. So my guess is at best he can be 4 times stronger than a human. Earlier I said like gorilla powers, but that could be misinterpreted in a way. But yeah.
You don't say.
It's like, so I'm like, I don't know. But in could a gorilla just lift a car? Could a gorilla survive the fall of the thing? Like, I don't know. So like, it's
Superman 1 Action Comics. He lifts a fucking car, but then let's say Winston from Dodgeball punches him in the face and he falls down. It's like, well, what the fuck? Like, if he can lift a car, I feel like he should survive a fucking kid's punch to his jaw. It should be no problem, you know? Ah, we lost him.
Yep. Maybe he shall return. I'm not sure what his internet connection is.
Like maybe just pushed the wrong button.
He was muting, unmuting a little bit. There he is. Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, sorry, my audio, my mic cut out. Well, Rook, I was going to ask you, have you read the book?
Yes.
From a creative standpoint, what do you think of it?
There's ideas in it that I like, but I hate how everything's executed. Everything.
Okay.
In terms of substance and like trying to create the world and narrative and everything, there's so many ways that he could have done things to make things a little bit more clear without giving everybody the answers that they want about all the origin stuff. There's ways that he could make your character understandable and like know anything about what he wants or likes, because his actions say so many different things, especially between Isom 1 and 2. They're almost 2 different characters. Like the actions that he does.
That's what Angus was saying.
Actually, because like in number 1, he's just willing to beat the crap out of security guards that are doing their job and like kill them. A lot of them seem to be implied to be killed, especially with his super strength. Again, not knowing his power level, I'm assuming every punch kills them for the most part, right? Like why not? And then in the second one, like I don't know, he's like trying to act like I saw somebody get killed in front of me, innocence, and that's why I stopped being a hero. And it's like, well, I don't know. You just seem totally bloodthirsty back there. So what is the morality level of your character? And then he's just like, and then he's looking for Jasmine, but he doesn't care about her at all. So I'm like, do you care about people at all? Like, did you before as a hero? Like, I have no idea. Like, I know that Spider-Man would do his best to try to save somebody if he was in the area to try to save them. He's not going to go across the world probably just to see what criminals are going on over there. But if they're in his area, he's going to do something. I have no idea if Isom would, like, you know, get an old lady out of the way from getting hit by a car or root for the car to smack her. I have no idea based on what's presented. Like, I really don't. But a good truck is a good truck.
Yeah, that's like the power set and then his motivation. It's like that's like a key problem, and it's 200 pages. You're talking about almost 10 issues worth of standard comic storytelling.
And he lives and works on a farm, and none of that shows in his character. They try to make a few points comparing city life or city workers, whatever, to their thing, and like, but none of that is shown in his behavior. I have no idea.
This is one of them, Rookie. This is one of the arguments we had for like an hour about, like, dude, if you break it down, like every story, their job, even if you make it more abstract, say their role, like Game of Thrones, or it's like you're highborn or you're a fucking witch or whatever. Your job is indicative of like your role in society and like your up and down in the caste system to progress a story of like upward or downward momentum, or you're stagnant and you're trying to like break out. You know, so Luke Skywalker's stagnant. He's a fucking moisture farmer on a desert planet. And then Obi-Wan and the droids happen, and this shakes up his whole life because they're trying to find him. And then he starts escalating, you know, like.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We could go for a long time on things that I don't like. I mean, Angus briefly mentioned before, like the monkey demons that damaged his shoulder. That tells you it's simple visual storytelling. You don't even need words to say it. Ouch! Those things can damage you. We've seen you're strong. You've seen that you're like a normal human probably can't hurt you that well, but these things can hurt you. And then later, he just seems to not care. Oh, there's like dozens of these things attacking him at once, and he's just like dealing with them by himself for a while. And I think his suit is a little bit torn up, and it's implied that the suit does add some protection, but it's like you'd still think that he'd have some more concerns, or that there'd still be some more battle damage or something.
Right.
But it's some type of, you guys better be quick because I can't hold these off for very long, or just something. But it just seems like, yeah, la-di-da, I got these guys. What-de-do. It's like, I don't know. There's things you could easily do to make that a little bit better. And
to add what he's saying, it starts like it's going to be Luke Cage versus Kingpin, and then book 2, it's like there's monkey demons from hell. There's a woman that has a castle in Texas with the dragon and like magic wolves.
Right.
And they go into a dimension of hell, and then after all this, and they get out, there is like a Thanos dark side monkey demon that comes through a portal. It's like, we must defeat the human. And it's like, what is the range of this story?
And they mentioned that there was a whole war, and that Texas is its own nation now, and that there's a superhuman war at one point. And we're just like, that would have been a good place to start. Like, that would have been great to set up the universe and where it is and why things are how they are. Like, that'd be great.
Or maybe start with him, like what would be a prequel now, of like Isom before he quit, see what, like,
right.
Maybe he had a more idealistic, happy, optimistic view of society and his role in it. And then he gets jaded, and it's actually not just the girl, but it's progressive. And then we get to this point where it's like, I got to come back and I just don't give a fuck. And, maybe it's like a Spider-Man kind of round of like him learning objectivism, something. Or like the first book is like, oh, is this going to be like an anti-hero or a villain? And then book 2 is like, oh no, he's the good guy the whole time. How could you not see that? And it's like, what?
He makes it
That's
clear
a
that
hell
he's
of a
like,
180.
he makes it clear that he's not doing things for hero reasons. Like, he even says it, which I wouldn't really say if I were writing it either, honestly, because it shows that you're clearly not being a hero, but whatever. And then the second one is like, he's like more of a truth and justice kind of guy, sort of. And it's kind of like, and this is supposed to be like the next day or something, or like within
maybe it's his justice.
And I'm just like, I don't. Did you read it?
I looked at it, and I wasn't quite impressed. It didn't keep my attention, to be honest with you.
I mean, we find it funny. Like, it's funny for us to read it. Like, it's fun content because it's ridiculous. But like, even like the dialogue from the villain, like, he's just like, come over here. I'm gonna tell you everything. Back in high school, you were pretty good, but you didn't. You tried good, but didn't get. It's like, it just. Oof, that's funny.
Yeah, he does it exposition dumps in random spots where it's like, why would you say this to another person that's your enemy? And it's not in like a state where it's like, oh, Bond, you thought you could defeat me. Look at you. You're caught in a trap and about to get your balls lasered. It's like, no, you're on equal footing, if not actually lower footing than this possible hero, because you're both coming in at like 0 on a like plus or minus, but like his 0 is actually higher than yours. and so like, it's a frustrating book, because it's like, for me, it was a page turner, because I'm like, aside from like the hype and stuff and the money and all that, it's just like, wow, 100-page book, and you got like a street level hero, and also there's like a sort of like arguably like gods or something that are like rock stars, but there's like secretly have like bigger missions or whatever. And it's just like, what is the range of this world? Especially when you bring this hell stuff in there, but then you arbitrarily define as like, well, there's only one real hell, but they're all the other cultures that aren't, you kind of imply Christian, got things right about dimensions of hell. And it's like, why would you limit in a comic world this very finite view of
Yeah, so audience, if you want to cleanse your palate, read something engaging, check out Infinitale Chronicles by Chris Fisk.
Yeah, I talked about that earlier.
One of the best creators out there right now. Also check out Red Gaze and Nerium; they're good friends. But yeah, man,
I'll be reading their book soon too. Bonds, I got that a while ago.
Getting
it soon.
Bonds is great. Katie drew Culture Casino and I in there, and she gave me one arm and made me really short. I am not that short. Love Katie, love Nerium, good team out there, her and Red Gaze. But straight up though, the people who pay attention to what they're doing, like Chris Fisk, that's an artist to pay attention to, guys. That's somebody you want to support. The little guys, some of these, well, quote unquote, little guys out here in this indie sphere of CG. that don't get enough shine. There's some of the best work happening for like campaigns that really need to be funded and talked about. So please share that out for us. Yeah. What's up, Justin? How you doing, sexy?
Says go to bed.
Yeah, for a reason it wasn't letting me load my comment. Let me try it now. I'm still hearing y'all fresh, but it wasn't coming through here.
Interesting.
Justin, I missed you. You didn't take your shirt off at Culture's
there we go.
10,000 celebration. All right, you were missed, sir. Hail the Gator Menace.
Indeed. But yeah, no, so it was like you could see, so it's like you know, I don't know, people might be like, why are you getting so worked up about the comment thing? I'm not getting worked up about it. I'm talking about a thing. A lot of people enjoy it or just it's good. Well, can you tell me why it's good? No. Can you tell me? All right, I have a question about a power. I'm not going to tell you the power. Okay, and so it's like, okay, let me try.
And then you watch this stream with Nick, and you can't get simple fucking words
it's
to
like,
be agreed upon.
Yeah,
and it's like you can see behind the curtain the guy writing this shit.
Yeah.
You know what's driving me crazy? Nick's accent straightforward. Look, Nick knows how to keep a conversation going. Right? We've been watching Nick for years. But he could not get a simple answer out of Eric. He was not going to answer that
one time. Just one time.
Oh, this drama is building apparently between them. It's hilarious.
They are fully against each other now. I guess that's at least the internet take about it. I don't know, but I feel like it just like Eric wasn't understanding what. There were so many sentences where he would contradict himself in the same sentence. Like, no, we didn't do that, but even though they did that, that's how it was. It's like
Eric was defending from a position of emotional control, emotional reactivity a lot, is what I noticed.
Which he should have,
right.
But not conflate what the thing is, which a lot of people were bringing up the legal actions.
You're talking to one of the
actions, and so
you're talking to one of the best litigators out there. And Nick, you know, and so you've got to be able to speak concisely, give an exact anser, or debate someone. Right now?
I hear like a.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's. I'm outside. I'm sorry.
Okay, I wasn't sure. You're good. You're good though. You're good.
No, I was fine with it. I understood you're on side.
Yeah, but yeah, like he answered one question directly. I missed it, and Rookie, I missed it. Because of all the other talk that was going on.
Yep.
This was eye-opening because it's like it puts I guess I've never seen a debate with there besides that Flashcast thing, but that was like, heated because Dick and Vito came on, and that's who's like he's having this like turf war essentially with but it's like I think he perceives they're hurting his business with that negative review of ISOM, which they've never said don't buy ISOM. They're just like, we're just going to laugh at it.
Negative reviews are a thing, like you've got to have thicker skin.
Well, I mean, Steven, I've been thinking about this lately with stuff like, I bought like over 30 Comicscape books essentially, and I haven't really read them until recently. I read at least 9, and I want to review
that's
them.
Good.
And it's like, I want to be honest though. Like, I don't, if I'm going to criticize these books, I'm going to give them praise wherever I can, but I'm also going to criticize it. But
we've got to.
But it's like, even though I'm also a fellow creator, and it's like, I wonder I don't see as many negative reviews from people that are fans of the stuff because
you've got to be honest. You got to be honest, Rookie. You got to keep it real. That's this, kind of where we started in this whole endeavor, on YouTube, calling out entertainments for not giving us quality. But God, I don't even know where I was going with that.
No, exactly. I mean, being honest helps things get better. It helps it.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of, that's where I was going, tribalism. There's a whole lot of tribalism out there. We know it. Everyone's got their camp, and they're going to back somebody up whether they're right, wrong, or indifferent. And that's when I start getting worried. Like I saw this debate coming up, and I was like, I don't know if I even want to touch this because everybody's got something to say about it.
Yes.
But after watching,
I haven't even drawn lines really. I'll still watch Eric. I haven't really watched much Rekieta, but I kind of want to now.
Right.
A little bit. I'm gonna get my pizza real quick. I'll be right back.
Well, you got, a competitor like Eric just giving you
fucking ammo.
Yeah, it's like
So Angus, I think Justin came in 6 hours late. He was asking for a quick recap of what you were talking about or what the stream was about.
Well, we were covering the drama stream between Eric and Nick Rekieta, and Yeah, I've seen a lot of these clips and had fun with it, but seeing it in full context was even worse.
It is a lesson in how to speak around an answer. That's what it is.
I would say no, not at all. It's a lesson
No,
in
really?
how to not to speak around answer. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that is fucking painful, dude. It's like simple fucking shit. Well, it's frustrating because like I had that, fucking back and forth there for hours throughout the day. And it's like he does this thing, and I don't think it's necessarily purposeful goalposts. It feels like goalposts because you're assuming you're on the same like wavelengths, but this like really shows this dude like he's operating like a child. Children have like limited theory of mind. It's like more or less children are assuming you think what they understand as well. That
it's a lot of emotional reaction is what it is, what I'm saying.
But
which I can't. I'm not going to try and point the finger about that because I've been victim of that too. Or
everyone
I've done that to
can
myself.
When you're like emotionally,
but when
hampered.
it's this important of a topic, like I get it. You feel like people are coming after your business and your name. Yeah, they're going to. This is a part of the business. But I think that there is a better way to defend yourself and a poor way. And you've got to be able to have those debates. You got to be able to cut out the emotion and just get right to the cold cut of it, like the base of what the debate is about.
Especially when you get like this interaction with a guy that's on your side and he's stuck in the middle of this fight that he wants to stop from both sides, and he likes both guys. I would say probably more involvement from what I've seen or no,
and it makes good YouTube.
But
that's true.
He's trying to be objective in this whole discourse, and like getting back to like the tweet thing that I experienced, there's like it's very clear now that Eric operates what feels like from experience SJWs, where it's like if you don't define exactly every little detail and specify, like they always move the goalposts with definitions. When it's like people just speak naturally, they don't have to fucking specify every little fucking thing.
Yeah.
But it's very clear. It's like, because he'll talk colloquially, like the example partner. He said, "Oh, you and Dick are partners," and it's like, "What? No, we're not. What? We're not business partners. We're friends." He's like, "Oh, that's what I mean," And it's like, well, why don't you just say friends? Because it's not crazy to think people would misinterpret partner or like the pull up. The whole root of the fucking Riley gag of pull up is Eric said that to Dick and Vito on a stream. It's like, oh, you want to go out anywhere? It was like, pull up. And so that became a meme. And then someone pulls up and it's like, oh, actionable threat. And it's just, Mr. ANCAP calls the fucking cops for a silly internet troll with a hair clipper gag. And this is your reaction.
When Rekieta asked, do you think that he's going to try to shave you?
He said it straight as fuck, like he's like asking a rape victim or a potential rape. Like, do you think he's going to shave you? It was serious as fuck how he asked that. And it wasn't like a highlight of the night. It was like it was fucking dead straight how he asked it, and that was funny as
That's
fuck.
Beautiful. That is beautiful.
Where did you shave? Where did you shave?
Yeah.
Show us on the doll.
He took my hair from me. He took my hair from me.
You took my hair from me. You have done that yourself. God, that's a meme for tomorrow. That's great. Just the memes keep coming naturally for me. Like my thumbnail, that was just like I just made it again in Dick Mashin's like caption this stream or something, and it's like snap busted. After watching this full context, it's like I still think he's left himself open for a gray area of interpreting if this is a tax, if this is like a charity fraud issue. But given him benefit of the doubt, it seems like probably not. But he's definitely opened himself up for someone to interpret it in authority to seek an audit. you know, and give him another headache on top of his trademark stuff.
Right.
The way that he reacts is always like just in full blown, like, yo, y'all crazy. It's like,
yeah, it's like, dude, like 20
know.
minutes was like, do you understand that someone that doesn't like you could think you are running a fraud scam? And he's like, no, there's no thing. There's no thing. And then it's like, he's like,
it's just...
and then he ends up kind of like, yeah, I can see, you know, someone could think that, perceive that. And it's like, what the fuck have we been arguing about? It's like, he's like always 20 minutes behind the obvious. And so this gives me real context. Like, this is the guy writing $6 million worth of comics.
It makes your Twitter engagement make way more sense. Well, then the same thing kind of happened. Like I commented on one thing to somebody else in one of those Twitter threads, and he was like, "That's not actually what's going on here. It's about people coming in with bad faith." And I was like, "The guy said, you know, we don't like you talking." It's like, just get out of it. He keeps on like his reaction instantly is the opposite of whatever is going on. It seems like there's a couple points where Nick says something in the stream, and then he's like, "No, we're actually talking about the opposite of that." What was that? Like, it's like, wait, like trying to, it's like it goes instant. His instinct is to say, "No, what you're saying, that's not what we're talking about." And it's like, but it is though. Like what? And he kept on. It was goalposts were being shifted quite a bit. But I mean,
that probably works for street rats, but not lawyers.
But I mean, yeah, that was the thing too. It's like when you're talking to a lawyer, you should try to be more clear as possible. Try to clear up any type of confusion. So when you speak, don't say words that people can misconstrue. If I said "bet, Walton," what the hell did you think I just said right there?
I think you're speaking with your privilege, sir. That's what I think.
It's like it's like instead of whatever that, I said "okay" because "bet" can mean "okay."
Right.
Like, and so like use partner and other things. But I'm referring to this thing. I'm referring to all of these other things. It's like
you use partner.
Say that at first.
You think you say partner, I'm thinking back kisses. You know, that's
exactly.
I usually think business or like somebody that like two kids getting paired in a school project. They're partners.
No, I go straight to gay. I go straight to gay, rookie. That's how my mind works.
That's what's funny. There's 5 ways they can go.
Right.
Whether it's gay or not, it can go 5 ways.
Hey, I mean, everybody's got a preference. Angus, your turn.
Oh man, there's so many. It's like Baskin Robbins. There's so many flavors.
Aren't you picky? He tried everything.
More than 2 genders.
Yeah,
wow.
it's just like our food taste. He'd try it. He'd sample everything. I'd be like, I'm just gonna stick with what I know. So
yeah, no, I'm.
Oh Lord.
I'm all about the adventure of cuisine.
So, what do you think is going to unfold from here? Are we going to get any more live streams about this, or like who's talking
from them?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Apparently, Eric had a stream welcoming Mike Barron to the Rippaverse, and he privated it. I'm assuming that there's a lot of things mentioned about the Rekieta stuff in there. I'm assuming. So I don't know. There's probably going to be a couple of more mentions here.
I watched a 13-minute clip from what I think is today's stream that is privated. Someone else uploaded like a 13-minute clip sometime about Rekieta. It's like, oh, I see how it is. And it's just what the fuck did you? How did you have that conversation for 2.5 hours and then come away with like, oh, you're just siding with Dick?
That's how he started the conversation. He was like, yeah, he's your partner, he's your friend. And then by the end, he just ended at the same conclusion. And so it was like, did you hear any of it? And there's a point in the middle too where Rekieta said, what if Dick Masterson said like apologized for anything? He's like, well, he hasn't. He's like, well, he has, and he did it.
He did to your face on the stream.
And then he's like, I didn't meet him in the street. It's like on a stream. He said it to you, and you said okay.
Oh my god!
He responded in the stream with okay, but now we know that okay means I didn't hear a word you just said.
Dude, at one point they're arguing about this whole tax thing, whatever, the charity fraud or allegation stuff, and Nick just was like, "Well, you're fucking dumb on this issue." He's out of frustration. So many times his body language just says like, "Dear God." What the fuck, dude? It repeats like, get new lawyers.
It's funny because Eric was talking for like 3 minutes about his charity thing, and then Rekieta just says, "I advise you to stop talking right now." And then he's like, "You're trying to make it sound like I'm doing this." It's like,
You telling a black man to be quiet?
Nick
Yeah, he kind of reacted like, you
just
can't tell me to stop talking. And it's like, I'm advised you do not say any more about this. It was hilarious, but
he was trying to help a brother out. Brother did not want to listen. That's shame.
Yeah. No, it's been fun. I didn't not expect to have a 6.5 hour stream. I wish I could have had you on earlier. This is fun. Maybe we'll see if they give us more easy content to decipher and comment on.
Yeah, it's like I'm not a hater, but that was funny, and it was really difficult to listen to Eric talk with Rekieta.
I am interested in watching other people fumble for a change, so I think I'm going to keep up on this. And
sure.
Yeah.
Wait, who were you watching fumble before, or were you talking about yourself?
It's about me. Who you talking about? Steve Walton. You know my history, bro. Look.
Well, hey, yeah, you've really quick plug your channel or the Ladonis channel.
You got a couple. You got a couple channels, yeah.
Yeah. Please check out if you're into the topic of narcissistic abuse awareness and recovery. Check out Ladonis Dragonstorm. Just hit 7K. Thank you guys all very much for all your support and help. I've also started another channel, Adonis Ravenwolf, for doing tarot. Really haven't done much with that. I'm going to work more on that after I get the book out. But if you want to check that out, I'm going to be doing streams with Immortal Coil on Saturdays at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Please come check us out, Savage Spirituality.
Oh, so is that why you're up?
Kind of like, well, this used to be enough. Well, I work at nights. I work overnights anyway.
Okay.
And yeah, check out Author Steve Walton, please. Check out a few streams. Trying to get my watch hours back up so I can remonetize that channel. And,
yeah, this is I've had up to like 12, 13, 14 people off and on through the night. This has been
that's good.
Definitely gonna be up.
We usually
we
don't do Friday nights either. I don't know if that's part of it. I don't know.
Friday night tights. We're stealing your audience. Member by member, Johnny. We're coming for you.
Well, if you make this a weekly, let's see what Eric said this week thing, I'm definitely down.
I sacrificed. I get excited. I really hate if I miss the live stream for Biggest Problem in the Universe, the Dick and Vito show. I fucking love, especially this week. I can't wait to watch the replay, but it's great when it's live, taking it in. And I sacrificed that to dig into this because I watched about. I listened to almost an hour on my way to work this morning, and then seeing all these clips throughout the day before I got out of work. It's been fun. Made a few memes.
I see that.
Yeah, I've been having fun. Because it's not even like, yeah, it's just like, I'm about like getting textual shit, and this whole thing of like arguing with the guy that's clearly way more experienced in this field of discussion. And you're trying to like argue like he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's just like Texas law hawk, Eric knows more about law than a lawyer in America.
Better believe it, partner.
It's funny. How can I avoid it? It's fucking interesting. And I appreciate everyone being in the chat. We'll have to hang out soon, Justin. Catch up. Try and get back to consistency. Life's been shaky for me. But getting back on track, so I'm trying to, and we missed yesterday, so perfect makeup tonight. Appreciate you all.
Instead,
yeah, I was tired. Stayed up for a while, so hour and a half Tenacious D. Ricky never seen it, and it was so fucking fun because it's like an extension of School of Rock, which is one of my top 10 movies. I fucking love School of Rock. I was obsessed with that as a kid. That's how I got into classic rock, was that movie. Have you seen School of Rock, Walton?
Yes, I have. Years ago.
I was obsessed with that movie. I saw it in theaters when it came out, but it didn't like really permeate yet into my soul. And then I got older, Nacho Libre came out, and me and my friends were obsessed with that. And so then I got into School of Rock again. And because that was right when I was like getting fucking obsessed with AC/DC. And so he's wearing the fucking Angus suit. He's got an SG devil horn guitar like Angus and all this stuff. And then he's like playing Highway to Hell to like start training these kids. And the plot's so wacky and fun. And it's just the spirit of rock and roll. That whole montage of him teaching the kids and all like the fucking web of genres of rock and roll. I would freeze that and I would start investigating bands and saving money to buy a CD of this band. That's how I found Motorhead, which is one of my tattoos. I'm not a huge Motorhead fan, but like Ace of Spades is fucking killer. I love some of their early stuff before that. Lemmy's awesome. You know, that movie's so influential for like just my discography of my life and the progression afterward. It's all rooted in School of Rock.
Wow.
You know,
very cool.
So it's like a near and dear, and it's just legitimately fucking well written and aware of itself. It's just a fine line of like, this is technically a musical, so it can be fucking stupid as shit and just be about the ensemble, you know, singing or whatever, but it's like a real through line. And it's so unique. But yeah, we'll have to talk more, man. Maybe if you're streaming tonight, I might pop in if you'll have me.
Yeah, you guys are invited on Saturday.
I appreciate it, man.
Oh yeah, the Rogue Nation. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to start working to interlock the promotions for each other.
Absolutely, brother.
Better for that and etc. But yeah, 6.5 hours.
Baby.
I don't know if I've ever streamed 6.5 hours, even back in the early days when we were starting out. I don't know if I ever streamed this long, so this might be a record for me. Appreciate y'all. Check out other content. Watch that my tweet video or Ahsoka recent content I've done. Might make a video tomorrow. We'll see. But go check out Rookie's channel, of course. And go over tomorrow night for author Stephen Walton's channel, Rogue Nation. And talk to you later. Back ISOM if you want. It's for $5 right now. ISOM 1. See for yourself what you think. Talk to you later.
Trans Fat is reborn.